You, I will remember you for a lifetime and maintain sufficient respect. I have 400 warriors from the Hanwoo camp, all of whom are of the third rank and have extremely poor strength in the Northern Rome martial arts world. However, today I came to assassinate you too and lost nearly 300. Your record is enough to be remembered by the people of the Central Plains forever, so let's accept death. I never like to get involved in such things. But I want to see how far you can go in the future. And he also promised that the shameless old man would watch you to some extent. If he really let you finish playing here, it would be boring. It's just a matter of helping you. But it's just one, cherish the last invincible spirit. I also want to see to what extent Lu Tu Jiao's hostility towards you can reach. Young master, I have one last arrow left. After Han Ling cuts this knife, you can just run away and leave everything else to me. Good big brother or my good big brother, I knew no matter what happened, you wouldn't just watch me die. This is Yang Jio's confession. What did you say, young master? Are you ready to escape? That knife is coming. I'm ready. You can start now. Young master, don't forget bailing. Don't worry, your young master has plenty of money. When the time comes, he will erect the largest tombstone for you. Not only will I not forget that everyone in the north will come to pay their respects. This is also good, young master. Take good care of yourself. 98. 99. 100. Yang Jio. If you had run away just now, it would have been the best opportunity, but I didn't expect you to be so rigid. Wasted the great opportunity Phoenix desperately created for you just to kill a few of my subordinates. Yang Jio, what are you thinking? Why don't you leave? Do you really want to hang yourself here? Are you stupid or crazy? No, it's just a counterattack. I have already received the hostility of 100 people who killed to nourish their energy. Lao Lu, please do not deceive your young master. If the hostility cannot be combined with the peak strength of the product, then it's doomed. Killing to nourish Qi, I know the relationship between bloodstained Jiang and your Yang family, but how could the Yang family let their only legitimate son learn this kind of hostility that can harm others and oneself and never break through the mirror? If I don't learn how to hurt others and myself, I must be the one who died today. As for not being able to break the mirror, as a chess player behind me, I naturally didn't pursue such a high level of achievement. This is hostility. This is the power that Lao Lu has always mastered. Anger cannot break the mirror, but beneath the broken mirror lies invincible. The most expensive Qi replenishing pill, swallowing heaven skill, has inexhaustible true Qi. The more you kill, the stronger your hostility becomes, Lao Lu. That's why you made me angry at the academy. You also want to see what infinite true Qi and infinite hostility would look like, right? Invincible below the broken mirror, but I am a true mirror warrior and a well-known one. Even if you master the fury, you will die. He's breaking the mirror. How could he not have the power of artistic conception? How could he break the mirror and be contaminated with hostility? How could he break the mirror? How could I watch this opportunity slip away like this? Yang Jio, no matter what happens today, you have to die here. Relying on the combination of hostility and strength to briefly reach the peak of the first grade is the ultimate swallowing function, which makes your body and meridians incredibly resilient. Although your third grade body is infused with 2 streams of hostility and true Qi that can support the peak of the first grade. Stinky kid, it's difficult for others to comprehend the artistic conception, but you forcefully broke the shackles of the broken mirror by relying on the total amount of Qi. Sure enough, you made me see something meaningful. Without the Confucian classics, how can you still block my knife? This is what breaking the mirror feels like. It feels so supportive. I feel like my whole body is about to explode. If the hostility and true energy are not dissipated, they may be overwhelmed. You have no control over the power to break the mirror. A casual strike is like a full force attack that breaks the mirror, and this kind of attack will soon exhaust you. You're right, I can't even control the power after breaking the mirror. Every strike is a full force strike. But you said I would exhaust myself, haha. I actually want to feel what it feels like to lack true chi. Come on, every knife from now on will break through the mirror with all my strength, and now I'm getting clearer and clearer. Why can't the Swallowing Heaven skill exceed the second rank? Because Swallowing Heaven skill is not invincible at the same level, but can be defeated by one person under oneself. What a heavy blow. Each blow is full force, and the Swallowing Heaven skill is truly terrifying. Although the true chi is endless, the skill and artistic conception are not on the same level as that guy in a battle against the long famous broken mirror, which is still somewhat difficult. Heaven and earth have righteous energy in people, which is called Howren. After breaking the mirror, this guy's divine skills became even more handy. If he had kept his invincibility until now, there would be really no way to deal with it. We have already paid too much for this battle by giving up Yang Jiuqiang and killing Phoenix. If we can't kill any of them, what face do we have to go back and see the prince? Yes. Actually, I have always been protected by others. You should be grateful that you were the first person I used force to protect. Alright, let's start the second round. Let's fight. Bloodstained Jiang blood armor, haha, but it seems that I won the overall victory this time. But this time, it's really thanks to your majesty. If your majesty doesn't bring Snow Owl here, even the pseudo-heavenly beings probably won't be able to survive under the siege of the blood armor camp. The pseudo-heavenly beings can only reach the pinnacle of the mirror and obtain chi to ascend to this realm. I never expected the snow god to be so special. Your Highness, it would be great if you weren't so powerful. Many things would become very simple. Now that you insist on creating a pseudo-celestial power, it's really too difficult for me. Bloodstained Jiang, I knew you were still hiding something. Is it possible? I really dare not disappoint the prince even though I am young. Only with a worldly aura can one obtain the meaning of the mortal world. Prince, be careful. Well. What? You actually have a way to suppress ice breath. You should know that it's the power of the snow god. The rolling red dust can even wash away hostility. Why can't it wash away? I didn't want to use this trick because of my weak divine power. Once I use it, I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress my hostility. You have two strongest forces in your body. Not only do they not blend together, but they also fight against each other within your body. Most people have long been torn apart and shattered, and the best outcome is to become obsessed with you. How can you? How could you still maintain a first-class strength? The young prince, let me tell you first that if you force your anger out, you must be responsible for calming it down, otherwise. All the nearby Barong cities are dangerous, and I have a piece of advice for you. The more you kill, the stronger your hostility becomes. If you don't kill, you will naturally lack momentum, so you must hold back the little ones. The general also needs to stay away. Now that the prince has obtained the power of the snow god for a short period of time, he has the power of the pseudo-heaven and man, which is small but uncertain, and he will definitely win. Be careful, sir. If you have an accident, I'm afraid no one can explain it to the head coach. General, don't worry, the little one can't die. The little one still needs to help the young master take care of the child. It's a pity that the young master gave me the knife. He never wanted to become like this. Your Highness, please be careful for your people. Lu Tu, that kid is truly stunning. There are talented people in the world, just like the officials crossing the river. There are those like Xie Fengjun who have talent and seek the way of heaven, not the way of martial arts. Some are like Yan Yuan, who is burdened by the secular world and finds it difficult to advance in martial arts, while others are like Lu Zhan, who, despite his single-minded pursuit of the Tao, is too obsessed to comprehend it. Just like Lu Tu, who is rare and talented, he has a single-minded understanding of the Tao. In his early years, he was deeply involved in killings, and in his middle age, he had a clear understanding of his inner world without being paranoid or impatient. Step by step, he paved the way for future generations. To pave the way for the younger generation is like you. Ah ha ha, it's just rare. Who in the world of martial arts can compare to me? But you old man, you really can handle it. If it weren't for my invincibility, your precious grandson would have died on the battlefield just now. This is my good grandson's own choice, and you should know where my knife will be used after knowing me for so long. You can separate personal affairs from official matters. 148. This is Evil Lord. He's getting stronger and stronger as he kills, while our people are getting fewer and fewer. Lord, we don't have a chance anymore. As for Phoenix, even if she is seriously injured, it will still be difficult to deal with. Now that he has an additional Confucian book to protect her, if he continues to attack us, even if the entire army is wiped out, they will not be able to kill them. I know exactly what you're saying. If things continue like this, there's really no chance of winning, right? It's finally over. What? You can exchange injury for death. A brave warrior can break his wrist. I, a male from the northern Rome tribe, have the courage to exchange death for injury. Yang Jio, you should be more familiar with your gunpowder than anyone else. Beirong is really an enemy that I don't want to face. Lark. Biling Biling. Cough cough. Girl, this time it's hard for you. This time, we didn't lose or win. Although the Hanwu camp suffered heavy losses and couldn't kill you, it was still fulfilling our wish for you to lose your combat ability in this war. I should be here to guard you, but it's rare to have the opportunity to briefly enter the broken mirror through hostility. I can't lose the hostility. The stronger the Vietnam War, the more powerful the swallowing heaven skill. The true energy is inexhaustible, and with the help of Confucian scholars, I can block knives and arrows. Who said there were no reinforcements in the north? In this state, Yangjiu alone is the first army. Overcoming the weak with one strong force is already my strongest skill. Xuanwu, you should know that you can't stop the lack of reinforcements in the north. You will eventually be defeated. Han Donggu, I think you understand these situations better than me. You are trying to invade the Central Plains. But I'm telling you, even if you can cross the northern border, I guarantee that your strength will not be limited. There are 3 armies in the Central Plains, Yangon, and others. Your ambition as the Northern Rome is destined to fail. If it's a big deal, we can divide the Central Plains and Qian Kingdom together with the Southern Barbarians and the Eastern Kingdom. Their strength is exhausted. I am here to suffer and die in the cold. Breaking through the boundaries. Commander, is this your plan? As a third-rank player on the battlefield, once you appear, you will be surrounded and killed by countless experts. That's why you used Phoenix as bait, not only to destroy the cold martial camp, but also to allow you to enter this realm where the HP of over 100 warriors surpasses that of 1,000 ordinary soldiers. Until now, there has been no news from the Hanwu camp. The Northern Army probably doesn't have much manpower to protect the Phoenix. Did Yang Jiu personally go there? The head coach personally took risks and should not be ignorant, but how did he get into the broken mirror and still possess such hostility? If you don't come, Han Donggu, then I won't be polite. The 3rd grade or above warriors in the Hanwu camp can indeed embarrass me. Nowadays, ordinary soldiers come and kill as many as they want. I thought you would use some conspiracies and tricks to defeat the Northern Rome Prince, and I have been guarding against them, but I never expected to use this method. General Yang Jio's combined hostility has entered the middle stage of the broken mirror. If he continues to kill like this, he may become the peak of the broken mirror. At that time, even the pseudo-heavenly beings cannot stop him. He won't be angry or harm others or himself, even if he has special skills. If he continues to kill like this, he will undoubtedly die. He's just forcing me to withdraw and divide the troops to deal with him. I want to see if even if he kills 1,000 people, he can withstand the anger of 1,000 people, but if the anger of 10,000 people is alive, he will take over. Han Donggu, a famous general of the first generation, used the lives of soldiers to kill me. I am cold-blooded and rational enough. But you're wrong. I never forced you to return, but wherever the northern commander is, the northern army will kill on the battlefield. Sergeant morale is the most important. After this battle, one person was deeply trapped in the enemy camp and the other person chiseled the formation. The Northern Army truly belongs to me, which means my grandfather cannot easily shake my position. Soldiers, how should I deal with men in the northern region? Our northern commander alone is cutting through the enemy camp and causing chaos. Wherever the head coach is, I'll kill him. Open the city gate and follow the commander to kill. The commander in the north is a monster. He killed every single person and caused chaos in the rear camp. Other people in the north are also crazy. How dare they charge? Commander, is this your plan? From now on, your prestige in the Jinbei army will be unparalleled. You are not only the commander of the Northern Army, but also the most legendary hero in the entire north. The commander of Chilan Camp's reinforcements, the commander-in-chief, will kill the Northern Army wherever they are, and pass the order to the White Tiger with just one sentence. The commander-in-chief has already killed over 1,000 people by cutting through the formation alone. General, commander-in-chief, one person chisels the formation. Girl, don't act impulsively. Where are you going? That kid can get stronger the more you kill, but you can't go deep into the enemy. You'll fight until you're exhausted. 56751, Xuanwu is really getting old. Why isn't he still there? Can't he really delay until then? I want to be a hero, not a statue. Cough. Can the meridians still support the internal organs, and have they been pressed to the limit? Irreversible is better than dead. If he goes back alive, he will definitely change Xuanwu's position. I knew when I encountered danger, my little Lier. As long as I am in the world, no one can harm my husband. Silly girl, just by killing me here, you've already exhausted all your true energy. Are you here to die with me? For Shangwan Li, it would be even more unbearable to live without Yang Jiao than to die, so I must die before you. Burning blood is useless for the master of breaking mirrors, but it's enough for you. Sunset, Afterglow, Emperor Hao's divine weapon. And Lu Yenner's blood. Miss. Even with the afterglow of the setting sun, you used your own blood to smear the gun body in order to make Shangwan Li Ning use it. It's okay, she doesn't have much power left, but if Shangwan Li were to use it, the remaining power inside would be enough for her to fight until the end. It's not because her son can't have any accidents. This is the power of Emperor Hao's divine weapon. It seems that the outer chamber can be promoted to a concubine. Everything can be decided. Commander-in-chief of the Fast Shield Guard in Xuanwu Camp. Qinglong Camp and I charge towards the enemy and defeat them. The prince is indeed powerful. I dare not use this trick to hold back the small ones in the big dry. Once I use it, it will inevitably affect innocent people, killing more and more, and eventually being pushed to death by hostility. This thing is harmful to others and oneself. It's true that the person who has been with Yang Yuan for so long is powerful and cunning. If I were alone, it would be easier to deal with you. Just dodge, but if I don't stop you here, I don't know how many Northern Rome people will suffer. Exchanging the people of a few cities for the small ones is undoubtedly not a small arrogance. If it were such a transaction in the Eastern country, they would be eager to obtain it. If the people can sacrifice at will, why do we need soldiers? The prince not only refuses to give up on the people, but also has some suicidal thoughts this time, which is why the young dare to have this move in front of you. You're just being a guard, that's really a waste of talent. How can I know what kind of satisfaction I am now if the prince is not me? Cough. No wonder I have such cultivation in such a state of mind. By the way, my anger has eroded my heart and I'm afraid I still have half a pillar of fragrance left. Although it's great to talk to you before I die, I still want to see Zhao Tianyu. What else does the prince have to bring to the Grand General? Tell Zhao Tianyu to have more children with His Majesty. If he can't, then let His Majesty draft and expand the harem. The Northern Rome royal family cannot wither away like this. The prince must have informed the Grand General and the Empress of all these small words. I never thought you would be by my side in this last moment. Just help me up. I also want to take another look at this northern Rhone kingdom. By the way, after I die, I'll be buried in the Arctic glacier. Don't worry, snow god, about the Arctic glacier. No, no, I am well aware that the biggest enemy of northern Rhone is not Qiangua, but rather the cold breath from the extreme glacier, so they have to wholeheartedly head south. General, let's retreat to the Blood Armor Camp and return to Hanbei Pass. Your Highness. It's okay, I'm tired, but I still can't let go of my northern Rhone in my heart. My last letter is left in the middle of the palace. I know where to find your majesty. Although she's a woman, she's wise, powerful, and efficient in governing the country. And having such a relationship with Yang Jiao, there is no worry about the extreme northern cold. Your Highness. Baron, it's just a pity. I was unable to take the northern Rhone to the most fertile land and make the Rhone tribe the co-ruler of this world. Yang Jiao, I don't agree with you. You can win me because you have the strongest army in the world, you have gunpowder, you have blood-stained the river. Cough cough. I, the ruler and minister of northern Rhone, have been harmonious with the military and civilians. With one heart, I have gone through 3 generations. The Ming dynasty has strong national strength, and the court is clear and bright. Why can't the Qian family emperor compete with the northern Rhone royal family in the Central Plains? Dronzer Baron, please. Necra Valley. Respectfully bid farewell to the prince. It's snowing so heavily. What a sad snow. Didn't you say that the snow season in your northern region has already passed? Why is it still snowing so heavily? Is it really because of that thing deep in the glacier? It has nothing to do with it. Snow is mourning for someone who was important to northern Rhone. They left Tianyu, and we have to go back. It's been less than half a month since we last saw each other. Don't you bother me after half a month. It's not right to say that the war is over. It should be said that the war between the northern Rhone and the northern territory is over, but our war has just begun. The only thing we're grateful for this time is that we're standing together again. Also, your nephew has been trapped in the north for too long. Are you saying that Wu Xiao died and that kid won? This is not something to be happy about. Northern Rhone needs a national mourning ceremony. Why isn't it worth celebrating? That old boy has finally finished. When I thought about calling him uncle in the future, I immediately. That should indeed be sad. After all, there is a rare archenemy in the world. Can you please put away the smile on your lips next time you say such things? How could it snow this season? It should be the fall of our archenemy in the snow bar of northern Rhone. Even this palace cannot help but be grateful that Xiao Jiao has defeated the most difficult enemy for him. Northern Rhone Wu Xiao. I'm sure Xiao Jiao also paid a great price. Wu Xiao is not an opponent that can be defeated by strategy. Without blood and sacrifice, how can we defeat a tiger and wolf army like the northern Rhone? Xiao Jiao must have suffered a lot. Okay. If you want to go, I'll send someone to escort Madam northward. I'm sure Madam misses Xiao Jiao too. Xiao Jiao has already gotten married and has a wife by his side. Now that Kyoto is unstable, the Wuzhou army is stationed in Haizhou, and the court is in power. Your Majesty is also putting pressure on you, so I must also stand by my husband's side. The lady said that the person in the court is no longer the crown prince, but His Majesty. Qianzhan, Your Majesty Qianzhan's position has not been firmly established yet, and you are putting such pressure on him. Even if his thoughts are pure, with eunuchs and power inside and strong enemies outside, how can his heart be stable? Cough cough. Your Majesty, it's already so late at night. It's better to rest early. Empress Jiang Ruqing. All right, Queen, go to bed early. At this critical moment of survival, I increasingly feel powerless and powerless. Your Majesty, Yang Gong is still in court. How could this happen? Yang Gong. If I didn't have the money to fight, I would naturally rely on Yang Gong. But now, It's just that the leader of the Eastern Kingdom who wants to prevent Yang Gong from leaving the city has done a good job, otherwise the situation would have been even more complicated. Your Majesty, please note that without Yang Gong, there would be no Your Majesty today. Your Majesty's words are wrong. Your Majesty did not owe Yang Yuan. Yang Yuan's choice of Your Majesty was also a helpless act. After all, the King of Qing could not obey Yang Yuan's words like Your Majesty did. Did Chao Gong forget that without my orders, you cannot come to see me privately? Your Majesty, please calm down. I just want to remind Your Highness why the late Emperor couldn't tolerate Yang Yuan, not just the late Emperor. I don't think any emperor can tolerate a minister like Yang Yuan. In the heart of Lord Jinju, there is only the country and no ruler, so you need to understand that such a person is willing to do anything for the sake of the country, even if it means changing to a ruler. Everyone knows what Chao Gong wants to say. The only one I can rely on now is Yang Gong. Are you saying these words to make me dig my own grave? I'm here to remind Your Majesty that the current situation in the court is chaotic. Why does Your Majesty rely on a subordinate who may not be loyal to him? Why not seek external support? Absurd, I am the great Qian Emperor. You asked me to borrow the power of another country. Your Majesty, there is Emperor Wu of Taizu who joined forces with Buddhist sorcerers to overthrow the great Zhou dynasty, and there is the King of Chu who is close. I don't believe Your Majesty doesn't know about the relationship between the King of Chu and the southern and eastern regions. Everyone knows that those who are not of our ethnicity will have different hearts. After Emperor Taizu Wu ascended the throne, the witch clan was almost destroyed. Buddhism is even rarer in the Central Plains, and even the King of Chu killed the witch clan in a grand ceremony. So, Your Highness, what are you still worried about? Buddhism in the Western regions, let me think again and again. The servant has resigned. Please make a decision as soon as possible, Your Majesty. Empress, I may not really be the son of fate, but Your Majesty, as the eldest son of the late Emperor, this destiny is already in Your Majesty's hands. The soaring place of Yangjiu, Yeyang Tower. From the moment it was built, I kept thinking about coming to the Eastern Crossing Conference. It was supposed to be my victory over the Ming dynasty, but when I emerged, I was stopped by the Jinyui and became the achievement of Yangjiu. I don't think the Lord of the Pavilion can do better than the young master, and this building belongs to the young master. The Lord of the Pavilion will always return it. Has Miss Morong ever thought about finding someone else to assist the Morong family? Doesn't she want greater glory? The Lord is causing me to trust Wu Zhou and Hai Zhou wholeheartedly. If you betray him, you should know what this trust will become. Miss Morong said this not because of loyalty, but because of fear. Is there a difference? I am already different from Shangwan Li Lu Yin'er. They are both true talents of heaven, and emotions can bind them. The young master knows very well that fear and respect are the most powerful bonds when dealing with someone as cold and indifferent as me. I also appreciate this aspect of the young master the most. I can't compare to Yangjiu and Morong, who grew up in Wuzhou, but I never noticed the light on your body. If I knew, maybe I would come to propose marriage. Master, let's give up this idea. For a woman like me who is ambitious and unwilling to stay in the mansion, after seeing a man like the young master, she must either marry him or never marry him for the rest of her life. Lord, there's no need to take any further detours. Wuzhou and Kyoto are separated by mountains. As a master of breaking mirrors, Lord, you can naturally walk on flat ground. However, the army can't pass through, and neither can food and forage. Therefore, Lord wants to take the Haizhou waterway. The military is of great importance and speed. I cannot give the crown prince in Kyoto more preparation time. To be honest, I underestimated him. I thought he had no intention of the throne, but taking advantage of Yang Gong's power, he stabilized the court situation so quickly, which surprised me a bit. Lord, this is boring. You not only borrowed Haizhou, but also Liuzhou, right? Now that you continue to move forward in Jiuzhou, the person you are forcing is not the current Your Majesty, but Yang Gong, right? Not only Yang Gong, but also Yang brothers should make a choice. The news of a great victory in the northern region will soon spread. At that time, there will be no more threat from the northern Rome, and the northern army will be in control. With Yangon in Kyoto, Yangjio will be the target of public criticism if he still doesn't make a choice. Both the Jinbei army and the Barong suffered losses, and now the Haijo navy still belongs to the Chaotang Shanzhou garrison. How can it be said that it is the son of the court? Miss Morong, is this the attitude of Brother Yang? He still stands on the wall watching the battle of money and is determined to end the chaos as soon as possible, unwilling to let the people suffer. If this is Brother Yang's attitude, then forgive me for not being able to walk with him. Young master, he. No need, if that's the case, then we'll have to meet on the battlefield. Young master Qian Zhan is also considered a generation of heroes. The Yuan who stood between him and you has fled to Kyoto, so it is impossible to coax him. The young master finally woke up. This time even the military doctors said there was no way to save you. Hello, Senior Qin Tian intervened and pulled you back from the gates of hell. I knew the danger of this before doing it, but I didn't expect it to be so dangerous. Fortunately, all the efforts were worth it. How can the young master personally enter the chessboard as a chess player, especially in such a dangerous battlefield? There is no better way to deal with enemies like the Northern Rome. I must do this. In order to make the Jinbei army leave the northern border and compete in the central plains with me, I can only do this. Yenner, you should know better than anyone that every decision in life comes at a cost. I am aware of what you are saying, but the young master should be more aware that the northern victory is not the end, but just the beginning. No one in Kyoto, the princes, or even the enemy countries of the East wants to see you wield such great power. Then let's all come. Since we've already reached this position and there's such a big game in front of us, how can we retreat? Young master, you finally woke up. I'm worried to death. Fortunately, you're okay. Hey, what's wrong with this girl? Young master, no one can separate us. Even if we die, I won't let go again. Are you sure? Madam, please, it was my fault for not controlling my emotions just now. Husband, no matter what happens next time, I will never leave your side again. Why did he take such a risk when he was clearly a coward? Because your husband wants to be a hero. How can a hero keep hiding in the shadows? Your Highness, you could have been immortal, but you are powerless. All right, before the prince set out on the expedition, he knew that if he couldn't win this time, he would have to die. Only when the prince died would the army be completely dead. The ambition to continue fighting in the Central Plains was either to stabilize the Central Plains or become a vassal of the Northern Rome. Even if he was defeated, he would disdain and have no qualifications to ride the wall. I know that Northern Rome is getting colder and colder, and we can't continue like this anymore. It's just that the prince has been in the military for his entire life, and I can't accept such an ending. This ending is unacceptable. What does General Han want? I abdicate and give the throne to my uncle. I have met your majesty before. General, there's no need to pay too much attention to what happened on the battlefield. I already know that this is not a war crime. The soldiers and regent have already done what I and the people of Northern Rome have all seen. Uncle, this time my fate is not in Barong, but I promise you that I will guard Barong well. Your Majesty, our next move is... The army continues to station. There is no need to retreat, General Han. You lead the elite to personally escort the regent back. If your Majesty's army does not retreat, every additional day spent would be a huge expenditure of money and food. I am well aware of what you have said. The war of the regent has just ended, and my war has just begun. I still have a lot to say with that little fox in the Hanbei Pass. If some conditions cannot be negotiated properly, then everything will be destroyed. I, the Northern Rome, will not be manipulated no matter what situation I am in. Your Majesty is wise. Wolf riding Snow Owl, come with me to Hanbei Pass. It's your Majesty. Why are you always running out when you're not in the house? Are you planning to leave Hanbei Pass? If my guess is correct, my wise and powerful aunt should be here, and of course, my incompetent uncle should also be back. I really wish I could meet a strange woman like the Northern Rong Empress early. I don't think my aunt will disappoint Miss Yenner. After all, she is indeed a rare and extraordinary woman. Xiao Jiao has met his aunt. General Yang's call auntie is somewhat inappropriate. Now you should address me as Her Majesty the Empress. If I had known it would be the current outcome, I wouldn't have let you go no matter what I said in the Arctic King's court. Hey, you've already won this battle. What kind of knife are you wiping? Or are you planning to show me your knife? It's because my obedient grandson won the Battle of Northern Rome that I increasingly feel like this knife may be about to come out of its scabbard. The struggle between heaven and man. Even today, my obedient grandson has not been protected by heaven and man, yet he has achieved such a position. How could those heavens not calculate him? Oh, you're talking about those heavenly beings. They are indeed boring and always like to play with some of the world's rulers. Yang Jiao will definitely not escape the fate of being played with. But I think you're overthinking it. If you're really calculating, I don't think they might be your good grandson's opponents. I never worried about my well-behaved grandson's intelligence, but now if there is a celestial being who is determined to kill him, who can stop him by his side? Although Sun's wife has the divine weapon of Emperor Hao, which can kill heaven and man, the applicable conditions are too strict and can only catch them off guard. Lu Tu, that kid, at most, can only be replaced one by one and can kill heaven and man, but he cannot protect my obedient grandson at all. Isn't this what he should face? Since he wants to dominate the world, he naturally has to face these difficulties. I don't think he's someone who hasn't made a plan. He's not without elders. Why should he let those immortal beings bully him? And the person who caused this disaster like death today is not because of you. You clearly have the ability to restrain heaven and humanity, as well as the ability to suppress many undesirable energies, but you choose not to do anything. Why do we have to do it? Just because the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Don't joke around. How can Qing Tian, like those boring commoners, let these things restrain my pursuit of martial arts? When using the concept of invincibility, those guys always like to say, my martial arts are invincible. What kind of nonsense is this? In fact, my martial arts are pure and not burdened by anything. Pure is the ultimate. No wonder you have such unparalleled strength. Regardless of your talent, no one else can achieve this state of mind alone. Second brother, I'm not surprised anyone in Kyoto comes to see me. Only when you come do I feel like the world is really in chaos. Seventh brother is joking. This time, I personally came to see how thick seventh brother's skin really is. Now it has been torn to this point. I really admire that seventh brother still has the face to come back. What does it matter if you have thick skin? As long as your head is still around your neck, it's okay. It's just that I don't think my second brother's condition is very good. I guess it must be because that Qian Huang brother was blocked in Haizhou and Liuzhou, right? Seventh brother, not only are his eyelids getting thicker, but his brain is also turning faster and faster. I guess second brother is planning to take a desperate gamble and risk his life. If that Prince Qian is really on the brink of war, then you're planning to take action against the Crown Prince, right? When the time comes, frame Yang Gong. After all, Yang Gong also intends to support that Qian Huang brother. Does seventh brother think I'm stupid? Everyone knows that Yang Gong is now the cornerstone of the country. If he really attacks Yang Gong, it will be like digging his own grave. No, it's not that second brother is stupid, but second brother is too smart. Although Yang Jiao and Qian Zhan seem to have a strong desire for castration, in fact, Yang Jiao's northern army has very little left. In the Battle of Northern Rome, he lost far more than he gained. If Qian Huangxiong attacks the army in the hands of the Crown Prince all the way, it will be enough to consume his Wuzhou army. Even if he can lead the troops to the city, it will be the end of his strength. The Western Frontier Army of the Crown Prince's brother remained unscathed, even though the Western Frontier was the weakest among the 4 frontier armies. It was not comparable to the Border Army or the Continental Army. Besides, all the support around Yang Gong now goes to deal with the Eastern Kingdom. Even if he is powerful, he is just alone. So as long as Brother Qian's army is stationed at the outskirts of the city, then second brother kills the Crown Prince, falsely accuses Yang Gong, and leads the Western armies to quell the Wuzhou army and reap the benefits in one fell swoop. Even if you don't sit on the throne, you will still be the emperor. Seventh brother, you're so smart, you don't have to worry about not living long. Ha 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 ha. Second brother, did you misunderstand me? I'm not saying these words to threaten you, but to remind my second brother that no one is a fool who has the ability to stir up the world. I can think of the Yang family and his son. And my real goal is to lend a helping hand to my second brother. Now that I have been completely defeated by the money war, I no longer have the strength to seize the throne. It would be better to join the Ming Lord as soon as possible and become a leisurely prince and minister. That would be enough. Are you saying you want to join me? Is there anything strange about this? Since I have already withdrawn from this conflict, I naturally have to choose the most powerful backing. I just said that I have high hopes for second brother. Although I don't believe every word you say, I believe you are a smart person who should at least know when and what choices you should make. Now I feel that having a brother like second brother is really a happy thing, and I will do my best to help second brother ascend to the throne. Don't worry, seventh brother. If I really sit in that seat, no matter what happens, I won't mistreat seventh brother. At that time, the 2 of us brothers will share the world. Second brother, I sincerely came to cooperate with you and also sincerely want to assist you, so please don't say these words between us. If my second brother really sits on the throne one day, even if I help him more, he won't give me too much power. Please rest assured, my only wish is for a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. On the day you take the throne, if my younger brother is greedy for power, please ask my second brother to kill me. If not, please ask my second brother to give me a way out. Seventh brother is even smarter than I imagined. If second brother can know where to go, then I don't expect that the last brother won't be left. It's said that children will learn from their fathers when they come to our house. Why is it the other way around? Before, Xiaojiu liked to look at maps, but now you're becoming more and more fond of staring at maps and daydreaming. That kid is looking at the map because he wants to go somewhere. I think he has to continue worrying about this country. I know what the King of Qin is planning, but I cannot persuade His Majesty. I can't persuade Qianzhan even more. If it weren't for Xiaojiu blocking Qianzhan on the line between Haizhou and Liuzhou, then even if I knew about the Qin King's plan, it wouldn't be of much use to me. I still remember when we got married, you said you wouldn't involve your family in national affairs. Now it seems that if it weren't for Xiaojiu, you old man would have run out of tricks. What the lady said is, I'm glad Yang Jiu is my son. If it weren't for him, the situation might have been much more chaotic now. What are you saying? My son is always our son, no matter what happens. Madam is right. My son is our son no matter what happens. Please. Seeing Fu Lao reminds me of the time when we spent our swordsmanship together. It was really enjoyable to work with Fu Lao back then. The days in Wuzhou are always nostalgic, but now I am getting older and older. On the other hand, Lord Qian owns Wuzhou and Haizhou. The great defeat to the King of Yu and the King of Chu has now become a dominant force, making the old man no longer dare to boast in front of you. After all, you are a senior, so there is no need to be polite to me. Just let me ask Yang Jiu a question. Do you really decide to go to war with me? After all, everyone knows that Yang Jiu's purpose is nothing more than to protect the entire Dakian, just like his father. I think your purpose is probably different from his. Leader Lu's perspective is naturally unparalleled, but I think everyone knows that for you, the more chaotic the world is, the better, right? Lord Qian's intention is for us to clear the way for your army to pass through. That's right, Qian Zhan doesn't want to be enemies with the leader of the Lu gang, at least not yet. It's just that I don't know what the leader of the Lu gang is thinking, whether it's business or personal relationships. Since we are acquainted, I won't hide anything from Lord Qian. Since following Miss, I have never doubted her decision. However, this time Miss chased after the North, I felt. It's okay, I'll pass on the message to the young lady. Please wait a little longer, Lord Qian. We don't want to be enemies with you either. I'm willing to give you time, but I hope it's not holding me back. After all, I won't wait until Yang Jiu handles all the matters in the North, at most in a week. If you don't allow it, then don't blame me for not caring. I naturally know about Lord Qian's determination, and I will advise the young lady carefully. Moreover, the young lady will make the right decision. I hope so. This is the finest tea I brought back from Haijiu, and it's really wasteful to drink it as plain water. Stop being sentimental. I know you didn't have a good time managing the Chamber of Commerce in Haijiu, but then I didn't expect you to be able to endure these hardships and keep this eastern region organized. What is well organized? It's just a forced support. If it weren't for Yang Jiu's full support in terms of money, weapons, and equipment, Yang Gong would have brought in the Jinyue and many talented people, and the Eastern Realm would have collapsed long ago. The Eastern Kingdom has continuously explored and even launched several large-scale attacks on the Eastern Territory. Some senior generals in the Eastern Territory are from the King of Chu and the royal family. Although the Eastern Territory Army has a strong foundation, it is currently facing internal and external troubles. Isn't the current situation already improving? Young Master has won the Battle of Northern Rome, and the King of Chu said he also died in Yangzhou. I think there must be something suspicious about the death of the King of Chu in Yangzhou. If the King of Chu really died, then the southern region would never be so peaceful now. However, there is one thing that is not wrong. Now, whether the King of Chu is really dead or pretending to die, he has no intention of shaking my eastern realm. As long as the news of his death spreads, the southern barbarians will never miss this opportunity. Even if the barbarians are cautious, they will not take any action when the prince guarding the border dies. Not bad, the Jinyue lurking in the eastern country also discovered the mysterious face. Those guys have also taken action. Now they should have entered southern Xinjiang, and the target should be the various ethnic groups in southern Xinjiang led by barbarians. Now I'm not worried about what the King of Chu will do to the eastern border, but I'm worried about whether the southern border can withstand it. The King of Chu should be different from the other princes, at least he's a prince who knows the importance of the border. Don't be distracted by the things in the southern region anymore. Just take care of the eastern region and I'll keep an eye on it for you. At least I won't let those guys on the mysterious side cause trouble. In fact, the current situation is already deadlocked and it won't take much effort to maintain the status quo, but we all know that as time goes by, our disadvantages will become bigger and bigger. The current ways to break through the situation are actually in the north. I only hope that Yang Jiu can quickly gather the North Army and the North Rome. If he is fast enough, this situation is also under control. If he is too slow, he may lose everything. I have met Her Majesty the Northern Rome Empress. I have something to ask Your Majesty. Have you ever seen my uncle who doesn't have a good brain? Sigh, it's also worrying that my uncle, who already has a bad brain, got lost a few months ago. Stinky kid, from my damn eyes, you're just ticklish. How long have I been away? You're just like this. Don't underestimate me. Today, I won't beat you up like a pig. Someone come and take down this madman for me. What do you two mean, you dare to be so rude to me? Do you hear me? Are you planning to rebel? I am the general of Jinbei, and your elders have not listened to me in just a few days. Ah, yes, he's a retired general. Oh, no, general of Peking University. Out of breath, you just said you were out of breath, right? Crazy girl, are you being too unreasonable to me? Go back and I'll beat you up together. Okay, the insignificant person has finally left. Finally, I can have a good chat with Her Majesty the Empress. Please come inside, please come inside. Having such a thoughtful nephew like you is also considered a blessing for that guy. Do fools have foolish blessings? Who would have thought that someone like Uncle would not only have a nephew like me, but also a confidant like you? Let's not talk about him anymore, let's talk about some serious matters. You should be very clear about the conditions of Baron, so you can leave some trivial matters to the people below to discuss. I came here personally just to tell you one thing. Whether it is autonomy or a vassal state can be discussed. I am also aware that the Northern Rhone need to avoid the cold winter, and I have a solution. Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. You want to be the Emperor of Dacian. It is a blessing for Northern Rome to have an emperor like his aunt. Northern Rome did not lose to me, but to the urgent need for success and to the cold winter. Don't give me this set. You should have guessed that this is one of my conditions. Northern Rome will not become a vassal state of Dacian. Northern Rome does not trust others. You can trust the Northern Territory, but the Yang family and the Northern Territory are too small to accommodate the Northern Rome, so this is the only way. The Yang family, myself, and even the Jinbei Prince's mansion have no intention of competing for the throne. Even if we sit in that position, who will take over the throne? I am the only legitimate member of the Yang family and the Jinbei Prince's mansion. As for your and Uncle's future child, who is my cousin, he can become the Jinbei Prince and a powerful minister, but he cannot sit in that position because he has the bloodline of the Northern Rome. Me? Is there anything in this world more boring than being an emperor? I don't have any people in my heart, and I don't have this world. Only myself. If that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about. Baron is not an individual or a family. Since I have made such a choice, I must ensure its stability for 100 years, otherwise I would rather be shattered than intact. Auntie, don't be impatient. I haven't finished speaking yet. Although none of us want to be this emperor, would you mind pledging allegiance to another country or the first king of the Northern Rong dynasty? That is, descendants of Emperor Hao of the Great Zhou Empire. This is your plan, a descendant of Emperor Hao, but you should be aware that your father will not support you. He is against Dacian. I am in charge of the Northern Army, and the Northern Rhone will do my utmost to assist me. Mountains, islands, and seas are already in my possession. And coincidentally, Aunt Deluan asked if I need my father's support. I am already at the center of the vortex, and I am the most powerful person in power. I don't need a cane anymore. I'm already standing as tall as my father. So my synonym is no longer the Yang family or the Jinbei Wangfu, but Yang Jiao. Since the great victory in the north, this name has always represented power. Understood. The temperature in the Arctic Royal Court has dropped sharply, and my people need to move south to the vicinity of Hanbei Pass. Northern Rome can move south. The elderly, the weak, the sick and the disabled can even live in the north, but the north cannot accommodate Northern Rome. It is not easy for one country to move south. Auntie, it seems that we still have a lot of things to do. You will not disappoint Baron, and Baron will never disappoint you. Ha 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 ha. Auntie still needs to hurry up and have a child with Uncle. That child will have the full support of the Northern Territory and the Northern Rome, and at the very least, it will be the Prince of Jinbei, who has more than 10,000 people under one person. The Northern Rome can have no worries for 100 years, and the 100-year-old enmity between the Northern Rome and the Northern Territory also needs this child to resolve it. Auntie should understand the reason behind it. I know it's just that your uncle is already old like this, and I don't know if his physical strength is still good. Ha ha ha, now I regret letting him leave. The matter that concerns me the most has been answered, and some other details will be discussed with you by the Minister of the Court. There are still many things I need to do when I go back. Your Majesty the Empress has already arrived. Shouldn't you please pay your respects to the old man? Wu Dongmer has met the old prince. Don't worry, let's go for a meal together. The old prince is on the side of Baron. How come our general can abandon everything and stay with you in Bayron for a few months, but you can't have a meal with the old man? If it's the old prince, then I'll listen to you. No, your majesty. Although the war has ended and we have entered a period of peace talks, how could you? It's already this time. What do you think the Jinbei Wanfu can do to me? If they really want to detain me, this old prince has come here. Can you all stop him with a knife together? Your majesty, we understand now. Okay, you two little girls. Acting in front of them was really impressive. I didn't know that little one was trying to protect me. Standing between the North and Dahmer, I was always embarrassed. You know, it's good that you've been indulging in intimate relationships with the Northern Rome Empress these days. You have no idea how much the young master has put in these days. The backlash brought by hostility has caused the young master's realm to drop to 5th grade. I don't know when he will be able to recover from internal injuries, and he also needs to slowly recuperate. I'm afraid he won't be able to use force for several months. I've always been worried that you, this girl, won't be able to get married. Now it seems like you might want to get married again, but you've figured it out that that kid can never be a couple for life. I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm just worried about the young master. It seems that the prince's mansion in Jinbei, which has been deserted for over a decade, will have double happiness this time. Dahmer, everything has been settled, right? That brat probably didn't make any unreasonable demands, did he? If there's anything difficult to talk about, you can come to me, and I will definitely beat that little one up and make you obediently accept it. Damn it, are you blind? Your father is still here. He's blind and can't see your father, right? The young master has really fallen this time, hasn't he? It fell on my family. Give it a try. Since you're obsessed with that position, I must help you. But if it's truly fate, I must protect your life and demand a lifetime of wealth and honor. If I can't risk everything, I'm afraid even the young master wouldn't be able to accomplish such a thing. Isn't that a desperate gamble to deceive soldiers? My Yenner wouldn't believe it, would she? What are your next plans for dealing with the Northern Rome in the north? My uncle and aunt can handle some things that cannot be handled well, and I can also send letters to help solve them. We have been delaying in the north for long enough, and now that everything that the north can obtain has been obtained, there is no reason to continue delaying. If he doesn't go back soon, Qianzhan will take action against Liuzhou. If Qianzhan takes Liuzhou and Shanshan Lusanzhao, then Qianzhan will conquer the world and no one can stop him. What about the Northern Army? If we don't take them away together, besides the Northern Army or the Border Army, we won't be able to stop the Wuzhou Army. Let them fix it up. This war is too brutal. As for the Wuzhou Army, I still have an army in Shanzhou gathering the bandit equipment of 100,000 mountains, which is considered sophisticated and can be pulled out to try. I have forgotten that Shanzhou is the foundation of the young master. Let's get ready. By the time we get to Liuzhou, maybe the war has already begun. Money war won't give me too much time. City in Guangxi. I think there are quite a few troops stationed at the border of Shanzhou. Is this your choice? Why don't you wait a little longer, Lord? Our young lady will be back soon and we will give you an explanation when she returns. If that's the case, then let's fight. Senior, I'll see you on the battlefield. Are you sure you really want to go to war with them? You should know that although Wuzhou is firmly under your control, the influence of the Green Gang and the Martial Alliance still exists. If we start a war ahead, these people in the rear will never let you live in peace. They just remain silent for now. If we really want to make a scene together, then solve everything and eliminate all internal problems in Wuzhou. Senior, we must not hesitate in front of Yang Jiao anymore. As long as we give him time to continue growing, no one will be Yang Jiao's opponent anymore. Okay, since you're already in the game, let me help you more. I'll help you tear apart Shanzhou and Liuzhou as soon as possible. We're heading straight towards Kyoto. Young master, do you really not need us to continue balancing the money war in Wuzhou? Although the martial alliance can surpass the Shanwu Pavilion, you should be aware that maintaining the scattered morale of the martial alliance is already the limit. But Shanwu Pavilion belongs to Qianzhan alone. He can do many things, such as hoarding troops and occupying more resources. Moreover, with his identity, he will naturally have the support of local elites. Therefore, the Shanwu Alliance is only the beginning of the money war, and the Wu Alliance is indeed our limit. At this point, we have no way to continue to balance the money war. I understand. Let's retreat to Shanzhou. Indeed, Sanyang is more suitable for going to Shanzhou, which is more suitable for you. I'm sure the young master and bloodstained Jiang will also go there. You don't have to go there every month. You're becoming more and more lively, and you even come to tease me. But from what you're saying, you're not planning to go to Shanzhou with me anymore. I have never been good at fighting, let alone war. Shanzhou is not suitable for me. The Mu family has moved to the east. The young master even gave me some command of the Jinyui. What I am good at is managing and constraining. I would also like to have some cunning skills for a while. The mysterious face is very dangerous. Back then, even Lu Tu almost couldn't get his whole body and gave in. You went over, young master. This is to lay out the Eastern Kingdom. The young master has completely fallen, but he knows one thing better than anyone else. No matter how chaotic the country is internally, we must not allow external enemies to take advantage of the situation. Even if that kid keeps suppressing the news and doesn't want Kyoto to know. But after so many days have passed, I believe the news of the Northern victory should have also reached Kyoto, right? Your Majesty is already aware that the rewards for the Northern Army and the young master should come down soon, but He Qian Jini Wei Town Governor Yang Yuan's close confidant. I know it's not difficult to solve the problem of Northern Rome, but it's not that difficult. Although this matter is complex, it's not difficult to do. But there are always people in the court who want to elevate a simple matter to a higher level and restrict the North or my son. I have never hated anyone as much as I hate the leader of the mysterious face. Even though the Kyoto game is over, I can calm down and choose an emperor well. But after he inserted his foot, the situation did not improve at all and remained the same. Yang Gong is currently facing internal and external troubles. Although His Majesty is your student, he is also a monarch, and His Majesty is not as wise as we imagine. He will not allow a powerful minister like young master to exist at this time. I guess it depends on how that kid falls, haha. He should feel like he's already standing at the same height as me, but it's still early. Kid, be taller so that you can see the whole picture. Only by seeing the whole picture can you truly become a chess player. The Grand Duke of Northern Victory should be aware of it, right? It has to be said that the people of the Yang family are really powerful. The Northern Territory thought they would fight for a year or two, but Yang Jiao only took a few months. I thought the old prince was not a narrow-minded person and would not easily give Yang Jiao control of military power, but he used this method to make himself stand firm within the Jinbei army. My father-in-law, it's better to plan ahead. I don't think Yang Jiao has much to do with you. When will he return to Beijing? Why bother if an old slave dies with a cheap life? However, Your Majesty, the presence of Yang Gong in the court is not just limited to tens of thousands of people, but also truly flourishing. His son holds such great military power, and it should have been you who had planned ahead. The rewards from the northern region have already been sent out. Nowadays, most of the Jini Wei have gone to the Eastern Kingdom's Eastern Factory, which controls the capital. Chao Gong should have a way for me to meet people from the western regions, right? Your Majesty, don't worry, old slave. We will arrange for someone else to deal with Yang Yuan, the Buddhist who has already obtained the Dragon Chi. Although he is not in the top 3, even the scattered people and the Taoist of Heaven are not his opponents. Unless absolutely necessary, I really don't want to deal with Yang Gong's ambitions. I know very well, but in times of peace and prosperity, I can give Yang Gong the world he wants. But for now, let's meet the people first. Your body has just been taken care of. Are we really in such a hurry to return to Shanzhou? Time waits for no one. Not only are we going to the eastern border of Shanzhou, Kyoto, but we are also heading towards turbulent times. We need to speed up our pace. I knew you couldn't stop. I was only one step away from reaching the pinnacle of the first grade. I had intended to. It seems that my little leader is really anxious. Who makes you always flirt with others? Don't think I don't know, except for Bai Ling and Lu Yin'er. The sea fishermen from Haizhou and Morongqian from Wuzhou both have feelings for you. If I don't hurry up, hurry up. Young master, when will we depart? I am already prepared. What are you going to do? You're in the north. Wherever the young master goes, I naturally go to the northern region. Now I just need to rest and recuperate, and I don't even need it. Of course, following the young master is more interesting. By the way, I almost forgot to tell the young master that the imperial edict from Kyoto has arrived in the northern region. The old prince asked you to personally go out and pick it up. What are you saying about the imperial edict? Why are you only now saying that you can't distinguish between priority and urgency? Xiaoli, there's no need to be anxious. The imperial decree in Kyoto doesn't even bother a few princes, so how could it command me? If you don't obey the imperial decree, Yangjio, you won't be. Although the court makes people feel cold about your actions, I can probably guess. However, Yang Gong and his wife are still in Kyoto, and that's what you're saying now. Don't worry, at least I don't have that plan yet. After all, there are internal and external troubles, and my father has left Kyoto. I cannot make the situation more chaotic. However, if I go to this imperial decree, it will be awkward. You don't even know what's written in the imperial edict, so there's nothing embarrassing about it. It's just a matter of the Marquis being appointed as the commander of the Jin Yi. Apart from these things that are already in my possession, there won't be any more. Although most of these already belong to you, there is no harm in receiving imperial edicts and rewards. Yes, it's not a bad thing. I think many people think so, but being appointed as the commander of the Jinyui means that you must return to Kyoto to serve. This is the biggest intention of His Majesty now. I used this move back then. The commander of the Jinyui, who holds a high position and authority, exchanged political power for military power. It was indeed a good move, but Your Majesty, you were a bit impatient with this move. The imperial edict has arrived, please have Yangjio receive it. Sir, the Prince of Jinbei's mansion is really too presumptuous. We are here to read the imperial edict, yet we are so negligent. Yeah, my lord. When have we ever been so angry? Do you not know that this is the prince's mansion in Jinbei? The hereditary succession of the Prince of Jinbei, who carries a sword and goes up to the palace without kneeling, is now a great victory in the northern region. His Majesty, there is no reward, no honor, and we who pass on messages are not worthy of it. Sir, are they cursing at us? We hold an imperial edict in our hands, clearly showing contempt for Your Majesty. Even if he has made great military achievements in the North Prince's mansion, can he not take His Majesty seriously? Yes, if every general is like this, do I still have a royal law? Wang Fa disregards His Majesty, not to mention that the Prince of Jinbei does not have this intention, even if there are few adults planning to do so. I have seen the prince before. You said that other generals are not my arrogant generals in the Jinbei Wang mansion, but I just want to ask a question. Generals, when they go to war, their salaries, food, supplies, weapons, and reinforcements are all provided by the court. But since the late emperor, the Northern Territory has been reducing its military supplies, mostly relying on our own self-sufficiency. Now that the Northern Rong is a powerful force attacking, the court has not provided us with any support for the Northern Territory. There is no grain or forage left, so I also want to ask if there is such a royal law in the world. Now that there are internal and external troubles, please kindly understand Your Majesty. In fact, Your Majesty has always been concerned about the North, but his heart is full, but his strength is insufficient. Therefore, this time he specially commended the North. It seems that the king has not seen the gold, silver, national treasures, or is it that His Majesty is willing to give Shao 91 a fiefdom? It's not just about official positions, is it? Your Majesty, Okay, you're just messengers, and I don't have any intention of making things difficult for you. This imperial edict is for Xiao Jiao, not for me, so I don't need to go pick it up or read it. As for Xiao Jiao, he was severely injured in this battle, and even my northern region couldn't save him, so he was sent to Medicine King Valley overnight. If you want to convey the order, go to Medicine King Valley and deliver it. I wonder if the old prince can fly a pigeon to send a message and contact me. I thought Yang Yuan's choice would be impressive, but now it seems that the new emperor of Dakian doesn't have much vision. Yang Yuan's vision is good, but not everyone can be consistent, especially for the crown prince who has just taken the throne. Internal and external troubles are enough to erode all his advantages. There are many reasons why that kid didn't obey the imperial edict, but the bigger reason is to show it to you. If you express your attitude to me and refuse to accept the imperial edict, you have offended the royal family. Even if that kid is about to leave, you should return to Beirong and hurry up to do the relocation to the south. Chaos is imminent, and we don't have much time left. Step back now. Sure enough, he won't obediently accept orders, let alone return to Kyoto obediently. Your Majesty, since you have anticipated everything in front of you, do not worry so much. Yes, even though I knew these things would happen, I still couldn't help it. I never understood why Yang Gong chose me, but why couldn't he fully help me? The Jinyui were all sent to the border and allowed their son to control the military power, even though the biggest threat had already reached the front. Kyoto was in imminent danger. As long as Yang Gong helps me, I can eliminate them all. Is Yang Gong still choosing and still wants to choose Qianzhan? Your Majesty, perhaps you are mistaken, Yang Gong. Perhaps Yang Gong has always wanted to choose what you are doing in front of him. Yang Gong is just protecting the country. The son of Yang Gong in the northern region has won consecutive battles and quelled the invasion of the northern Rome. The Eastern Kingdom has always been our archenemy, and Yang Gong has devoted all his efforts to it. Therefore, Yang Gong did not fail to fully assist Your Majesty, but was guarding the country's borders for Your Majesty. On the contrary, since ascending to the throne, Your Majesty has become increasingly unable to understand Yang Gong, which is quite similar. More and more like a father emperor, right? Your Majesty, you are wrong. It's not that I am becoming more and more like the emperor, but rather that I am becoming more and more able to understand the emperor. If I hadn't sat in this position, Yang Gong would have been a very outstanding teacher to me, but now that I have become the emperor, Yang Gong is not a qualified subject. Your Majesty already understood Yang Gong's philosophy when he was still the crown prince, didn't he? That's also the reason why you studied Yang Gong. If the country is prosperous, the people are safe, and the four borders are stable, I will naturally have wholehearted trust and support for Yang Gong. However, what is the current situation? Does the Empress not know? I can tolerate Yang Gong's emphasis on the people over the monarch, but I don't think any emperor can tolerate a courtier ignoring the monarch's status or even name for the sake of the people. Unlike my father, I never doubted Yang Gong's loyalty. In the current situation, these brothers are all watching closely. If I lose, it will be irreparable. Yang Gong knows this, but he has never considered it for me. Your Majesty is reluctant to part with this throne, right? You know very well that if you fully support Yang Gong, no matter what changes occur in the future, Yang Gong will definitely be able to protect our family. It's just this throne. I know everything you said, but I am the emperor and this is the world of the great Qian. Why should my safety be in the hands of Yang Yuan? I'm sorry, Your Highness. I lost my composure. It's just that I have been suffering from heart disease since I was young, and my father treated me as a pawn and pushed me to the position of crown prince. Although my brothers call me crown prince brother, no one takes me seriously, and I am even threatened by eunuchs. Even you and I cannot protect each other. Although I am the crown prince, I have never held on to my own destiny, Your Highness. This time, I want to hold on to my own destiny and not rely on anyone else to protect this country and protect you with my own strength. Your Majesty's heart, I am aware that no matter what happens in the future, I am willing to advance and retreat together with Your Majesty. Your Majesty's aspirations are already known to me. In that case, I am willing to wholeheartedly assist Your Majesty in governing the court. Protect Your Majesty. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Chao Jingqi is a master of breaking mirrors. We didn't notice for a moment and let him sneak into the Imperial study. It's okay, this time the reaction is fast enough. Next time, just be more rigorous. I'm sure all the people in the Imperial Guards have been killed in just a few days, right? Your Majesty sent the old slaves to the western regions to support him and facilitate your personal control of the palace. I won't give my life to Yang Gong, let alone to you. Please let Chao Gong know if he wants to see me in the future. It's Your Majesty's intention, I understand. However, this time, you have invited the experts from the western regions to help Your Majesty. Are you sure you want all the people present to hear? You guys step back first. The master invited by Your Majesty's servant has brought you a gift for meeting. There's no need for a meeting gift. My wealth of treasures is incomparable to those in the western regions. Since he is a master, how could the gift given to His Majesty be a vulgar object? It is something that His Majesty wants to obtain, which is to solve His Majesty's mental illness. Chao Gongong's words about treating kind-hearted illnesses are truly true. You wait for me in place, I'll go see someone. Indeed, Your Majesty still sensed me. I should call you Your Highness. The Northern Rome acknowledges that there is only one royal family in the Central Plains, the Great Zhou royal family, which is a descendant of Emperor Hao. This is a private matter. I think it would be more appropriate to have this thing in your hands. This is the largest spy organization in the North. Are you really sure? Now I'm about to leave the North, but to me, this thing is nothing more than recognition from the Jinbei Prince's mansion. It's also one of the chips that the cunning old prince from the Jinbei Wanfu used to tie me up. The others don't mean much to me. The Northern Rome will support you to become the Emperor of the Central Plains. If you come to get the answer of the Northern Rome female emperor, this is the attitude of the Northern Rome. What if one day Yang Jiao no longer supports me? He believes that fate cannot be violated. Baron will continue to support as long as you don't stand opposite him, and you know very well that we don't have any more choices for Baron. We will not rest assured that anyone other than Yang Jiao, a descendant of Emperor Hao, will ascend to the throne. I understand that the matter of southward migration is not only complicated, but also involves the military and civilians from the northern regions and the northern barbarians. After all, over the course of 100 years, both sides have accumulated countless grievances. Those in power can understand the decision made by their father, but the people will not understand. I know this in my heart. Uncle Huang's death only weakened the Northern Rome's desire to continue fighting, but the enmity will not be resolved. It's just that you came here without telling Yang Jiao and received such a promise from me. Is that really good? To keep it a secret from you, young master. You underestimate him too much. As early as the moment we won the war, he knew I would come to see you and receive such a promise. Otherwise, why do you think my identity would be mentioned? The descendant of Emperor Hao went to see your aunt. You should know some of her thoughts. She never told me that she has always only done what is most beneficial to Northern Rome. I must have made a new alliance with Yenner, right? If you can still laugh, it means that Baron is not just your own strength. You should also know that although she likes you, your position is different from his. Uncle, do you feel sorry for Auntie? Can I still feel sorry for my own wife? Yenner, you don't know how much she spent for the North this time, do you? Auntie needs to give an explanation to the Northern Rome. Doesn't my wife need to give an explanation to her subordinates? Don't tell me that Chuanhan's token is something that everyone with discerning eyes knows is Grandpa's trick. She saw through it and didn't break it, and she took advantage of the situation. Besides, the token should have been returned to Auntie by now. It's a battle of one continent and one country, and the chances of winning are so small that you should be very clear about it. In that situation, she resolutely came to the north and boarded the divine weapon of Emperor Hao, and also provided multifaceted support to the north. If it's gambling, it's obviously a very risky gamble. If you win, the return should be unimaginable. But now that the north has won, you don't want to give anything to my wife, right? I didn't mean it that way, Just as Auntie needs to think of Northern Rome and Yenner needs to think of her own national rejuvenation, how can you support Auntie? Then I will support my own wife even more because I am no worse than you. You know I didn't mean it that way. Although I don't think the court is doing well, forcibly restoring the country has never been successful throughout history. Indeed, no one has ever succeeded in restoring the country. That's because throughout history, there has only been one Liu Yenner and one Yang Jiao. We didn't succeed just because we didn't try, that's all. If you fail, do you know that it will be irreparable? If you don't do that, with your current position, no matter what the situation may become in the future, you have the power to devote your entire life. Even if I make the wrong choice, I can still wield power for a lifetime. If I fail, then it's a failure, uncle. Now I am the commander of the Northern Territory, and you are just the general of the Northern Garrison. If you still don't agree, go ask your aunt. If you don't support Yenner, she will tell you what to do. And I've really been in the North for too long. How could Shanzhou City be compared to Yangzhou's? If Yang wants to use these bandits to block me, is he underestimating my Wuzhou army? Fushui Haiyu, we can't stop Qianzhan. His heavenly body spirit is too powerful, and our weapons can't even harm him. I don't know where the spirit of the heavenly body comes from, but the scattered people found this kind of thing for the money war. Although it can be considered a heavenly being, there is no such inexhaustible chi of heavenly being. As long as he has physical strength on the battlefield, he is a true enemy of 10,000 people. Senior, did Shanzhou just lose like this? You should know that although Liuzhou is chaotic, there is no danger to defend it. If you break the money battle, you will attack Liuzhou. Liuzhou was just trampled by rioters a few months ago, and many cities are still under construction, which cannot stop the Wuzhou army. I know everything you said. No. You are preserving the strength of the Green Gang. It should be said that the descendants of Emperor Hao also plan to take over as fishermen. Sorry, Miss Hai, we cannot help stabilize the situation in Dakian. Everyone who can see that blocking the money war in Shanzhou and Liuzhou is just for the sake of Kyoto's stability. All right, Senior. I understand now that you want to see both Kyoto and Qianzhan suffer losses before making any plans. The young lady is indeed talented, but the princes of Dakian are really difficult to deal with. For example, the Qin king also wants to be a fisherman, or the young lady wants to see him become a fisherman. Otherwise, the young lady would have to face both the rich clan and the fisherman at the same time. If the younger generation doesn't send Lu Zhou and Lu Zhou, I can't control them, but Shan Zhou belongs to Yang Jiao. As long as he doesn't say goodbye, even if he dies, I won't let him lose it. Miss Hai, there is a huge gap between us and the enemy. This is really... Escort guests and retreat to Shicheng. The enemy has all retreated. Do you think we should pursue them while we win? If it weren't for your order, there would be no need to surround them. We already have the ability to completely annihilate them early in the morning. I understand that Yang Jiao won't completely break his face with me even if he holds several cities and even holds Shanzhou in his hands, but if you really accidentally kill Haiyu, you may not die forever. But if we keep fighting like this, we're afraid we'll suffer losses, and sooner or later we'll face Yang Jiao. Why should we confront each other? As long as I become the emperor, Yang Jiao will naturally know what to do. There is no wise ruler in the world now, and Yang Jiao has to support Liu Yenner. But I rule the world. He is a smart person. What if he's not as smart as you imagine, or if he's smarter than you think? Actually, I have been worried about the senior's injury and whether there has been any improvement now. And who exactly is the mysterious face who can use ancient weapons? Although there is a constant nourishment from Howren, there is still the scent of ancient soldiers on the wound. The person who used the ancient relic soldiers must have a considerable background, and this wound may require you to declare yourself emperor to solve. Senior has indeed paid too much for me. Junior, even if it's not for the sake of the people in this world, I still have to sit in that position for Senior. You don't have to put so much pressure on yourself. Always remember that you are going to take the path of hegemony, end the chaos with dominance, and then rule the country with kingship. Senior Overlord, I have never understood what it means to be a bully or a king. Wu is the king, one is the king, conspiracy is the king, yang is the king, one person controls one army is the king, and benevolent governance is also the king. The path of the king exists among all things, but unfortunately I cannot teach you. The closest person to hegemony now is Qing Tian, and the closest person to the way of the king is Yang Yuan. Qing Tian is very clear about what hegemony is, and his hegemony is very measured, resorting entirely to force, so he went the farthest. And Yang Yuan's kingship is disappointing. Perhaps his kingship was not right, or perhaps a courtier should not have pursued it. His kingship demands too much from the monarch. So it can't be said that De Qian has nothing to do with so many extreme emperors. Thank you for teaching me the way of Overlord, Senior. Why bother being polite between us? It's like Yang Yuan, maybe because we've seen too many things, we're becoming more and more resentful of Tianren and want to become a monarch who's not inferior to Emperor Hao. In the Jidong Heavenly River, I once saw the era of Emperor Hao, who ended one era, and I also saw a mortal emperor who opened another era. This is the first time my senior has told me these things. When you sit in that position and truly understand the way of the Overlord, even courtiers like Yang Yuan can be controlled, or in other words, even the heavens can be controlled. The younger generation understands now. Is this the way of a scattered person falling into trouble? The way of a tyrant is really interesting. The second adventure in the world of solo players entering the chess game is really for this purpose. Yang Yuan likes this kind of emperor, and I think the people will also like it. To be honest, many times I even think Qian Zhan would be a good emperor. But we both understand that since this is the plan for a scattered person, the heavens will not tolerate a heavy-eyed person ascending to power. The way of Overlord. If he really enters the way, besides Senior Qing Tian, those heavenly beings are probably no match for him. Looking back now, it's really difficult for Yang Yuan. In this chaotic situation, he has to consider the relationship between heaven and man, so he can't rashly choose to fight for money. Ha ha ha, who cares about others? At least this time, we chose someone who won't lose, right? Because Fulmer is so excellent that even our Tianji pavilion wasn't involved. Rolling away, you apprentice disciple, why should you talk to me? Oh, you're still proud as an outsider disciple, aren't you? In a few days, I'll be officially promoted, and then we'll be at the same level. I've been oppressed by you for 50 years, and even if I managed to become a senior elder, you were elected as the head of the cabinet. Who would have thought that my age would be on par with yours? Well thought of, I just bribed the gatekeeper and I'll be inside soon. Is it okay to bribe you? The head of the temple wouldn't come like this, would he? Senior brother, have these two old men lost their hearts and gone crazy? Why are they dealing with the sect leader and elder Tian Tian? Shoo, shoo. Before the young sect leader descended from the mountain, they were really the sect leader and the elder. However, after the sect leader descended from the mountain, they were dismissed overnight by all the elders of the council, and not a single person came out to speak up for them. Seizing power, how can my Tianji pavilion be like those worldly beings outside the gate? Then I don't know, and even though these two were dismissed, the elders are still very angry and don't know what big mistake they made. According to the disciples of the inner sect, those elders were so angry that they aged several years. It seems that these two deserve their punishment for being so grand. If there is something to report, leave the court. Your Majesty, it is impossible to avoid the situation in Shanzhou. The remnants of the previous dynasty are entrenched in Liuzhou, and the rebel army only needs to take half of Liuzhou to advance to Luzhou. The crisis on the front line requires Your Majesty to make a decision as soon as possible. My younger brother agrees to lead the Western army to a decisive battle against the rebels and requests your Majesty's decree. Now the situation has reached such a critical point that His Royal Highness the King of Qin will leave the capital and take power at this time. Yan Gong is suspecting the loyalty of our king to his elder brother. At this point, His Highness the King of Qin still disappoints people. Yes, I just suspect that His Highness the King of Qin is going to block Qianzhan at this time. But in fact, he was released, and after the money war broke through Kyoto, His Royal Highness the King of Qin directly took Kyoto, so His Royal Highness would be the biggest winner. Yang Yuan, you. Of course, if my guess is wrong, Your Highness the Prince of Qin has issued a military order to protect the Imperial Guards and supervise the army. If Qian has fought over Luzhou, please raise your head and come see him. If that's the case, Yang Yuan should apologize to His Highness. I am not the Prince of Qingbian, but I am still learning from Yan Gong's words when marching and fighting. It is indeed chilling. Your Majesty, although the Fengzhou army and the Luzhou army are being reorganized, they can still go into battle. The Forbidden Army can also draw troops and horses, and it is necessary to stop Qianzhan at Shanzhou and Haizhou. Yan Gong's words are certainly reasonable, but the sudden deployment of such a large number of troops should make me think carefully. I actually thought of the Southern Army, which is already a border army. The combat power naturally does not need to consider what happened to Third Brother. This Southern Army. Your Majesty, it is precisely because of the new King of Chu that the Southern barbarians must take action. At this time, the Southern Army should not be called upon. I disagree with Yan Gong's statement that I believe the first step in resisting foreign aggression is to secure the territory of the inner border, which can be regained at any time. But now the rebels are at the outskirts of the city. If there is a problem with Kyoto, Your Majesty's suffering will be irreversible. What does domestic chaos mean? If the border is lost, the great Qian will perish. Internal chaos is fine, but we cannot let foreign tribes take advantage. Okay. I am already aware of the requests made by the officials. I am aware of Yan Gong's deep scheming and his concern for the people, but both his courtiers and I want to live. I understand now. Yan Gong, I have disappointed you. I am sorry for that. Your Majesty spoke too harshly, perhaps I was wrong. Today's Duke Yang is probably extremely disappointed. I can't stand many of my father's actions, but it seems like I have truly become his father. Your Highness spoke too harshly. The old servant believes that curing Your Majesty's heart disease now is the most important thing. Dragon Qi can help Master Changqing. The old servant also believes that it can cure Your Majesty's illness. I am naturally aware of the magic of Dragon Qi, but now Yan Gong controls it. If he really strips away the Dragon Qi, then it will be detrimental to Yan Gong. Your Majesty, there is no need to worry that this Dragon Qi does not belong to Yang Yuan in the first place, and now Yang Yuan is trapped in Kyoto because of the Dragon Qi. If there is no Dragon Qi, then Yan Gong can regain military power and pacify the Qian War without any problem. And Your Highness, with the Dragon Aura, you can sit as a 100-year-old emperor, or even a 10,000-year-old emperor. Now, if we don't consult with Yan Gong, we won't be able to explain the affairs of the Western regions. If Yan Gong finds out about you and the Western regions. Alright, I naturally know Yan Gong's attitude towards countries other than Northern Rome. Is that right? Once everything is done, if Yan Gong can leave Kyoto at will, even if there are any conspiracies in the Western regions, Yan Gong can still solve them. Just one thing Your Majesty needs to remember is that the Dragon Qi must not be mentioned to Yan Gong at all. You know better than me how sensitive Yan Gong is in these matters. I naturally know. The Emperor of Master Dakian has already accepted the method to cure his heart disease. Can this really cure it? Amitabha Buddha, a monk, does not speak falsehoods. I disdain to tell lies. If Yan Yuan, who has lost his dragon aura, really doesn't have to be trapped in the chaos of Kyoto, he might be able to pacify the western regions soon. I have never said that extracting dragon chi has no effect on Yang Yuan. That's what Chao Jingqi said, just as I have never said that I was the one who caused the emperor's mental illness. I see. If the crown prince doesn't have a mental illness, then the crown prince won't have ambitions either. The old emperor wouldn't have given these princes such great power, so they wouldn't have seized the throne today. Everything is because of their master's actions. Amitabha Buddha disciple must understand that heaven and man should not interfere with mortals at will, but sometimes it is only necessary to manipulate a certain person's fate to obtain the desired result. My disciple understands. Thank you, Master, for teaching the principles of heaven and man. Shan, your senior brother Mingxia has learned my Buddhism and the way of heaven and man. When you settle in the Central Plains, you should have a way to make Mingxia wholeheartedly preach. As for governing the country, you just need to remember that what you plan to do next cannot be known by the enlightened world. Buddhism is natural and you cannot rub sand in your heart. Senior brother's nature and disciples naturally know, but if senior brother finds out, then there won't be that time. The disciple understands. Big sister. Shanzhou, apart from those mountains and cities, is completely defenseless. Not to mention that the Wuzhou army is mostly composed of warriors who are not inferior to the border army. With just this amount of money to fight, we cannot resist the human spirit, and we don't even have a single mirror breaker warrior. Continue to guard. I believe Yang Jiui will have arrangements. Sister, I know there are elite soldiers and gunpowder in the mountains, but what is Yang Jiu thinking? These things are not even allowed for you to use. Just letting you lead these recruited bandits to block the money war, I think he's biased and doesn't care about Big Sister at all. He gave the sea people the place to rely on for survival and respect, which is already enough. He doesn't care about me no matter what, and even if he asks me to die, I will gladly accept it. But Big Sister, aren't you guys? Now I support you giving birth to a child for Yang Jiu. If that's the case, at least you don't have to go to the battlefield. Newspaper. The secret order of the head of the household. Come on, give it to me. Sister, that guy has a conscience. I guess he wants us to spend money and fight over it. What's the meaning of this? Money war retreats 3 inches away. Find someone to hand over the money to Jean. We don't understand. I think Qian Zhan will understand. Lord Yang Jiu, what does this mean? With just one sentence, he wants us to retreat. Who does he think he is? The people of Liuzhou have already retreated, leaving only the defeated soldiers of Shanzhou. I only need 3 days to clear Shanzhou. Yang Jiu's intention with gunpowder stealers is that if we don't return, he will take it seriously. Previously, he didn't want to lose both sides with me. He just wanted Haiyu to show his attitude because he knows very well that we currently have no reason not to die. What does he mean by that? What does the Yang family father and son mean? Who can't tell that you are much stronger than the one who sits above the throne? Why haven't you been chosen until now? Because of me. Now the situation before us is very clear. Yang Jiu's best plan is to support me as king, but Yang Yuan has obtained Dragon Chi, and the senior also needs to obtain Dragon Chi. If the senior becomes the national master, then Yang Yuan will. That's the truth, but if that's the case, Yang Jiu will never support us no matter what. Lord, we should fight and make a quick decision. Even if they have gunpowder, I won't lose to these bandits. Don't worry, I haven't finished speaking yet. In the world, only by separating the Dragon Chi can I avoid taking Yang Yuan's life. It's just that my true Chi has dissipated and I can't continue practicing martial arts. Others cannot see Yang Jiu clearly, neither Yang Yuan nor Yang Yuan. Although we are not the best choice, we are still not bad. If I guess correctly, Yang Jiu should have already returned to Kyoto. We have also heard about the situation in the north. Someone drove the northern Rhone into the north in the extreme northern cold, and the 100-year-old grudge cannot be resolved in a short period of time. What does extreme northern cold mean, senior? Does extreme northern cold also have celestial beings falling from grace? Never underestimate the heavens. Heaven has to some extent restrained them, but it has also given them ways to interfere in this world that ordinary people cannot imagine. Since the heavens have such ability, why have they been living in seclusion for several times without seeing their trace despite the changes in the world? This time it's a bit different, even they can't sit still. Then give Yamgyo a little more time to see how he can solve the chaos in Kyoto. Since there are celestial beings in the northern realm who have fallen, there should be no urgency for now. Good. And the most urgent thing for us to stop is not us, but the Qin King in Kyoto who wants to reap the benefits of fishing. And this time it's time for the descendants of Emperor Hao and Yamgyo to reorganize their relationship. This time, Shanzhou Liufu fled in the face of danger. It has to be said that Liufu's vision cannot compare with Liu Yan'er's today. Qianzhan not only failed to take Xiazhou. Instead, he withdrew from 30 miles. What is he thinking? He's so afraid of Yamgyo. Yamgyo has returned. Back then, he was just the son of Yanggong, and our princes had no way to deal with him. Nowadays, his power is at its peak, and not only do we have to weigh Yamgyo's status and his ideas even in the money war. Isn't Kyoto going to the east? Why can't the Yang family sit still and no longer focus on the east? Actually, what worries me the most is that if he doesn't return to Kyoto, he will still be outside the chessboard. Although he is still difficult to deal with, since he has already arrived, he can be touched and played. But in my opinion, Yamgyo is currently making himself very awkward. If you go to the east, it will be several times more difficult to deal with in the northern realm, and it is easy to get yourself trapped. Even if you go to Shanzhou, you cannot fight against Qian in a decisive battle, as it would only be a lose-lose situation, so you can only come to Kyoto. Coming to Kyoto to deal with us, in his eyes, I am easier to deal with than Donghua and Qianzhan, right? It seems that I have been underestimated. It's hard to say. It's uncertain whether Yamgyo is here to deal with the Crown Prince's brother. Yanggong has lost most of the Genie Wei's control over Kyoto, which is not as good as before. However, my master feels that there is tension in the Imperial Palace, and our prince brother may be going to use some tricks. As for Yamgyo, it's actually easier to deal with him now. Although his power is unparalleled, now is the best time to deal with him. Second brother should know that throughout history, there have been many conflicts in the world, and the strongest countries or princes often cannot win in the end. Powerful makes people fearful, but at the same time, there is more fear. So the best example is often to trigger a group attack and attack Sandy. What does third brother count? There are only a few of us princes who want third brother to die, but there are too many who want Yamgyo to die, such as Qianzhan from the eastern and western regions, and even the crown prince who has already taken the throne. Seventh brother is right. Yanggong is already feared by people. After Yamgyo returned, the Yang family can be described as thriving and indeed attracting attention. The last time we failed to surround and kill Yanggong was because Yanggong had the upper hand and also had the presence of Dragon Qi. This time I want to see if there is still a second dragon aura. I always feel like someone is talking about me behind my back. However, it's not surprising that people with power and influence around the world are probably discussing me now. This direction. We're going back to Kyoto. Didn't you say you were going to Dongjing? If only the enemies were as naive as Xiaoli. As for why I have to go to Kyoto, I think many people in the world can guess. I don't have any particularly good places to go besides Kyoto. Kyoto, it's just. Having discovered so many things, is the Shangwan family still considered a matter for you? However, this time it happens that I still have to fulfill the promise made by the King of Qin and the officials to your uncle. Hey! But that person is just my father after all. Let's not talk about him. Where has my uncle gone? Of course, it's the most suitable place for him. Or rather, if Shanzhou doesn't have a gun god in charge, I still don't trust opponents like Qianzhan and Sanren who can't be blocked by gunpowder and elite soldiers. It seems that the situation is even worse than imagined. Not only Uncle, but also the fox spirit Lu Yinner has gone back. Just Uncle went to Shanzhou. Why didn't this guy come with him? She's also a general. Me. I'll go wherever the young master goes, and whoever says I'm a general. I just have some strategic significance in myself. When it comes to leading troops to fight, I can't even compare to my deputy general. Yinner, I don't know what kind of changes will happen when I go back this time. She must have made some decisions too. After all, in this era, Yinner is ultimately a daughter. City in Guangxi. It seems that Uncle Fu still regards me as a woman. I feel that what I am doing now is just a child's love affair, and I have not taken great achievements seriously. Miss, not only me, but everyone knows. It's the best strategy for us to reap the benefits of the fishermen, and you also plan to kill the emperor and stir up chaos in the world before, right? But Fu Shujing didn't do as I said, and now that the money war has stopped, the situation of the fight between the snipe and clam hasn't happened. How did the fishermen benefit? And Uncle Fu, do you know what your behavior is in the eyes of the young master? You fled in the face of the situation and betrayed your allies. I have been supporting and holding each other until today, and now it seems like you have completely destroyed my good impression. I really can't believe that Qian Zhan would stop for no reason. Qian Zhan won't give Yang Jiu time to grow stronger, after all, in the north. All narrow eyes are because you can't see the whole picture clearly, Fu Lao. You're getting old. Even so, you should know that a chess player's biggest taboo is not a strong opponent, but a disobedient piece. Therefore, if you entrust the security work to you, you won't have to worry about anything else. Can. The old minister has learned that this time it was the old minister who took a glance and only asked His Highness not to forget our great cause. Lu Qing. Go find someone to keep an eye on Fu Lao and observe who he meets. Miss, if you suspect Fu Lao, you should know that Fu Lao has watched your family grow up and follow the bloodline of Emperor Hao for generations. Even if I may have problems, Fu Lao will not have them. Before leaving, the young master reminded me that I was the only one left in the bloodline of Emperor Hao. Although my qualifications are the best, these generations of vassals, such as Fu Lao, are still rigid in some places. For example, favoring sons over daughters. What are you saying? There is still the bloodline of Emperor Hao in the world. How could we possibly find you? You have already exhausted all your resources. How could there be any more? It's just a guess. After all, many things need to be trusted. It's always better to be reliable or not to be prepared for the future. Miss always thinks carefully. I will arrange it right away. Leader of the gang. Elder of the Green Gang, the mirror-breaking warrior of Luo Qiyue. How have you been doing what you were asked to do 5 years ago? All the former ministers of Haoda Zhou have already infiltrated the people in the Dark Hall. The feedback so far indicates that they are loyal to you and the talents they have cultivated since childhood can now be used. I just don't understand why you don't need it, even though there are many talented former officials of Dezhou. I always need to have my own power that belongs entirely to me. Never put all your eggs in the same basket, always prepare for the worst. That's why I'm alive today. Although I have always been worried about whether there will be such a person. But if it really exists, does this great cause of restoring the country no longer need to be undertaken, and can we wholeheartedly be by the side of the young master? What kind of person is Yang Jiu? How could it make you become like this? That's really amazing. It's just a joke. Young master, you should know me. Although I will never harm you, young master. But naturally, they will use some means to tie the young master to my warship. The Northern Expedition team has already obtained what they want, and now it's time to lay out the Central Plains properly. The young master is also on this Central Plains chessboard. This is the first time we have laid out together, which makes me a bit excited. Is the bloodline of Emperor Hao all like this, a genius of the Heavenly Emperor? Your Majesty, who is as intelligent as a demon and born as a goddess, while the other one is just that, miss. Your concerns are somewhat unnecessary. Every time I come here, I feel a bit special. Last time I came back, the whole Kyoto was paying attention, but this time I'm sure the whole world is paying attention to me. Hee, the little one feels the same way as the young master. After all, we have lived for so long and also miss each other. Back then, when I was demoted to Yangzhou, I still occasionally reminisce about it. Now, however, wow, is this Kyoto? There's nothing like Hanbei Pass. No wonder wealthy people come to Kyoto. Move out of my way. The Minister of Revenue is on a trip with idle people waiting. Hurry up and leave. Oh, it hurts so much, my official. He Famrin, Minister of Revenue. The country bumpkin from there dared to stop the car of the Shangshu. Are you tired of living? Someone call me. Hey fat guy, I'll give you a chance to apologize, otherwise. I guarantee you don't need to wear this black hat anymore. I don't think you know who I am. Just because you dare to threaten me, I think you're looking for death. Little ones, give it to me. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? This is not the time to be polite. Qin Yangjio. Respected Your Majesty. See Your Majesty. Respected Your Majesty. What do you say your name is Yan Yangjio? The late emperor granted me the privilege of my father, so that I would not kneel when I saw the driver. Today, I will not kneel. Your Majesty has worked hard and achieved great success in the northern region, which should have been the case. I should have led 100 officials to welcome you, but I don't know when you will return to the capital and I don't want to disturb people's livelihoods, so I can only come here in disguise. Thank you, Your Majesty. However, I don't know what crime this fat man should be held responsible for. He actually spoke out against a meritorious minister, even though it was his carriage that lost control. If I were not Yang Jio today, I'm afraid this would not have a good ending as a commoner. Suspend and investigate. Your Majesty, I am loyal and hardworking without any merit. I just accidentally bumped into young Master Yang, so there is no need for me to do this, Your Majesty. Now, can you come with me for a walk, Your Highness? I obey the order. A few words can determine that the power of a young master of the 6 ministries is even more powerful than I imagined. And it's so powerful that it's a bit exaggerated. What's so impressive? It's just his plan. He really thought it was just a few of us who went back to Kyoto. If he chooses to come back, then whatever happens in Kyoto cannot escape his eyes. What do you mean? Do you know the character of the Minister of Revenue? His horse was both your surprise and your intentional collision with you. The Chief Minister of the Ministry of Revenue is a person of the King of Qin, and this person, who is also the Chief Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, has always been poor and has not brought any gifts to His Majesty. Therefore, I will give you a vacant position as the Minister of Revenue. This time, it's not like the big commotion you caused when you first arrived in Kyoto, and you clearly showed such hostility towards the Qin King's lineage. I also have great hostility towards Your Majesty. For example, I didn't receive Your Majesty's imperial decree, did I? Speaking of this matter, I was a bit surprised. I thought you didn't intend to return to the capital if you didn't accept my imperial edict. Since you chose to come back, you had no reason not to accept my imperial edict, did you? The reason is simple. 1. Who would have thought that the situation would change so quickly that I had to return to Kyoto? The second one is just expressing my attitude. I am no longer just the son of Yang Yuan, I am Yang Jio. The power that dominates the world has long existed without relying on anyone, and if I am the only one who is powerful and hostile to the King of Qin, it means that I have no intention of helping any of you. Your Majesty, I am here to test the poison. I have thought about what you would do if you returned to Kyoto. The best way is not to pretend to support us. And then sit and catch the fishermen. Nowadays, the world is in chaos, and everyone wants to be a fisherman. However, those who all want to be fishermen are just vying for the position of fishermen. What do you say will lead to disputes? Once there is a dispute, who benefits, what is a fisherman, and what is a kiwi clam? It's never just someone saying it, but the situation makes it happen. Speaking of myself, Your Majesty, there's no need to continue probing you, the King of Qing, or even the eastern and western regions. Who wouldn't want to see me die? Since I dare to come back, I am already prepared to be the enemy of the world. No matter what kind of storm I have to swallow, it is me, Yang Jiao. Yang Jiahuzi can't imagine what you looked like when you were 16 years old and a playboy bullying men and women on the streets. Despite having such great talent, Yang Jiao is willing to tarnish his reputation and rise in troubled times. Considering your actions, I feel a bit sad and sorrowful living in the same era as someone like you. No matter what Your Majesty says, he is still Dad's student. Even if we want to be enemies with Your Majesty, we must first deal with the King of Qing. After all, I have a promise to my wife and that gun god uncle. That's to keep Shang Wanzheng with nothing forever guarding his mother-in-law's grave. Uncle Gun God cannot attack the city alone, so let me do it. Make it for him in the way I am best at. I can help you with this matter. Although I have already taken this position, the struggle for the throne has never ended. Your Majesty, just be a good fisherman. I can handle this kind of competition between snipes and clams. Since Your Majesty has already said such things, let me give you another hint. You seem to have forgotten something, but to this day you haven't gone to Jixia Academy. I know you're wary of it and have a close relationship with Yang Yuan there. As the Emperor, it is best to have more confidence and measurement, and if His Majesty does not go there, it may no longer belong to him. I have taken note of I Ching's words. If I Ching really intends to deal with the King of Qing, then feel free to speak up. I still trust I Ching. After all, I was promoted to the throne by Duke Yang. Your Majesty, please don't joke around. Aren't you also worried that my plan is to break through one by one? Help me, can you calm down and not take this opportunity to eliminate me and the King of Qing together? Then I will be grateful. I'll take my leave first. After all, I'm very busy. You want to see me, and the King of Qing also wants to see me. I'll go listen to the conditions of the King of Qing again. If he says to give up Shang Wanzheng directly, then I might have helped the King of Qing deal with His Majesty. After all, everyone knows that I don't want to be an emperor, and my father doesn't even want to be an emperor. Your Majesty, this son is too arrogant to be so unreasonable in front of you. When is it already? How much is royal face worth? And Yang Jiao's current status already gives him this strength, and I know the Yang family. Everyone wants to be an emperor, but not a single member of the Yang family wants to be an emperor. But if Your Majesty really allied with the King of Qing, then the King of Qing will not give up Shang Wanzheng, and Yang Jiao can really force the King of Qing to give up Shang Wanzheng. That would be a great help to us. This is Jixia. It's really a good place. I have met Your Highness. Mr. Zhou Deong Jixia. Sir, there's no need to be too polite. The purpose of my visit today is that you should know that Emperor Dakian has changed his mind and refused to invite a gentleman 3 times, but I am willing to. Your Highness, you're joking. For thousands of years, all the knowledge in Jixia Academy has been aimed at making this world a better place. It's not for someone to compete for power and profit, nor is it because of the obsession of a certain dynasty that has made the world more chaotic. No wonder Yang Gong doesn't want to become the true disciple of Jixia. No wonder so many students betray Jixia every year. It turns out that Jixia is like this. Your Highness, you should know that literati value literary titles. Your Highness, is it a bit inappropriate for me, Jixia? Indeed, the scholars in Jixia are much stronger than the Imperial Academy and the courtiers. All knowledge is for the benefit of the world, not greedy for power, not vying for favor, and disdainful of officialdom and vulgarity, but ultimately useless. He is a scholar. Please be cautious with your words, Your Highness. Isn't it useless to be afraid to make choices and take actions despite having such knowledge and abilities? In times of chaos, Jixia should never have been born, let alone become a pawn in the hands of political strategists. Jixia, this is just being afraid. Afraid to make choices and afraid to bear the chaos brought by failure. Cultivate oneself, unify the family, govern the country, and bring peace to the world. Nowadays, the state is just cultivating oneself, unifying the family, and 1,000 years ago. The state is disappointing. Your Highness is truly a descendant of Emperor Hao. Please, the gentleman is waiting for you inside and has been waiting for you for a long time. The gentleman knew I would come long ago. A gentleman is not waiting for His Highness, but waiting for someone like His Highness. Millennium Jixia has never been a corrupt scholar, but what Jixia seeks is stability in the world. He just doesn't like to do things that are uncertain. Someone wants to end the chaotic times, someone wants to unify the country, and even more so, someone wants to revive the country after unification until the rejuvenation of the nation is achieved. It's not that Jixia is afraid of chaos and choices, but I, Jixia, have never been arrogant about being the one who ends chaos or the servant of dragons. I will only do what suits me best at the right time and use my knowledge to benefit the people. This kind of Jixia is worthy of a student like Yang Gong. Speaking of which, even if I went to meet a gentleman, he wouldn't help me. There's no need to go and meet him. For His Highness, is profit everything? It's not a good thing for a king to be so profit-oriented. I'm not a gentleman, an emperor. I'm just the biggest commoner in the world, right? Ha 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 ha. Your Highness is indeed a wonderful person. When it comes to saying the same words as a gentleman, I believe the gentleman will not disappoint His Highness because he also knows that His Highness is a commoner. If he wants to meet a commoner, he will definitely give them what they want. It's still here that makes people feel at ease. My little Gio has grown taller and more robust. He must have gone through a lot of hardships this time. I thought my mother was going to hold me and cry again. After all, back then she was just bullied by the daughter of the Prime Minister's family, and you blamed her all around. This time my son went to the battlefield, but your behavior makes him think that his mother doesn't love me anymore. That's because when my son grows up and becomes a mother, how can he treat you like a child? Just like how my son was bullied as a mother by the daughter of the chief minister, I can take care of my son being bullied as a mother by the regent of Northern Rome. In front of you, I will always be just a child. My little Nine, my son and mother never wanted you to be a hero, nor did they want you to take over the North Army. Mother only hopes that her son is a playboy because she can protect a playboy but not a hero. A mother and a man have aspirations in all directions, but Xiao Jiao assures her that she will take good care of herself and that the place with her is the home. Who is it? Wow, 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 that's so touching. I didn't expect the young master to have such tenderness. The maternal love of the old lady is also too great. Not long after I got married, I saw a message from my elder brother that there will be a female general in the northern region. You girl looks like she was trained by her brother and father. Yes, I have always heard from the Grand General that if you didn't marry into the northern territory of Kyoto, you would definitely have an additional female general who is not inferior to the Grand General. You have always been my role model. It's all just the past. By the way, brother, how have you been lately? I'm sure you fulfilled your wish and finally married the Northern Rome Empress. The Grand General has always loved the people like a son. The old prince is also a person who feels refreshed during happy events, so you don't have to worry. I came here this time purely for the sake of the young master. It seems like I am the young lady of the young family, right? And who is the great general who loves the people like a child? Isn't he an outdated general? Xiaolier, you still need to learn how to stay in the house like this. If you're not even a match for Bailing, how can you defeat Yenner? Tonight, I have already reached the pinnacle of perfection in my roundhouse. Even if I were the second best in the world, it wouldn't matter what I said. What, isn't it? Isn't it true that the young lady has been married to the young master for a long time? Has the house not been completed yet, madam? Do you know about this? Until now, the house hasn't been completed yet. What do you mean, Xiao Jiao and Xiao Li? Sincerely, I don't want to hold a grandson for my mother. No, no, I was just joking with Yang Jiao. You're also joking like this and dare to make it. You've decided to speak unless you don't plan on living in the future. Ah ha ha ha, yes, yes, just kidding, just kidding. Madam, don't take it seriously. That's pretty much it. By the way, you haven't told me yet. Why did you come back with Xiao Jiao this time? Are you also interested in my little Jiao? That's great. I've been wanting to find a girl from the north as my wife for a long time. Bailing, don't let me catch you. If I were to catch you, I would definitely. Girl, child, he didn't mean to ignore you. No matter what, you are also the young lady of the Yang family who was married back to me by the Yang family carrying a sedan chair all over the city. The child of the young lady of the Yang family only saw through your virginity and also saw through this kid's body, so he was a little angry. Yang Gong, it's not that I don't want to, but it's just that I have to come to the roundhouse tonight, whether I come or not. But isn't it necessary to reach the peak of the first grade? Are you really sure? Indeed, it is a stable first-class peak state without any instability or virtual floating in the realm. Okay, but are you sure you don't have to rest tonight after rushing so long? Tonight, I will prepare and control some potential troublemakers. I guarantee that no one will be able to stop us tonight. My daughter-in-law is like this now. It seems that as a father-in-law, I also need to help. Tonight, the Yang family will be under martial law both inside and outside. I promise that even if the old Taoist comes over, he won't be able to interrupt you. Xiaolier is messing around, you can join in the fun too. How can this be called nonsense? Is there anything more important for the Yang family than the birth of their grandson? How do you want to choose Dragon Chi? I think it's difficult to keep it. Although it may seem like I am the enemy of the world now, you should be aware that the only ones targeting me are these princes, but you. Hee, it's good. How much do you know? I thought this northern wrong had already taken all your energy, but now it seems that nothing has been delayed. I don't know much, I just know that the purpose of dispersing people is Dragon Chi. Since he is one of the top 3 in the world, or for the vast majority of people, he is the second strongest warrior in the world. After all, my good brother has no interest in these mundane matters, and that old master is not good at fighting. Even such characters covet Dragon Chi, and other heavenly beings are naturally not immune to vulgarity. So at that time, the first step of the mysterious face seemed to have just broken your layout, but in fact, it had already pushed you into a desperate situation. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. You always surprise me every time you come back, kid. People did not like me those days, but unfortunately they couldn't get rid of me either. If we only deal with these heavenly beings, I still have a little confidence in my abilities such as layout and chess. But there are also those with mysterious faces and heads who dare not appear in front of me and always surprise me with a blow from behind, which really gives me a headache. No wonder I've been feeling a bit out of control lately, and there's always a feeling of the Yang family being ridiculed. Dad, you have already gained power over the court and entered the invincible pseudo-heavenly capital, and I have also obtained the military power of Jinbei and the loyalty of Beirong. The dust has already settled. But in fact, the Northern Army and Northern Rome were unable to take control of the Central Plains, and because of the border situation, Dad also sent all his family assets to the border. In the eyes of others, our Yang family is already prosperous, but in fact, it is far from the worst time before. Now that our Yang family's strength has greatly decreased, all we have gained is the fear of the world, including this emperor. Not bad, not bad. I'm truly satisfied with you if you can speak up to this point, kid. Dad, do you know that the more I think about these things, the more I think about them? I'm extremely scared, and I won't hide it from you. When I figured out these things, my whole body trembled. I guess it's not because of fear that you're trembling, but because of excitement, right? Haha, it's true that there's no better father than son. If we only play chess with these princes, wouldn't it be too boring? These heavenly beings think they are not on the chessboard, but once they fall, who can truly be outside the chessboard? Not to mention that they want to manipulate your father. Even if they want to manipulate me, they can't manipulate you, right? Or rather, manipulating me is much more difficult than manipulating your father. Oh, how do you say that? I'm not afraid to play chess with Tianren because I know what they want is nothing more than dragon energy and chaos, but they don't even know what I want. I don't want to be an emperor, nor do I sincerely help any prince, let alone cause chaos in the world. These heavenly beings cannot surround and kill me, so I can deal with them, but they cannot deal with me. Why should my Yang family fear the calculation of heaven and man with a son like you? Sure enough, the bloodline of my old Yang family is excellent. Will martial law be enforced inside and outside the Yang family tonight? In the past few days, martial law has been imposed both inside and outside the Yang family. This time, no matter what you say, you must also leave a grandson for me and your mother. I'm telling you something serious, can you please stop joking? Just received news that martial law has been imposed both inside and outside the Yang family. Yang Jiao just returned, why is there such a large formation? What exactly happened? Is it Yang Yuan who wants to be promoted to Tianren? There is no possibility that Yang Yuan forcefully incorporated Dragon Qi into his body, and the pseudo-heavenly being is his limit. I can't imagine anything else that could make the Yang family like this, except for the promotion of their level during the martial law in Manchuria, Kyoto. Indeed, this is quite confusing. It's a pity to hear that the Yang family has great respect for Miss Shangwaner. If the relationship between the first assistant and Misser had been close, it probably wouldn't be like this now. It's just a rebellious girl. If I hadn't married him into the Yang family back then, how could we have her? Today, there's still that crazy Hong Tao. If I hadn't sent him out to learn art back then, Where is it so complicated? Back then, it was clearly Lord Shangwan who lost his virtue after drinking and ruined the innocence of the girl's family. But you have lived a flawless life and instead believe that the girl whose innocence was ruined by you is your shame, which makes you even more resistant to the child she gave birth to. But you never imagined that the older brother of that girl would be the current gun god Hong Tao, who would attack the city alone and become famous throughout the world. And your daughter, whom you consider shameful, has become the most trusted and close person of the Yang family's young lady and father-son. I have witnessed the ability of His Royal Highness Yuang to throw stones into a well. If you sincerely help His Royal Highness Qin, it is better not to provoke me anymore. Even my second brother should be aware of the provocation, right? Last time Yang Jiao set fire to the official gun god, he showed his hostility. This time back, Yang Jiao will not let go of the first assistant for any reason and will also harbor hostility towards second brother along with him. I shouldn't have been involved in the private affairs of the Prime Minister's family, but in this situation, I think the Prime Minister should also be aware that after all, as a father and daughter, it is better for you to ease the situation or for you to ease it. The official knows. I will find a way to prevent Yang Jiao from being hostile towards us because of this matter, just your highness. Now that Qian Zhan has stopped, Yang Jiao has returned to Kyoto. What you should be worried about is not just the family affairs of the lower officials, right? Chao Jingqi, that old eunuch, did indeed bring those bald donkeys from the western regions into the imperial study. The things that the Jinyui cannot track cannot be hidden from my eyes. Western regions. Your Majesty, this is to unite with the western regions to deal with my western army. It seems that Your Majesty has seen through my plans. Second brother has been overthinking the bald donkeys in the western regions and the military in the western regions, but they are two different concepts. Moreover, no matter what the Crown Prince says, His Majesty will not surrender his identity and cooperate with the military in the western regions. If I'm not mistaken, the true collaborator with the Crown Prince's brother should be the celestial being in the western regions who even the Taoist of heaven fears. The cooperation between the Crown Prince and the heavens is like seeking skin from a tiger. What's going on with these heavenly beings? The great Qian's usurpation of the throne is happening almost every day and generation. Why do people like them have to intervene time and time again in our generation? What is the purpose of guarding the Yang family so closely? It's not right either. No one broke through, but there are signs of brewing Tianjiao in the Yang family. Senior, how about finding a place for us to play chess? Today, our Yang family is going to do something big. You've already ruined a good thing once. If you do it again, you won't be afraid that my greedy daughter-in-law will come to you to settle accounts in the future. Do you think the old Taoist is willing to disturb the good deeds of young people? As the old saying goes, it's better to demolish 10 temples than to break down one wedding. The old Taoist did this kind of unethical thing for the good of your family. Lao Lu. So even if I didn't hug my grandson, I still didn't blame you, did I? That's pretty much it, but you're not just trying to have a grandson, are you? You should be well aware of what it means for a greedy wolf to break the mirror. That girl is capable of breaking through the mirror with just 1 grade, and even injured Qing Tian in the Northern Realm. After breaking the mirror, her talent can no longer be limited by her realm. I am truly satisfied with my daughter-in-law. With such talent and such hard work, now that the broken mirror and the young man from Tianji Pavilion are by her side, at least in terms of military strength, I am at ease. How could they really make you feel at ease? If it weren't for Lu Tu, you probably wouldn't have let your son be so carefree. Not bad, not bad. I heard about the battle between you and Wu Xiao. Sure enough, you have already gained the will of the mortal world, and with Wu Xiao's help, you have also resisted a lot of hostility. Don't laugh at me anymore, you're already this old and can live for a day. Don't pretend in front of the old Taoist, kid. When you killed Wu Xiao, everyone present thought you relied on hostility, but no one knows exactly what you did. So the old Taoist asked, if one day the old Taoist has to kill Yang Jiao, do you have confidence in blocking the old Taoist? Don't joke with the little one. How could the little one possibly stop you? Or maybe the old Taoist should ask a different question. You can't stop the old Taoist, but you can kill him, right? There is a chess move in the young master's chessboard that has never been used before. Perhaps the young master only likes Go and not chess, but there is a step in chess called Do Easy that the young master has never used before. It means using one's own inferior chess piece to replace the opponent's superior chess piece in order to achieve one's tactical goal. Perhaps the young master never liked this step, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have such a chess piece. Do you think you can beat the old Taoist? You can only do it one-on-one like this, and it's not impossible for other blind young masters to do it one by one. No wonder you're a kid. People are too complicated, maybe only pure people can reach higher levels, just like that child. Get it done. What are you going to do? No, 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 whatever you want to do, we can discuss it. I'm just a scumbag. You don't have to do this to me, do you? Open your mouth. Why open your mouth? Cartilage pill, get a good night's sleep. I can't let you call again after I leave, so it's foolproof. Ensure that the sea fishing is in Shanzhou, the fox spirits are in Jixia, and the Yang family is under martial law. No one can stop me tonight. What's going on? It's not a big girl. Why does she always feel restless? But this time Xiaoli is like this, I'm sure no one can disturb us anymore, right? Please have mercy, husband. Actually, it's not just Xiaoli who has been waiting for you since we got married, but I have also been waiting for today. Shangguan Li has always belonged to my husband alone, with his entire body from the inside out belonging to him. In this life, Yang Jiao will definitely not disappoint Shangguan Li. My husband. I have never been more satisfied than at this moment since I was born so long ago. That husband is not satisfied yet. It's over. The whole night has passed. This time, the yellow flowers have cooled down. That's really careless. I didn't expect Lady Shangguan, with her thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be so unpretentious. Girl, can you move? Come on, it's time for breakfast to be ready. Come join me for a meal. You know I'm here, but you didn't come to save me. They've been married for so long and haven't gotten married yet. Can you say that as a mother-in-law? I shouldn't give a push. After all, I'm already of this age, so of course I want to have a grandson soon. But yesterday, you clearly showed me. I support it. If you want to enter, I will immediately have Yang Yuan propose marriage. Xiao Liar, how do you get in? How do you get in? 10 miles, red makeup, all over the city. No, let me think. Let me think again. Yesterday you were so close to me, actually to stimulate Lady Shangguan. Kyoto people are really good at playing, and suddenly I want to go back to the north. The excitement is real and it's real to get you started. Don't think I don't know what happened in the Battle of the Northern Territory just because I'm in Kyoto. Xiao Jiu risked his life to protect you. And my son is so excellent, I don't believe you're not interested. Even so, but it's an old lady. Miss, you are the eldest lady of my Jinbei Wangfu. With our relationship, can't you take care of me more? You also need to understand me. The palms and backs of my hands are all flesh, and you will know how difficult it is to be a mother-in-law in the future. I have already broken my glasses. The Taoist of Heaven really didn't deceive us. Such a smooth and stable process of breaking the mirror is truly rare. Not only did it fix the drop caused by the previous anger, but it also entered the second level. Xie Fengjun is not wrong either. If there is no opportunity, the third rank will be the limit of the heaven-swallowing skill. Indeed, humans can be considered treasures of heaven and earth. Now, I am increasingly grateful to have met Xylier. If someone were to take her away, I don't know how sad it would be. You're a guy who sells well when you get cheap. I've never been told such sweet words before. Gun God Senior. I can only breathe a sigh of relief when I see you here. After all, I'm really not sure about my chances against opponents like Qian Zhan. Money War. He is indeed a quite difficult opponent, and I guess he is not waiting for news from Kyoto honestly now. Didn't you wait? You should be prepared to take action against us. Since he stepped down, we have been closely monitoring his movements and there have been no abnormal actions until now. There won't be any abnormalities. Once the grand attack on Shanzhou attracts everyone's attention, it will be easier for him to do what he truly wants to do. Although Shanzhou has become a piece of meat in his mouth, this goal is too big, and he will not allow himself to let others benefit. Haizhou and Wuzhou are the land of mountains. Not bad, Qian Zhan has always had 3 ways to use troops against Kyoto. Do you think he stopped just for Yangjiu? If we keep fighting, even if we win, it will be very tragic, but if we stop, we can become fishermen and do more things. Shanzhou, Haizhou, Wuzhou, and Shanshan are the 3 routes that lead to Kyoto, so the young master asked you to come here to stabilize your journey in Shanzhou and then let me go to Haizhou to stabilize the money war and prevent the erosion of Haizhou. Not bad. Hong Tao has arrived. Sure enough, Yang Jiu didn't want me to take advantage at all. I thought the Yang family and his son would be implicated by Kyoto, but they were still so guarded against me. Haizhou has trained 2 naval units. Although they cannot break through the blockade, they can still move back and forth freely. As for Hong Tao, his martial arts and military skills are indeed very difficult to deal with, but once the situation changes, even he cannot stop our footsteps. I never doubted that I couldn't reach Kyoto. After all, the mountains of Wuzhou cannot be cleared by human power. But with your help, a team of 10,000 elite soldiers can still cross. It just takes time. I only see what kind of waves Yangjiu can create in Kyoto. In fact, the situation is more tense in the southern region. The king of Chu is dead, and the morale of the army is unstable. The central plains are in chaos again, and the barbarians in southern Xinjiang claim to have gathered hundreds of thousands of strong troops. Although the king of Chu was our biggest enemy before, I have to admit that his military talent is that the southern barbarians are warlike and have a brutal bloodline. As long as he is 1 year old, he can be as strong as a ninth-grade warrior. After the king of Chu took over the military power in the southern region, he fought a series of victories and defeated the southern barbarians. The Battle of Yangzhou seemed to have even subdued the Witch clan. Although he lost one enemy, the southern region became a dangerous situation. So we need to step up our pace. Once the dust settles on the layout of Yangzhou and Kyoto, no matter what happens, we still need to quickly take over Kyoto. We really need to speed up our pace. But I don't understand. Yangon has arrangements for both the northern and eastern regions. Has Yangon not made any arrangements for the current chaos in the southern region? Is it just that Yangon believes that the southern territory can solve it on its own? It shouldn't be. Without the king of Chu, how can the southern territory solve the problem? The so-called southern territory commander can only endure hardship. Finally, I will see the prince. South Lianxia South Border Commander, Mirror-Breaking Warrior. You've been working hard these days. After the news of my death spread, the morale of the army fluctuated. If it weren't for you, this southern region would probably have dispersed. I dare not say it's hard to serve the prince, but I don't understand why you are doing such a thing. Although you already have an advantage, as long as you raise troops and go north, the money war cannot stop you. What about the southern region? As long as you become the emperor in the southern region. If we go south now, although our southern army is unstoppable, you should know that even if we can seize the throne, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. At that time, what did the emptiness of the south use to block the southern barbarians? We can retrieve it when the time comes, because by then you will already be the emperor. With the help of the whole country, we can naturally drive away the southern barbarians. 5 years, 5 years. If we lose the south, even if I ascend to the throne, it will take at least 5 years to regain the south. For such a chaotic country, it is necessary to recuperate and rebuild the military. And this is also a smooth situation. If the southern barbarian rebellion does not spread smoothly, the northern barbarians will have sufficient money and food to sustain themselves. At that time, the barbarians brought not border chaos, but the threat of national destruction. If you have such concerns, then there will never be a time to question the Central Plains. The soldiers know that the prince is concerned about the southern region, but they hope you can sit in that position even more. I must sit in that position. I never hide my ambition for that position, it's just that I am different from the crown prince. Unlike other princes, I am a prince guarding the border. They only know the importance of imperial power, but I am more aware of the security of the border. So our king also wants the throne in the southern region. You said I would be held back by the south, haha. No, as long as I defeat the south barbarians, it's enough. Who do you think I'm pretending to die for? Is it the Central Plains? Is it Yangon? Do you think Yangon can't guess that I'm pretending to die? Do you want to engage in a decisive battle with the southern barbarians and feign death in the Central Plains? In fact, your plan is to lay out the southern barbarians. The South barbarians, who have simple minds and well-developed limbs, are not as powerful as Yangon. Is it because they have simple minds, or are they praised? Because those guys are like wolves on the grasslands of southern Xinjiang, patiently waiting for the weakest moment of their prey before launching an attack. Unfortunately, they only learned the patience of wolves, but not their cunning. Even more greedy and bloodthirsty than wolves, as long as they smell the smell of blood, they will rush forward with their brains, regardless of whether it is a trap or not. So I'll pretend to be dead and give them this opportunity. Then we'll see who the real wolf is. Prince Yingming will swear to follow him to the death. Hurry up, please get up. This is not a court where there is no need to adhere to these rituals. Your Highness has truly made a decision. We need to fight to the death with the southern barbarians before continuing northward. Uncle Fawn, we are all soldiers on the border. Even if we choose to seize the throne, we have our own bottom line. It may be naive and ridiculous to say this, after all, the competition for seizing the throne has always been about who is more ruthless and who has no bottom line. But I still said the same thing. I am the prince guarding the border. When it comes to governing the country, I cannot compare to the crown prince and the king of Qin. When it comes to strategies, I cannot compare to the prince Yu. If I can't even defend my territory, why should I compare myself to them? Why should I sit on the throne? Looking at several princes, including the money war that talked about the people, who is more suitable for that position than you? Without a choice, Your Highness. That's because Yang Yuan's vision is not strong enough and he always hopes for his incompetent student to become a leader or a wise person. His Highness Yang Yuan is confused. Now that he has the aura of an emperor, the empress knows and is safe under the spring. If that's the case, then I should have prepared for the hungry wolves of the southern barbarians. Since I have such an opportunity, I'm sure I don't have much patience. Your Highness. The Jinyui has arrived. They. Why did the Jinyui come here at this time? The Yang family is already preoccupied with their own affairs. At this point, if they still want to get involved in my southern region, they won't be afraid of a lack of people, snakes, and elephants. Maybe Uncle Fong got it wrong. Setting aside Yang Jiao for now, he never does anything that is not beneficial to himself. However, although I have always felt that Yang Yuan deserves to die, even a wise emperor may not possess Yang Yuan's perspective. That's right. The Jinyui has escorted a batch of gunpowder and handed it over to your personal guards. In order to avoid any misunderstanding, they have already withdrawn from the southern region. Gunpowder. After Yang Jiao in the northern region used gunpowder once, it was obvious that there was not much inventory left. Even in the face of the mountainous region, they needed gunpowder. Surprisingly, the Yang family was willing to bring it out for us to use. Your Highness. An elite escort team from the eastern region has sent gunpowder. Please send someone you trust to receive it. They have already gone to war with the Eastern Kingdom and are struggling to survive. Why are they still fighting? Your Highness, the Business Alliance will raise funds for grain and silver, which will be collected by the waterway. Please also send personal guards to receive them. What is this Yang family's plan? You clearly participated in the encirclement and killing of Yang Yuan before. What does this mean now? Yang Gong's heart is truly shameful. As for Yang Jiao, he should be underestimating our king and thinking that without the help of the court, he can fight against one country on a continent, but our king cannot do it. I'm not alone, but unfortunately Yang Jiao is not the prince. I don't think other princes have the right to make me kneel at their feet, but it's just Yang Jiao. I acknowledge this favor, but Uncle Fong can rest assured. If the Yang family stands in front of me when we seize the throne, I will still not show mercy. Second grade. It seems that the biggest gain for you as a kid exiled to Yangzhou is actually this daughter-in-law. It's all luck. I've also looked into the situation in Kyoto when I have nothing to do. Let me ask you a question first. Did you and the Crown Prince plan something together, such as planning for heaven and man? You must have spent a lot of money and manpower to establish an intelligence organization, right? Of course, in times of peace and prosperity, it's okay to say that my intelligence organization here can still make some money, but now everything is in chaos and the cost of transmitting intelligence is too high. So, now that intelligence is so expensive, why should I tell you such important information without you giving me money? You're not interested anymore. The border is still the biggest challenge right now, but I don't think there should be any problems in the short term. And once you start laying out, I don't think the target is definitely a prince, it must be the mastermind behind it. Your father, I'm already struggling on my own. Where else do I have the mindset to deal with Tianren and maintain the current situation in Kyoto? I'm already exhausted. Heaven and man have the ability to calculate, and Xie Fengjun has also told me that after all, it's okay for him to die at night after hearing the Tao in the morning, but he's a demon who can calculate without entering heaven and man. On the contrary, you have now become a pseudo-heavenly being, so you should be more aware than I am that there are not only a few princes, but also heavenly beings gradually driving chaos. So I think your old policy is nothing more than you dealing with the heavenly beings and me dealing with these princes. Our father and son have put an end to this chaotic world, right? The things in the southern region are doing well. You're changing the topic too abruptly. The king of Chu indeed possessed outstanding military talent. Under his leadership, the southern army can indeed restrain the northern barbarians, but one major prerequisite is that the court fully supports it. Otherwise, it will be like you fighting one country on each continent. Sis, it's actually different. You're not a one-continent war, one-country business alliance, and Shanzhou provides you with more material support than the court, but you just don't have any military supplies. Don't worry about it, old man. Anyway, I, Yang Jiao, fought against one country on one continent. Even if I have the ability to rely on the Shang League and Shanzhou, it is still my ability. As for the king of Chu, it's not that I underestimate him. He does have some ambitious goals and soldiers with iron and blood, but without any assistance, it would be too difficult to deal with the southern barbarians with the power of one continent. That's why I said you did a good job. Although you can't compare to the northern Rome, you're not an easy opponent to deal with either. A young master. The king of Qin invited you to visit his mansion. The carriage has arrived outside the door. The chief minister also sent someone to pick up the young lady, saying that he missed her too much and wanted to invite her back home. Qin Wang, is this here to disgust me? If you want to talk to me, that's all you need to do. Why did you let that old man from the Shangwan family come over? Next time you speak, just speak up and don't make those small moves. Did you suddenly realize that even if you play chess seriously, you have no chance of winning? You're no longer interesting. Who says the game is always on the board? If I have the ability to flip the board, who can say I lost? Old Lu from the Prince of Qing's mansion, you have to accompany me personally. The Prince of Qing dare not do anything to me, but what the Prince of Yu has done now can be attributed to the Prince of Qing, so it's hard to say. As for the Prime Minister's family, let them go. Give me a message, old boy. I will definitely take it. It's just a matter of letting Xiao Liar decide for herself. Anyway, Xiao Liar is already a broken mirror now. Even if that old boy wants to do something to her, he can't keep Xiao Liar with just 4 broken mirrors. I'll go tell the young lady right away and also ask Bailing, that girl, to come with me. I've been holding back a lot these days to see that girl. You can watch the arrangement. I'm a bit curious about why the Qing King came to me. Do you really think I'm easy to talk to and can forgive that old kid? My son has grown up and my father has also grown old, so I can only accompany your mother to go shopping, admire flowers, and other things every day. I can't control anything else. Hee hee, if you get old, I can still fight against these princes with peace of mind. I don't think you will lose, but even when it comes to dealing with Tianren, you will be very forced, right? Then you should grow up quickly. When the time comes, I can entrust everything to you. The prince is watching me, and Tianren is also eagerly guessing where my son is. In fact, Yang Yuan has already lost his son, and even the biggest chess game in the world cannot defeat my son. I thought I was on par with my dad, but now it seems like I'm still a bit far behind. Chess may disappoint you, but my son won't. Madam Xiao, you have a crush on the official side. When I found out, I went back to my father, the chief official, and the assistant said that I would go back and see him once. Okay, I'll go back to the official's house now. Yo, you are really blind. It turns out that our young lady is the daughter of Shofu family. Don't do this. I don't believe you don't know my identity, and I don't believe you don't know the relationship between the Shangwan and Yang families and me. Don't worry, I'll go with you this time to see who dares to disrespect you. The Shangwan family has 4 broken mirrors, so what if they haven't killed anyone before? This sentence is quite pleasing to the ear. Is that person really my father? Some things should be said to him face to face. I don't know if he can listen, but this is the last thing I can do for him. The young master's hostility has been fluctuating. Or can the young master already store gas in himself? Store gas within oneself. Is it like you, even if you don't kill, you can use hostility to improve your cultivation. Do you want me to follow your path? That's not impossible. Although I can't wash away the hostility of the world like you do. But I have the ability to swallow the heavens. Only by eating Shaolier can I qualify for the 2nd grade. I don't know where the next opportunity is, why not learn more life-saving methods? Madam Xiao is different from medicinal herbs. Medicinal herbs disappear after eating them once, but Madam Xiao is a human being. Do you think so? No wonder you are. I just care more about what realm you are in now than that. As far as I know, there are probably 2 ways to become a heavenly being at present. One is to obtain a special chi like my father did. The second way is to cultivate a special artistic conception like Big Brother and Sanren. Regardless of the method, there must be a major premise, which is that only by breaking through the peak of the mirror can one advance to the realm of heaven and man. Although you have the intention of the mortal world, you are only a first-class person and theoretically cannot enter the realm of heaven and man. However, you also killed Wu Xiao, who was a pseudo-heaven and man. I can only protect the young master without worries. Anyway, with me by my side, no one can harm the young master. Young master, be careful of enemy attacks. This street has been bombed like this. I still need you to tell me about the enemy attack. I knew that although it was gunpowder made by me, I could never avoid facing it. This is the tragedy of arms dealers. The Jinyui is not in the family, and the secret guards mainly protect the families in the mansion. Everyone in Kyoto hopes that the young master will die, so we will not have any rescue. Young master, I will escort you away. Heaven and earth have righteous energy in people, which is called Hauren. It's time to go. I was a bit careless this time. If I had known, I would have stayed at home obediently. At least my dad is invincible in Kyoto. When did a master like you appear in Kyoto who broke the Confucian book with bare hands? Prince Qin or Prince Chu? Relying solely on physical fitness with bare hands reminds me of the young master of the Western Buddhist sect, who is not simple. If you can hide your chi in yourself, then don't hide it anymore. Only small ones can't stop people and can only kill. If it's really a Buddhist sect, then the small ones can only be replaced after you die. The Buddhist sect is full. And there are many ways you can't make it out here. It's okay to say that you have a broken mirror, but this little one with a diamond physique really can't. You said you couldn't stop it, but you really can't. I always thought you were humble. In the end, we still have to take action, but we don't have invincibility or killing intent. Even if we can store energy in ourselves, it cannot compare to when we were in the north. Young master, you don't need to bravely kill the enemy as long as you can escape. You're not around the little one, but the little one can do more. And besides the one in front of me, the rest are all miscellaneous fish young masters who can show off their skills. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. I really regret not taking my brother's wool when I left the north. If I had a few invincible intentions, I wouldn't be afraid of this situation. Lu, if you can't escape on your own, I won't allow you to die either. Bloodstained Kyoto, then let me help you resist. Don't worry, young master. As long as you don't let Xiao die, no one in this world can let Xiao die. This is the meaning of the mortal world, which is clearly a special artistic conception. Why is it so sticky, like maggots attached to bones, and disgusting? Red dust is poisonous. It can make Buddha lose his way, and the founder's reluctance to let go is also the strongest poison in the world. Although I know it's wrong, I just can't let go. The poison of the mortal world far outweighs hostility, otherwise why can we suppress hostility? The meaning of red dust is good. First, you have developed a fierce aura that no one has been able to control since ancient times. With this talent alone, you have already surpassed the capable generals under Emperor Hao's command. Then, you have realized this kind of artistic conception. Lu Tu, you are truly stunning. Where is it? It's just a small trick I came up with out of nowhere. Where can we compare to the 1,000-year tradition of Buddhism? You are truly amazing and dare to attack our young master. I have never claimed to be a member of the Buddhist sect, but since Bloodstained River has reached this point, your strength far exceeds that of the Eastern expedition back then, so I cannot keep it. Humph, if you want to kill me, you have to queue up. Cough cough, I haven't developed landmines yet. How could someone use gunpowder like this? We can't underestimate the geniuses of this era. There were no soldiers or even reinforcements around the continuous explosions. It seems that the Central Plains people hope you die more than we do. I don't have such poor social connections, do I? But without the Jinyui in Kyoto, it's always a crisis for me. I really miss the time when the Jinyui was in Kyoto. Delaying time. There's really no need for that, Yan Mansion. We've been monitoring all along and no one will come to save you. As for your abilities, I'm also very aware that without invincibility, you can't gather all the hostility. So let Yang Jioling die. I really didn't expect that in Kyoto, you would dare to surround and kill me like this, and even send out so many people at once. It's obvious that you want to kill me with one strike. Xylir was also supported by you, right? If that's the case, then there's no need to guess. The Qin King is also your accomplice. Are you trying to trap me? I can tell you clearly that I won't say a word of nonsense before you die. Nowadays, the villains are becoming increasingly difficult to deal with and have even become more intelligent. Indeed, Yang Jio was attacked. It looks like a hand moving from the western regions. Whether it's threatening Yang Jio or being controlled by Yang Jio, we must go and save him both emotionally and logically. Because I invited him, if he had an accident on his way to my mansion, I'm afraid the Yang family would blame me. Second elder brother. May I ask one more question? Are you sure it really has nothing to do with you this time? You did not kill Yang Jio. Are you sure you didn't take action against Yang Jio? After all, he has been invited by me now. If anything unexpected happens to him, I will naturally be the biggest suspect. If it weren't for second brother, then it would have been Crown Prince brother, or in other words, the heavenly man from the western regions who took action and laid out the plan. If it weren't for what my younger brother did behind my back, then we would have to go save him this time, otherwise we would really be instigated by others to sow discord between us and the Yang family. No need to think carefully, second brother. If something really happened to Yang Jio, although it seems that the second brother is the most suspected, just a little thinking will reveal it. If second brother kills Yang Jio, he definitely wouldn't use such a stupid way because it would be tantamount to dying together. And what kind of person is Yang Gong? Can't he figure this out? So, speaking of which, if Yang Jio is really killed by this assassination, as long as there is no suspicion, it would be a great thing. Even if he didn't die, Yang Jio is still a smart person. He knows our relationship very well. If he can blame us for this small matter, then he's not Yang Jio anymore. It's reasonable that this assassination was sudden and inevitable, and it might really succeed. And we won't go to save His Majesty, who sits high on the throne, and I don't think he will either, because no one wants Yang Jio to die now. The Forbidden Army has already informed me of the outside news. This is the ally that Chao Gongong found for me. Planned such a shocking assassination in Kyoto without my permission. Please calm down, Your Majesty. The old slave will go to them immediately to verify this matter. Just based on the old slave's understanding of them, these things really don't seem like their way of doing things. Could it be that they are the Qin King? King Qin. Has Chao Gong lost his eyesight? If the King of Qin could have done such a foolish thing, then he wouldn't have fought us for so long. If it weren't for the King of Qin, then His Majesty would also be suspected, right? After all, His Majesty hasn't sent any forbidden troops to rescue until now. Chao Gongong doesn't need to test me like this. The fact that the patrol camp and the East Factory have not been deployed also indicates your problem. I think not only us, but also Yang Jio himself is well aware that everyone wants him dead now. Moreover, if Chao Gongong has such thoughts to control me, why not investigate thoroughly to see if it was done by those people in the western regions? If it's really them who did it, then help me thank them well. After all, they not only helped me solve Yang Jiao, but also Yang Gong solved it together. Your Majesty is wise. Old Slave now even thinks that whether it was done by the western regions or not, we can blame Yang Jiao on the western regions. If Yang Jiao really dies, then Yang Gong's anger will also follow. Nowadays, no one in the Central Plains can withstand the wrath of Yang Gong, but there is a heavenly being and His Majesty the Buddha in the western regions who can drive away wolves and devour tigers. Even if the western regions harbor evil intentions at that time. But with Yang Gong dragging them, the best outcome would be a lose-lose situation, so that the western regions would not be a match for your Majesty. Since I entered the door until now, Chao Gongong has only said a sincere word of help to me. Otherwise, I would have been worried that Chao Gongong and the western regions would come together to deal with me. The old slave will never betray Diqian. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. The western regions are ultimately just barbarians, deeply influenced by Long In. How can the old slave respect barbarians? If Chao Gongong's words are true, then I should trust Chao Gongong and forgive some of his past events. Yang Jiao, it's true that killing someone like you would excite me. What do you think of the first powerful minister dying here in troubled times? Can you share your thoughts? Indeed, I can talk to you about them. My thoughts are just to tell you. If you become a villain in your next life, why don't you talk less? A good Confucian book will explode for me. Could this explosion sound be the young master's Confucian book? These people actually forced the young master into this situation. You guys really don't know how to live or die. I've already said that no one can harm my young master. How did you achieve such an infuriating hostility and worldly desires? Lu Tu should have been torn apart by these two forces a long time ago. He absolutely cannot defeat the enemy. Take leave. Young master, how are you? Master, this is. Being forced to self-destruct, the Confucian classics suffered a major blow to their vitality. All cultivation has been destroyed. Half of the meridians in the body have been affected, and I'm afraid I'll have to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of my life. If it weren't for the heaven-swallowing skill, I'm afraid my body would have been stretched out by Heiranyi by now. How could it be so serious? I don't think the Jixia scholar in the last battle of Kyoto suffered such serious damage either. What is the realm of pseudo-heaven and man, and what is the realm of Shaojiao? How can we generalize? I have lost all my martial arts skills and can only spend the rest of my life in a wheelchair. How can the young master accept this? I am powerless and cannot be the young master's shield. I can only seek revenge for the young master. So if revenge cannot be achieved, then I am truly useless. Master, please confirm that it was really the experience of the young master from the western regions. I will repay that celestial being 100-fold. Don't be impatient, Duizi Xiaojiao is still alive. If my son dies, I will naturally accompany you to flip this chessboard. But after that, Xiaojiao still needs you. If even you die, how do you let him go next? The western regions are sure. As long as the young master doesn't die, I'll just be bleeding in the river. It's my inability to understand the true meaning of the world. It's my inability to wash away the anger and break through the first level that made the young master. All right, you don't have to blame yourself directly. But you're right, no one can be sure that the Yang family will pay the price for turning my son into this, no matter who it is. If the western regions dare to reach out, then let them be doomed. Otherwise, they would really think that Yang Yuan is dead. That group of people succeeded, although they were unable to kill Yang Jiao. But even if Yang Jiao could be saved, he would still be a useless person, as he forced himself to expose the Confucian classics and now his meridians are completely destroyed. That's great. That's great. It's really great that Yang Jiao ended up in such a situation. This is the chaotic times. Even if you have exceptional talent and a prominent family background, if you are not careful, you will lose everything. How can a useless person who can't even stand up lead the Northern Territory now? And he hasn't been to the eastern border yet, and the soldiers in the eastern border won't let him ride on his head. Zhao Tianyu from the northern region is about to get married, and the North Prince's mansion will also have its own heir. Once the heir is born, Yang Jiao's status will become awkward. Lost the north and unable to control the east. Moreover, the most important thing is that the Yang family only has one son, Yang Jiao. Previously, it seemed that this avoided this dispute and all rights could be concentrated in his own hands. However, now it seems that once he is deposed, the Yang family will have little hope. That's right, that's right. I thought the Yang family would be a big problem for all of us, but I didn't expect it to be solved like this. As expected, the bird with the headshot is really beautiful. This assassination was indeed unexpected, and this layout also seems like a means of heaven and man. After all, heaven and man are best at manipulating a chess piece to change the overall situation. Although this move is wonderful, even Tianren cannot afford to provoke Yang Yuan now. Yes, no matter who did it, Yang Yuan's ability can be traced back to its origins. Once discovered, no one can escape unscathed. Yang Yuan's thunderous anger is not a joke. Since Seventh Brother knows this, I am also willing to believe that this time it has nothing to do with Seventh Brother. What I mean is, in case it's really arranged by Seventh Brother, this assassination would be truly stunning. If you kill Yang Jiao and frame him for me, Yang Yuan will seek revenge on me, and Seventh Brother can kill two birds with one stone. I'm not that foolish, let alone believe that the Yang Guild is so easy to deceive. Your Majesty, Duke Chao. The result has already been released ahead, and Yang Jiao has been deposed. If Yang Gong hadn't arrived, Yang Jiao would have been killed by those black-clothed men. Yang Jiao has been deposed. Okay. Yang Jiao was deposed, Yang Yuan was trapped in Kyoto, and all the layouts of the Yang family were taken care of by Yang Jiao. As a result, the Yang family had no future and everything was fine. Yang Gong, can you truly choose me this time? The only son has become like this, and the future of the Yang family can only rely on the prince. Even if you have high hopes for Qianzhen Yuan, he cannot quench the thirst in the near future. I advise your highness not to have any expectations of the Yang family anymore. After all, you still need the dragon energy from Yang Yuan. Without the dragon energy, Yang Yuan has no deterrent power against heaven and man. Therefore, in this way, no one can stop heaven and man from retaliating against Yang Yuan. Chao Gong wants to become Chao Long, right? I don't know if taking back the dragon chi can cure my illness, but I know you have a way to become an eternal heavenly being. How did you know? No, I'm not an old slave. Even if I have my own plans, you should know that if I really become a master like that, it would be of infinite benefit to you today. And regardless of whether your majesty believes that dragon chi can cure your majesty's heart disease or not, this is indeed a method passed down from the western regions, not a fabricated message by the old slave himself. Chao Gong is unwilling to tell me everything, so I have to investigate myself. And I believe in Chao Gong's words. I can tolerate Chao Gong not because of your strength, but because you are indeed a more suitable subject than Yang Yuan. Your Majesty is willing to believe in the old slave, but the old slave does not understand why your Majesty is willing to believe. Is becoming an eternal heavenly being bound to the royal family of the great Qian dynasty, with both glory and loss. This natural master has been guarding the royal family for hundreds of years precisely because of this reason. Is Chao Gong loyal to my father the Emperor? This time, even if they covet the dragon aura, you are fully prepared for the western regions. The late emperor had great trust in the old slave and used the national treasury to cultivate the old slave. Naturally, he had no second thoughts towards the late emperor. As for the barbarians in the western regions, they were not worthy to touch the dragon chi. I may not be a sage who cannot stand up and down with the courtiers like Yang Yuan, but I do not want to lose to the late emperor. If the late emperor was able to get along with Chao Long like this, then I am also willing to get along with Duke Chao like this. Since Duke Chao is devoted to my royal family, so I am also willing to entrust generations to each other. If the Dragon Chi can save me, I am willing to advance and retreat with Duke Chao within 100 years. If I really cannot fulfill my fate, then my son will be entrusted to Duke Chao. Old slave, your majesty. Long live, long live. Who said our family can't compare to Yang Yuan? After experiencing 2 generations of emperors treating me as a national scholar, what Yang Yuan couldn't have hoped for, our family has always had it. My descendants and descendants have all entrusted Chao Gong to govern the country. I have been sitting here for several days now. A gentleman has not said a word, so what does this mean? The vast bamboo forest in the back mountain is a place of natural growth. Your Highness has been using the afterglow of the setting sun continuously for the past few months, and your body has been depleted. Howren Chi can alleviate your symptoms. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have been sitting here for so many days. Can a gentleman see me or not? So it seems that a new choice has been made in Kyoto, indeed. This emperor doesn't have anyone who keeps his word. If it were a normal era, Yang Yuan would surely revive the country if he achieved this level. It's just a pity that in this era, people have repeatedly fallen from grace. Yang Yuan's layout is far-reaching, but there are still changes. In the capital of Hang Seng, there are also heavenly beings who deceive the heavens. It's probably just that he fell from grace. I thought you weren't in the bamboo house. Listening to what you just said and feeling your breath, they all say that the gentleman under Jixia is a pseudo-heavenly being. Now it seems that the world has underestimated Jixia. Not being able to live a long life is considered a pseudo-heavenly being in the world. If my country really wants to live a long life, then which emperor in this world should sit firmly on the throne? Moreover, my country should never live a long life. Truly a gentleman. Jixia will not support the struggle of the world, but His Highness has a noble identity and personally goes up the mountain. Therefore, I cannot let His Highness go back empty-handed, which also shows that Jixia is too rude. The gentleman has already spoken to this point, so I don't think it's necessary to take action on some vulgar things anymore. I already know Jixia's attitude. After taking good care of herself here, it's not a waste. Yinner has left this trip. Your Highness, please don't use this kind of hard work to manipulate me. Let's go, boss. In these turbulent times, the students of my Jixia Academy always have the arrogance and talent to help the world and save people. Tell those who want to sneak down the mountain that there's no need to do so. If you're willing to go with this prince, let them follow along. Going down the mountain is not our Jixia, teacher. Jixia's knowledge is all here to make this world a better place, so that all those who come down the mountain will remember this and not mention him as my Jixia disciple outside anymore. It's the teacher. This is Jixia's choice. This is my choice. 1,000-year-old ruler, but this is not a bad gentleman. Jixia has only done one thing for 1,000 years. If you can calm this chaotic world, you will know how stunning Jixia is. That's perfect. I am waiting and watching under the millennium-old flag. Xylir has returned. Fast in, fast in. Your sister and aunt miss you very much. Father, I didn't come here to enter the house, and I don't have much feelings for this family. I came here this time just to say a word to you because you are my father. What does Xiaoli want to say to her father? Father, let's retire and return to our hometown. Only in this way can we maintain the reputation of the officialdom over the years. As a literati, if this continues, my father will have nothing left. This is the attitude of the Yang family. Yang Jiao and uncle want you to have nothing and stay at your mother's grave forever, but I think my mother may not want to see you, and no matter what, you are still my father. I admit that I took a glance at Hong Tao back then, and he was indeed a talented individual. I feel guilty towards your mother, but how can we say we can just leave the Shangguan family today? And now the world is in chaos. As long as the Shangwan family and the Yang family join forces, we can even decide who is the emperor. I have already said what needs to be said. If my father persists in his obsession, then I have no choice. After the death of Shangwan's mother, it will no longer be my home. Madam Xiao. The young master has been assassinated and the Confucian scriptures have been detonated, putting him in imminent danger. What are you saying, young master Yang Jiao? Exactly. Quickly go back to the Yang family. What's wrong with Yang Jiao? 111. Speak clearly before going back. Get out of the way, Shangwan Zhang. Don't let me know that this matter is also related to you, otherwise I will never let you go. How can you speak recklessly to my father? Do you think becoming the young lady of the Yang family means you won't take me seriously anymore? Misser, don't make it difficult for me. It's better to listen to the advice of the chief assistant. Fist maniac, now do you think you can still threaten me? It took me decades to break the mirror. What can you compare yourself to? How long has the broken mirror been? How could it be a broken mirror? Stop this rebellious woman. It's time to show me. When? I advise you to just stand there obediently. Otherwise, I would really die. First grade, but why does it give me a sense of crisis being targeted by natural enemies? Your talent is good, but you will never be my opponent. Because I live in an environment where martial arts is practiced to kill enemies, Kyoto can never nurture true martial arts masters. Let's go to the border at some point in time. Man, I'll regret guarding the border for a few years and not regret it for the rest of my life. Sister Guaner, wait for me. Go to the north. Bai, what's wrong with you? You can't stop either of the two women. You're a mirror breaker and the Shangwan family has given you so many resources. Now you're giving me this result. Your Excellency, you may not know where your daughter is now, nor do you know how foolish your decision towards the young lady was back then. The little lady is kind. Even if you take her as a concubine and give her the freedom and respect she deserves, she will still consider you a true husband. Nowadays, Gun God will be your strongest pillar in the military, and your little daughter will also be a celestial genius no less than Sword Saint. In this way, even if I don't marry into the Yang family, where is the difference between my Shangwan family and the Yang family? Enough, enough. There's no need to say these words anymore. Since we've done it, we won't regret it. Yang Jiao was assassinated, and all the layouts of the Yang family were destroyed. Now that the situation is completely reversed, I feel guilty, but that's right. I'm not a big shot like you, but I've met Yang Jiao before and I don't think he's such an easy person to deal with. Although honest advice may sound harsh, I still advise you that Mrs.'s words may be a way for you. Regardless of the outcome of this matter, I will allow you to go to the border and the officials will no longer restrict your freedom. I'm not a scholar, I'm just a warrior. So I understand your kindness and hope to repay it. If the government can never recover after this incident, I will naturally fight with you until the last moment. If I succeed in the officialdom after this, I will go to the border to complete my final experience. My husband, Yang Jiao. Xiao Jiao has not yet escaped danger and has gone to invite people from Medicine King Valley. Xiao Liar, don't be impatient. How could this happen? How could this happen? I shouldn't have left him, I shouldn't have gone back to the government. Don't blame yourself. Actually, I didn't arrange it properly. I knew there was a hidden crisis in Kyoto for a long time, but I didn't have any precautions. That's why Xiao Jiao. So who exactly injured Yang Jiao like this? Western Buddhist sect. I got it. I don't understand medical skills, so staying here is of no use. But now that I am a mirror breaker, whoever hurts Yang Jiao will have to pay the price. Madam, please don't act impulsively. You too can rest assured that I have been with the young lady for so long. You should understand what the young lady is thinking. Not being able to protect Yang Jiao was a big blow to her. You two act together. As long as we don't go to those Buddhist countries in the western regions, there won't be any danger unless they are pursued by Buddhist masters together. You two can rest assured. Yang Gongzi's injuries are too serious. The old illness has not healed yet and new injuries have been added. The old man is really uncertain. It's better to wait for the people from Medicine King Valley to come over. Please stabilize my child's injury. The people from Medicine King Valley will arrive at night, and there is also my wife. The princess is fine, but she is in a hurry and has already taken medication and rested. However, she still needs more guidance from Yang Gong, otherwise she may become anxious and sick. I understand the hard work, Dr. Wang. Yang Jiu was assassinated. How could it possibly be a mystery? My subordinate speculates that it may not be the case. After hearing the news, Sheng Wanli, the young lady of the Yang family, went directly to the western regions to avenge Yang Jiu, Princess Fanghua, and was eager to recuperate at home. The Yang mansion is now surrounded by 3 layers of Jin Yi Wei and 3 layers of secret guards. All the dead soldiers are guarding the Yang family. As for Yang Gong, he is still guarding Yang Jiu to this day. What exactly happened in Kyoto? Is it really the heavenly being of the Buddha sect who took action? If it was really him, then even Yang Jiu may not be able to escape this calamity. The Buddha sect is indeed a very representative celestial being. His greatest skill has always been to obtain the desired outcome at a small cost, and assassination is a direct and interesting method in any dynasty. Even though everything that happens in Kyoto now is arranged by a heavenly being, that heavenly being should know that no one can provoke the Yang family in this situation. Tianren is standing too high. Especially for him, a celestial being who has always been hidden from the world, what he sees is more comprehensive than anyone else, and what he plans is not something we can fathom. It seems that I have always underestimated the western regions. How to deal with the heavenly beings will be one of the most important issues you should want to deal with after ascending the throne. As for us, we are not in a hurry to take any action now. Although Yang Jiu has been assassinated, Yang Yuan has not taken any action yet. Everyone knows that Yang Yuan values his family the most. Perhaps in his eyes, family is more important than the country. His only son has been calculated by heaven and man to this extent. Do you think he would still not take any action? A violent rage. Although I don't know what kind of calculations the heavenly being in Buddhism has, everyone knows that Yang Gong will never give up easily. As expected, Miss. These are scholars from Jixia, Liuzhou, with many grasslands, and what is most lacking is such people. Not only that, the technique of imperial checks and balances, although not advocated, must also be learned. I can never rely solely on one line of people. Are you referring to an old minister of Dezhou? See through, don't say through. I've been up and down for quite some time this time. Is there anything I need to know now? Yes. Yang Jiu was assassinated in Kyoto, and after verification by various parties, it has been confirmed that Yang Jiu is currently critically ill. Even if he can be cured, he will become a disabled person. It is preliminarily determined that it was caused by the Western Buddhist sect. The young master was assassinated by the Western Buddhist sect. Miss, don't worry. After all, Yang Yuan is here. Even if Yang Jiu is cured, he will become disabled. I'm afraid. Humph. We also have some spies in the western regions, right? Let those people all move. Since the young master has fallen, I naturally need to cooperate. You are truly a young master who always brings me surprises. Miss, what do you mean by that? Some people are also worried that Yang Jiu may be playing tricks, but even if Yang Jiu is powerful, he won't be a match for Tianren in terms of Tianren's layout, right? Yes, not only do you know the amazing layout of Tianren, but I think everyone will understand it after this time. Life is worry-free. Just. The meridians in this body are severely injured. Although one has the ability to swallow the heavens, there is always a limit that one cannot bear. Thank you, Uncle Medicine King. Xiao Yuan. You don't have to be sad either. I know your attitude towards your family is clearer, and you have expectations for your son, but things are unpredictable. Don't worry, I can handle it. And since you know my attitude towards my family, you should also know that he is my only son, so you are even more aware that this matter is not the end, but the beginning. With you by my side, I can rest assured that the Yam family will be entrusted to you to take care of me in the next few days. There are some things that need to be started tomorrow. You have had your own opinions since childhood, while I, an old man living in the deep mountains, have always been short-sighted and naturally do not have any good advice for you. Senior has already helped me a lot. Oh, this is really rare. Yang Gong is actually late for morning court. It's really the sun rising in the west. If there is something to report, leave the court. I have something to say. Who? My son was assassinated in this Kyoto, the most prosperous imperial capital in my Dakian region. Mingren doesn't speak in secret. I know the whole Kyoto wants him dead. I can't control your thoughts, but now that my son has an accident, I can only blame each and every one of you. Encirclement. Yang Gong, please put down the jade seal on your hand and restrain your true chi. No one can use force in court. My son was assassinated and the band army should have received the news, right? Why isn't it as fast as it is today? It's not because Your Majesty and the Western regions joined forces to deal with my son. Yang Gong's situation is definitely not what you think. Yang Jiao has just made outstanding military achievements and is my great hero. The royal family cannot treat heroes like this, let alone unite with foreign countries. Your Majesty, it would be great if you recognized my son as a hero. Now that the hero has been injured in the western regions, what should Your Majesty do? Harming meritorious officials, the whole country will launch a nationwide campaign against Qiangua, and there will be no tolerance. Oh my! Oh dear! Your Majesty should have made such a wise decision earlier, but fortunately, it's not too late for you to react now. If I remember correctly, it was you who invited my son, the King of Qin. He was also attacked on the way to accept your invitation. Speaking of which, your suspicion should be the highest, so I'm giving you a chance to prove yourself as a suspect. Yang Gong, don't worry, my king. I will immediately lead the Western Frontier Army to suppress the front line of the Western regions and make sure that the Western regions give you an explanation. I have already reached this point. Does the King of Qin still think I am joking or that there is still room for improvement? Yang Gong. If I order the Western Army to suppress the line and deceive me with this kind of thing, then I don't mind letting the world see what I can do for my son. No, 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 I was wrong just now. The Western Army will take control of East Buddha City within 7 days and officially declare war on the Western frontier. I am very satisfied with the fact that the King of Qin has finally stopped pretending to be foolish. I look forward to your military talent. Yang Jiao and I can also be considered friends. When he got married, I was still the best man. Since my friend had such a situation, I naturally couldn't shirk my duty. As early as when Yang Jiao was in trouble, I had already discussed with my master that since it was the Buddha sect who took action, I would hunt down their Buddha. Within 7 days, at least 5 Buddhist monks and 7 high-ranking monks must be killed. It's comforting that my son has a friend like you. Just now, Your Majesty, you also heard my son's accident. He is a hero of our country. If the Western regions did such a thing, then they are provoking the power of the great Qian kingdom and will surely be attacked by the whole country. And Your Majesty's words are imperial edicts. If any minister ignores the imperial edict and does something that embarrasses everyone, then don't blame me, the Genie Wei, for enforcing the law with iron blood. We will strictly abide by the imperial decree. Now that the world is not peaceful and the Western regions dare to provoke, let me give you a suggestion: no matter what happens, don't leave Kyoto. As long as I am here in Kyoto, no one can threaten your safety. If you don't listen to my advice, then I will no longer guarantee your safety, and no one should doubt what I can do for my son. If I can't even defend my own home, then what country am I guarding? Your Majesty, Yang Yuan is currently. Did the Prime Minister not hear my decree clearly or see Yang Gong's attitude? As for what Yang Gong just did, he didn't actually violate the law, did he? Yang Gong has the title of Imperial Teacher, and even I, Yang Gong, have the qualifications to correct it. Or rather, this is not the intention of the Prime Minister, but rather the intention of the King of Qin. Xiao Wang naturally obeyed His Majesty's imperial decree. And Xiao Wang has already told Yang Gong that he will take the first city in 7 days. Since that's the case, just as my imperial decree just now called for nationwide efforts to suppress the western regions, this decree will reach the whole country. I obey the order. Foshan Heavenly Kingdom. I just received news that Dakian is coming over. Huang Tianci, King of Foshan Heavenly Kingdom. It seems that the heavenly monks have assassinated a very important person of theirs. Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. The domestic and foreign troubles are already at the end of their strength, and now the outbreak is just right. The high monks of the Buddhist sect don't know that the people outside don't know, don't you know either? If it weren't for the Buddhist soldiers of the Buddha sect attacking the western regions, the military forces of these countries would not have been a match for Deqian. Shouldn't those eminent monks be merciful? Why do we have to launch wars? Your Majesty, this is a great opportunity to make achievements, and if you can really defeat Deqian, then... How did you get to this position? You can't even see the obvious situation. What we need to do now is start a war. Listen to my command, send an envoy to Dakian first, and then I will personally go to the Buddha sect before deciding on the next steps. Master, your assassination of Yang Jiao was indeed brilliant. Now Yang Yuan can be considered as having no chess to play. Even to the point where he caused chaos and threatened Emperor Dakian and all the princes in the court. The actions of the master are truly admirable to the disciples. With just one assassination attempt, it once again changed the pattern of the great Qian. It is truly a means of heaven and man. The disciples are truly in awe. My teacher did not assassinate Yang Jiao. What did you say, Master? You haven't assassinated Yang Jiao, but Dakian's side clearly isn't. Tianren layout. At the moment when Yang Jiao returned to Kyoto, the calculation of the heavens began to be confusing. I thought there was a divine covering or that Yang Jiao had too many causes and effects that were difficult to calculate. Now it seems that my teacher underestimated Yang Jiao. Perhaps someone wants to stir up trouble between the Central Plains and the Western regions, like the mouse hiding in the stinky ditch. Are you saying that the mysterious-faced leader from the Eastern Kingdom is not a heavenly being? Although he is not a celestial being, his actions are in line with the laws of heaven and man. I even doubt that he has the ability to calculate. During the Battle of Kyoto, Yang Yuan became famous throughout the world, and even the heavenly beings were extremely wary of him. It was precisely because Yang Yuan was too dazzling in that game that people overlooked what that mouse had done. He released all the princes. No, he just broke a barrier at the right time, and then Qinghua experienced the chaos it is today. Just like when you gave birth to Prince Dakian with a heart attack, leaving endless troubles for the entire Dakian. Is it true that this assassination was arranged by the cunning side of the Eastern Kingdom? There is another possibility that it is just this possibility, if it is true. Your Majesty's imperial decree has arrived, and His Royal Highness the King of Qin in the Western region has even issued a military order to jointly supervise the army with the Jinyue and Dongchang. Li Chongxi, the commander-in-chief of the Western frontier, is a martial artist who breaks through the mirror. So this East Buddha city. No matter what the cost is, you have to take it for me. Last General's Decree. It's been a long time since you followed the prince, and I haven't seen you so refreshed. Ha 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 ha. This is thanks to Yang Gong's efforts. The Battle of Fuluzu was the most humiliating war I have fought in years. I can't fight that kind of war to quell the chaos. It's just a struggle between people of the same surname. What benefits does it bring to Dakian? Yang Gong is indeed Yang Gong. Lu Jiqiang took most of the elite members of the Jin Wei to the eastern border, and you had to bring the rest to the western border to supervise the army. Yang Gong has sacrificed everything for the stability of the border, and now Yang Gongzi is. It's just that. Let's not talk about these annoying things anymore. Now that we have decided to use military force against the western regions, fortunately we will directly penetrate them. I know better than anyone how the western regions harbor evil intentions during my years stationed there. Yang Gong left behind a plot to provoke the relationship between the western region's royal family and the Buddhist sect, and indeed won several years of peace. But after the Buddhist sect of the western regions became the national teacher of the 10 kingdoms, the influence of the Buddhist sect once again surpassed that of various royal families in the western regions, and the hostility towards the Great Qian increased day by day. Yang Gong is well aware of this. You must have anticipated the chaos of the Central Plains War. The chaos in the Central Plains has always been my biggest concern. His Royal Highness the King of Qin has shown me great kindness, but what worries me the most is that he wants to make a profit by using the Western Frontier Army to help him seize the throne. It's not that I don't want to repay the favor of the monarch. I am also a commoner who wants to be the servant of the dragon and the rich and powerful under tens of thousands of people. Isn't it the first priority for us to defend our country as soldiers? If that day really comes, I believe the western regions will never give up the opportunity. At that time, even if His Royal Highness the King of Qin were to ascend to the throne, he would surely. This is also the thing that Yang Gong has always been most worried about. To Yang Gong, it doesn't really make a difference who becomes the emperor if he says something completely unethical. What Yang Gong wants is nothing but peace and stability in Daqian. Yeah, so I never dreamed of having such an opportunity. I have always been worried that the western regions would take advantage of the chaos in the Central Plains to launch an attack, but now I can take the initiative to completely eliminate the threat. I thought we wouldn't have a chance to join forces again after you defected to the King of Qin. Now that we've joined forces again, let me see how much you've grown. As the head coach of the border, I naturally dare not slack off. However, you have been absent from the battlefield for a long time, and the Jinyui is dominating Kyoto. Have you forgotten your skills? Tonight, the armory, grain storage, Jinyui will help you destroy the reinforcements behind you, and the forces of the Green Gang and the Business Alliance will intercept them for you. If you act tonight, I will show you the Western Army flag hanging on the tower of Dongfu City before sunset tomorrow. Yaoyang Kingdom's capital is Donghua. Our boss really has perseverance. This Lianrenfang has been rebuilt for the 8th time, right? Previously, we built the Jinyui once every 7 times, but this time we went to war with the western regions. Yang Yuan lost his energy. Which side are you on exactly? Why do I always feel like you're happier than completing the task when I see us deflated? Look, you always misunderstand me. In my eyes, the most precious emotion never needs to be held in the palm of my hand. Only with my own people do I have anything to say. I have seen Kueisho before. The pulse is stable and the body temperature is normal. There is no fever or illness. Why is Exit suddenly so respectful to me? I still like your rebellious and unruly appearance. How could I? My respect for you has always been incessant, otherwise how could I have been hanging around with you for so long? Come and lead you to your seat. What's wrong with him? Isn't he sick? He's just having a brain injury. That's not right either. I just heard him speak ill of me behind my back. Seeing what you're saying, I just suddenly realized how powerful you are. The assassination of Yang Jio in Kyoto this time really made me feel overwhelmed. Not to mention that in such a place, under the protection of so many experts, you were able to complete the assassination of Yang Jio, which has already impressed us. Not only that, but you also threw this blame onto the western regions. Firstly, you forced Yang Yuan to completely lose his sense of propriety, and even the entire Daqian was forced to fight on 3 fronts. The eastern border faced us, the southern border faced the southern barbarians. He's not quite normal today. The old bald donkeys of the Buddhist sect in the western region have never wanted to cooperate with you. They just want to seize the opportunity to enter the Central Plains on their own. I thought you had no way of persuading those old bald donkeys. Actually, regarding this matter. But who would have thought that you would use a high move to make Dakian take the initiative to attack? Is it like this? It seems like I need to take action too. Lord Kueisho, if you really don't take action, now that you do, you can conquer the world. Not only the Eastern Kingdom is your chess piece, but also the other 3 kingdoms are just chess pieces on your chessboard. The female leader of the Dakian gang used Dakian as a chessboard to open up chaotic times and amazed everyone, but now it seems that her layout is not as good as your current game. Why don't you take a sip of water and rest for a while so I can flatter you? Because these days I've only been reflecting on whether I didn't show much respect to our family leader before. It's not too late to know the leader's strength now. After all, your identity is also one of our most powerful killing moves. Hee, it's my honor to be able to help the leader. What should we do next? Should we take advantage of this opportunity to launch an attack and completely capture the East? Or go and stir up the conflict between the Western regions and the Great Qian, or help a group of Southern barbarians with their plan to make them the first to take the lead? You are teaching the leader how to do things. Now that the situation has been opened up with the help of God, I believe the leader has already made a comprehensive plan. As long as you follow orders well, there's no need for so much nonsense. Yes, it's my subordinate's usurpation. Please punish me, Your Excellency. Actually, I didn't assassinate Yang Jio, and you all know the experts around me. I won't hide any transfer from you. If I really assassinate you, how could I not even know? So you can give us instructions on what to do next. As you know, my favorite thing is to stir up chaos with the power of a few people. Are you really joking, Chief? Or are you testing my reverence for you? I swear that you didn't do this, and my admiration for you will never diminish. I'm serious, or if you just use your brain a little bit, how could I possibly do such a thing? That's Yang Jio. Let's not talk about his personal strength for now. Just say that the person guarding him is another expert of Bloodstained Jiang, don't you know? Bloodstained Jianlu too, don't you know? And if I really use any tricks to hide from the eyes of the world, I can also hide from Yang Yuan. So there's no need to even think about this matter. If it really happens, it must be done by the Western regions. The Western region's celestial being is not simple. What you said is all serious. Isn't my explanation clear enough? Although I have some understanding of the principles of heaven and man and some calculation ability, I am not a true heaven and man. Not to mention that I am not a true heavenly being. Even if I were, heavenly beings are not omnipotent and not capable of doing everything. You've reviewed it several times and said that this was done by the boss, right? Now this is the result. All right, give it to your family, Lao Dayuan. Let me see how else you can flatter him. Cough, cough. At least the leader is honest. Can honesty be considered an advantage for the leader of an organization? No wonder you changed your face too quickly, right? Even if I haven't done these things before, shouldn't you pour me tea and give me a seat? No matter what, I'm still your boss. What are you? I just gave you a shoulder massage and poured you tea. No one who hasn't done anything deserves such service. You have to return it to me. I'll pour you tea. Are you sure? You sit, you sit. I was just joking. Look what's wrong with you. I can't even afford this joke anymore. I hate it. I still like your rebellious and unruly appearance. For others, I may be rebellious, but for you, I must be obedient, so if there is anything, you can arrange to see if I handled it properly or not. Since this matter was not done by you, is it really done by those people in the Western regions? If we really want to take action, why are we allied with you? It's hard to say how the heavenly and human beings plan. Our heavenly and human beings here are the same, and we don't know what they are thinking every day. But what concerns me is another outcome, which is that this incident was not actually an assassination attempt on Yang Jio, but a self-directed and self-performed assassination by Yang Jio. Self-directed and self-performed. But what is his plan? After completing this task, not only did it not benefit himself, but it also brought down the only country that was still in a state of peace. Not to mention the situation between these countries, let's talk about how much Yang Yuan has already accomplished this time. It's not an exaggeration to say that he even pinned everything on this war. I'm not Yang Jio, there may be some benefits that even I can't think of, but currently it seems that he actually made a very beautiful move, or even beautiful enough to describe the stunning performance of this move. But those people in Daki and Kyoto are not fools. If he really directed and acted, he should be easily exposed. How to identify? Everyone wants him dead, but they dare not take action for fear that Yang Yuan will investigate. So when they found out that he had been assassinated, everyone only dared to pay close attention to the result of the assassination from a distance and not go to rescue it, which was already the maximum thing they could do. They didn't dare to explore it in depth. And Yang Jio seized this opportunity. Since everyone wanted him to die, he orchestrated and staged an assassination. There is indeed a possibility of setting up this situation to deceive the world and transfer all conflicts out. But this is just one of my many speculations. After all, the possibility of a celestial intervention in the chaos of the Central Plains is even greater. And what you said about Lu Wenshua from the eastern region bringing us too many surprises, coupled with the fact that the Jinyui is wasting time like this, it's not a good thing. So it's time for us to take action. Whether Yang Jio pretends to be seriously injured or not, Lu Wenshua can no longer live. Great victory in the West. The East Buddha City broke through the Western Frontier Army and achieved a great victory by attacking 3 cities in the Western Frontier. After all this time, there's finally some good news. Every step of your son's life is unexpected. I really didn't expect him to break through like this. It was originally a mess, but using this method to sort things out. Ha ha ha, I have to thank you for this matter. If it weren't for you blocking the heavenly machine, it would be really difficult to solve the calculations of those heavenly beings, and although the Western realm is troublesome, the most difficult thing is still the Eastern realm. Those heavenly beings in the East are difficult to deal with, and the leader is even more difficult to deal with. If he can really become a heavenly being, he will be much more powerful than you. I'm actually curious why he can coexist with humans in an equal way even though he's not a celestial being. I don't believe that humans in the East are as open-minded as you are. Don't try to trick me. You should still worry more about the dragon energy in yourself. If the world is peaceful, it's okay. Now that the country is in turmoil, all the heavenly beings are plotting against the dragon energy. Do you want it? If you speak up, I can give it to you. If you don't know martial arts in the future, you won't know martial arts. Just keep my life. Being with you is really unpleasant. If you're okay, don't casually probe the old Taoist. If the old Taoist says he's not interested, then he's not interested. The things in the hands of the old Taoist are far more than you, this stinky kid, can imagine. If it weren't for your son, could you deeply understand this truth? Your Yang family has only held on to a few military positions that will never be used, and they have already been forced to this point. You say I am the second in the world to keep that secret, and I am already attracting attention. And with the dragon aura, do you think those heavenly beings will still obediently watch? I'm serious. If Senior wants to have a dragon aura, I can really give it to Senior. Oh, I understand now. You want to leave Kyoto, but Kyoto needs heavenly beings to be in charge. You want to use friendship and dragon energy to tie the old Taoist to your boat. I'm not a martial artist. Why do I need such high martial arts skills? I just need heaven and man to be unable to use martial arts to suppress me. So, Senior should know that I'm telling the truth. What the old Taoist said is also true. A man is innocent and holds a precious responsibility. Master Guosher. Dakian has successively captured our 4 cities. Dongye is a small country without the natural defense of Dongfu City. If this continues, I'm afraid the country will be destroyed. Amitabha. Master said that the Buddhist sect is not in this world, and these wars and mundane matters should be resolved by the secular world itself. Master will personally transcend for all the soldiers who died in battle. But this matter is not Buddhist. This is Deqian's false accusation against my Buddhist sect. They need an excuse to send troops. Buddha will punish His Majesty. Please go back. The national teacher should know that the strength of the Western regions is difficult to compare with that of the Great Qian. In recent years, most of the taxes have been sent to the Buddha sect to help them build the ancient legacy. I kindly request Your Majesty not to make any false claims that Deqian is just the power of one continent in the Western region. As long as the various countries in the Western region unite and have the blessing of Buddha, how can we lose? Since Amitabha Buddha does not provoke the mortal world, please ask the national teacher to let me rule over all countries in the name of Buddha. If there is no action, I'm afraid other countries will have some other ideas. Good, as you wish. Thank you, Master. Huang Tianzi, you are very good and also the most rare king among the countries in the Western regions, so you should be smarter and have a clearer understanding of the situation than them. Master, rest assured that as a king, I will naturally be with my own people. Master Huang Tianzi has obviously become suspicious of us, and even his thoughts are no longer with the Buddhist sect. Why did Master keep him? Always leave someone smart to deal with Deqian, the king who is smart enough, even smarter than you imagine, and knows how to deal with the situation. Now Deqian Gu is the most right person to risk everything to deal with us, which is indeed beyond my expectations, but also a help to us. These royal families in the Western regions have always been the masters of the 10 kingdoms of the royal family. Compared to the Western regions, there is only one Buddhist kingdom left. In this world, there is only one Buddhist kingdom left. The Western regions are the Master's Western region's Great Qian, and the Master can only intervene with celestial calculations. However, coming to the Western region's Great Qian is the path to self-destruction. Amitabha. Yaoyan Kingdom's capital is Donghua. The Kyoto game ended in the Western regions, but ended in the Eastern Prince game, which is truly astonishing. How do I feel? You knew I would end up here, otherwise you would be in Shanzhou now. I naturally can't compare to Leader Lu. How can I see through the layout of the young master? It's just that people who are not smart have their own ways. I know you will definitely come to Donghua Shanzhou Yangzhou, which is the closest to here. The mysterious face is also here, so you will definitely come back. To be honest, I want to kneel down for the young master in this game in Kyoto. Everyone knows that you have become a target of public criticism, but you orchestrated and staged an assassination, arousing mutual suspicion among the world. I guess even if someone can detect something suspicious about the assassination today, they still cannot be completely sure that you are really acting. After all, your opponents are too many and too strong. It's not that stunning, it's just that the border hasn't been leveled yet, and they have their own ulterior motives. I really don't have the heart to accompany them to play house. Why don't we just find something for them to do? It's too troublesome to shift the blame to the Western regions. What's the trouble? If the Qin King and the Yu King unite, the Qin King won't help the Shadow Master kill the Sword Saint. The protagonist naturally chose to seek refuge with you, and Xie Fengjun has already broken the mirror. The martial arts talents of these two individuals can imitate the techniques and true energy of the Buddha sect without any difficulty. I haven't seen you for a while, I didn't expect you to grow so fast. The reason why you fell to Donghua is because the Qin King faked his death to deceive the southern barbarians into taking action, and you pretended to be assassinated to deceive Donghua into taking action, right? The chaos in Kyoto and the dangerous situation in the eastern region led everyone to believe that the young master would be trapped in Kyoto by a dragon. However, the young master took the lead in planning the eastern region, which is truly admirable. First hand, I like playing chess with a second hand. In the backfinger chess game, the first player is outside the plate, so it seems that the young master has never had a back player. The chess game is always expected to be against the first player. Very good. Strange Face Compassion Workshop. They know that Kyoto will definitely take action against Dongjing. Over the years, Dongjing, as his father's family, has always been targeted by the emperor. The old team that led to the great victory of the Eastern Expedition had long been dismantled and scattered, and now the Eastern region relies entirely on Lu Wenshuoff to light lamps and boil oil. So for the mysterious face, Lu Wenshuoff cannot keep the leader who is difficult to deal with, since the target should not be just one. So this time, the intelligence I have to come to Dongwoo to check has always been monotonous. Only by knowing oneself and one's enemy can we be foolproof. Fortunately, Tianqiao is well connected and supported by various countries for trade. However, Yaoyang is a cunning stronghold. If you want to go, I'm really worried. What's there to worry about? Dad's Jinyui can burn down the Lianren Fong in Yaoyang Kingdom. I'm just going to see what else there is. And my good brothers saw that I had entered the second grade and lent me 3 invincible intentions. Since everything is ready, I will always surprise the East Country. Okay, madam, please don't be angry. Isn't the young master not injured at all? And now the situation in Kyoto is very good. Although there are battles on the third front, we will never let foreign countries take advantage of us. I know what you said, and I admire that guy's adaptability. I'm angry because that guy even lied to me and didn't tell me anything until I arrived in the western regions. Don't you know how worried I am? You know that only by deceiving others with you can you believe it, don't you? Look, the old lady won't even go out if she can't perform well. Every day, I pretend to be sick behind closed doors, and this time the young master asked you to come over. Didn't he give you a task? Task. We all know where the Buddha sect is, but how can we get there? And what secrets can the Buddha sect have? The young master is indeed sharp. After we arrived in the western regions, we did gain a lot. The attitude of the western region's royal family towards Buddhism is not quite right, as there is no nationwide belief in Buddhism. Moreover, Dongye Kingdom is about to be fully occupied. However, the Buddhist sect has not yet indicated that the Foshan Heavenly Kingdom, which has a trend towards unification, is actively organizing its army. Is there anything wrong with this? The Foshan Heavenly Kingdom wanted to unify the western regions. The previous generation of kings had even developed the country to its peak, but the emergence of the Buddhist sect prevented the Foshan Heavenly Kingdom from doing so on the grounds of reducing the number of killings. So theoretically, it was the ambition of the Buddha sect to manage the western regions, but now it seems that the Heavenly Kingdom is in front of them, and the Buddha sect doesn't know what they are planning. I got it. Buddha wants both heaven and us to suffer losses, drive away wolves and swallow tigers. Madam, I really didn't mean to offend you. I just wanted to say that what you can think of, will heaven not think of it? There is no reason for heaven to be this outstanding bird unless it is afraid of the Buddha sect. However, the Buddha sect does have heavenly beings, but they cannot interfere too much with the world. Even if both sides suffer losses, the Buddha sect has no soldiers. So what the Buddha sect should do is to unite with the Heavenly Kingdom instead of shrinking behind oneself. Because if the Heavenly Kingdom wins, their reputation will soar and they can unify the western regions. If they lose, the Buddha sect will have no troops and can only watch the western regions perish. Therefore, if they hold back, neither winning nor losing will benefit the Buddha sect. Why are you suddenly so smart? I suddenly feel betrayed. The young master didn't feel wrong because he was overthinking. The current situation is so abnormal that the Buddhist sect must be hiding a secret. The situation is indeed abnormal, but don't forget that there is a celestial being above Foshan. If we were to confront him head-on, I would like to give it a try, but we really can't get up by exploring secrets. Waiting for an opportunity. I heard that King Yu promised that the Sword Saint's lineage would come to the western regions to hunt down disciples of the Buddha sect. Now that the front line is in full swing, I think King Yu will also make big moves here. Without Yang Jio, this northern region has become much quieter, and he even took that girl with him. These days are getting more and more boring. I heard that you gave Xiao Jiosan an invincible intention again. Didn't he almost get killed after being assassinated? And since ancient times, the highest level of swallowing heaven skill has been 3rd grade. He has even reached second grade in both emotion and reason, which I should encourage and encourage. I've been thinking these days whether I should also go to Kyoto to stop at Yangyuan Station or take a trip to the western regions. I'm worried that if I don't go again, I'll really get old. If you want to go, go ahead. I'm going on a trip to the Arctic Glacier recently, and it's getting colder and colder. I need to ask that guy what he really means. Also, what else? It's nothing. You're not a heavenly being. Even if the sky falls, it's not your turn to bear it. Your age and body are the things you should be most worried about. If you really plan on wielding a few knives, act early and don't end up in this boring Jinbei Wanfu by then. Hey, just say you're leaving, will you come back? Damn it, just leave as you say. It's just a matter of martial arts. Besides trusting you, who else can I trust? Now that the North is stable, there's really no need for me to stay here anymore. Knife slave, go prepare. It's the prince. Since the Jinyui had such a thing, why didn't they bring it out when they went to Barong? The little ones are not the Jinyui, where do they have those skills? Shouldn't you also go to the western regions? If you all go to avenge me, then I can hide the things I directed and acted for a longer time, right? It's all because the young master acted too realistically. The little ones are really worried that there will be a day like this, so how could the little ones bear to leave the young master behind? If there's really no young master left, how can you let the little one live? Okay. I haven't been to brothels to listen to music since I left Yangzhou. Now it reminds me of the time when I was a playboy. Come, madam. Call out all the girls to my young master. Young master, Lianren Fong is not a brothel, it's a theater. You make us look very rustic like this. Why didn't you say earlier? Just kidding. Let's help everyone out and keep going. Lianren Fong is not something that ordinary people like you can easily enter. This is not the Lianren Fong you opened, it's open for business. I'll deliver money to your doorstep. The owner here hasn't said anything yet, but you can't wait to come out and talk so much nonsense. Everyone lives in the mundane world. What are you pretending to be? Oh dear. You're done, I'll tell you. You're dead. How dare you hit someone in the Lianren Fong and break the rules of the Lianren Fong? Do you know the consequences? You're right, young master. Lianren Fang is also open for business, so there is no reason to refuse customers. As long as we follow the rules of Lianren Fang, we will naturally welcome them by sweeping the bed. It's just that this young master is hitting someone in Lianren Fang. Rules are just about who holds a higher status than others. If your majesty were to hit someone here, I'm sure you wouldn't be able to control it, so it's best for you not to control me or for the rules here to not control me. Humph. This young master, please go up to the second floor. What does Lianren Fong mean? If you hit someone, you can still go upstairs. Yes, what exactly is this person from? Young master, where is this? Aren't we going upstairs? Why do we seem to be walking down? This should be the real business of Lianren Fang. I don't know where it is down there, but I'm here to see the excitement. But didn't you just think this was a brothel up there? It's just to distinguish between the customers above. If you follow the rules above, you will naturally be the customer who follows the rules above, and vice versa, you will be the customer below. How did you know the secret code? Even the Jinyui doesn't know the secret code here. The Jinyui can even burn down the Lianren Fong but cannot find the secret code, which means that without a secret code, they will only screen for customers they think are suitable. Of course, the above are all guesses. Oh, new face. These are the guests you think are suitable for up there. Why do you feel a bit familiar? Have we met before? Where did you come from, cat and dog? Dare to get close to me, young man. I heard that Lianren Fong is much more fun, so I came in to take a look. How did I come across one after another who didn't have eyes? Bringing such an experience to guests is truly a dereliction of duty by Lianren Fang. Regardless of which product the customer chooses, Lianrenfang will give them a 10% discount. No, I still feel like I've seen it somewhere before. I thought the guy with the gun just now would be as stupid as the brainless guy above, so I was planning to take action and teach him a lesson. Didn't this young master just say that Lianrenfang is open for business? The young master came to deliver the silver. As long as he didn't make a move and said a few words, there was nothing bigger than silver for the Lianrenfang. Interesting, interesting. No wonder Lianrenfang can do so much. The 10,000 taels of admission ticket cannot be refunded regardless of whether the young master buys things or not. The remaining 20,000 taels have already been deposited into your account, and you can buy everything you need. This means that it cannot be refunded either. Here you can buy everything you need: jewelry, martial arts, intelligence, slaves, lives. Official position city. Even the throne. I thought the business alliance had already developed luxury goods, but compared to you here, it's just too common and accessible. If earning money alone cannot compare to 10 compassion workshops and 1 business alliance, then that is the true treasure trove. You can buy anything you just said. How much does the life of the leader of the compassionate workshop cost? I can sell it to you. But we need to provide you with an estimate from above. After all, your requirements are too high, and it's not up to me, a small steward, to decide the price. If you are sure that you want to buy the life of the leader, young master. So you need to pay a deposit of 90 million taels first, and then someone will give you a quote. 9 million, that's okay. I'll just ask casually. How about this? You guys, the leader, the gun leader, the chess operator, the sword, and none of these people, give me all the information you need. I'll take everything you calculate. I shouldn't have spoken too much, but I want to ask what the customer is planning to do. What can I do? Of course, I'm going to mess with your compassionate workshop. Actually, I was just about to ask how much it would cost to become the leader of your compassionate square, since even the king of a country can be one. If you ask me for a deposit of 90 million just to buy a life, then I have to give up. Since the young master is going to make such a big deal on his first visit, our Lianrenfang naturally needs to maintain high-quality customers like you, with a fixed price of 5 million taels and a discount of 4.5 million taels. 5 million, with the remaining 500,000 deposited in the account. If the young master has nothing else to buy, please rest upstairs for a while. After verifying that there are no issues with your banknote, the product you requested will naturally be delivered to you. Koisho, why did you personally go up and select guests? Didn't you say that the Jinyui has been infiltrating too much recently, so they no longer select newcomers? The Jinyui has almost withdrawn. Do you really think that their repeated burning of the Lianrenfang was a waste? Every time it's burned, we have to evaluate some of the exposed people. The remaining ones won't show up easily anymore. I thought these two might also be from Dakian's side when I went out to recruit them this time, but now it doesn't seem very similar because they are too high profile and their hostility towards us is not concealed, or they deliberately show this to make things worse. Now that war is about to break out and such people appear, why not kill them first to avoid future troubles? There are rules in Lianrenfang that once a customer is selected, they will not be asked about their origin, only to make money. That's also why Lianrenfang has so many customers. No matter who you are, as long as you are selected, even if you are a wanted traitor or a prince seeking excitement to seize the throne, we won't ask. This is the rule set by the old leader, but my subordinates really don't understand why you must choose him if he has a problem. Now I would prefer them to be members of the Jinyui because Yang Jiao and Yang Yuan have no concern for the Eastern Kingdom. Now is a good time to completely capture the Jinyui of the Eastern Kingdom. If it's the Jinyui, we can naturally catch them all in one fell swoop. If it weren't for the addition of an interesting guest, it would be great. No matter how we calculate, we won't lose anything. As for what they want, Lianrenfang never deceives customers and never gives fake goods, so just report some irrelevant true feelings to them. As for some important things, don't give them. Dongwa is quite interesting. Lien Renfang is also a bit interesting. It's not unreasonable for them to have come so far. It's similar to my business alliance. The business alliance only earns money that belongs to me, but the service targets are determined by the business alliance itself, regardless of national borders, so they won't be treated differently by national borders. And Lianrenfang also does not treat any customers differently, so it can earn money from various customers. But they still exclude the Jinyui. Every rule has a prerequisite, which is to preserve oneself and ensure that one's organization operates in an orderly and complete manner and becomes increasingly prosperous. Although I am also hostile to Lianrenfang, not only in our eastern country but also among many others, they are still willing to serve us because we just want to overthrow it. But the Jinyui is different. Jinyui not only wants to have the strength to overthrow, but also will not serve the Jinyui. Although that's what they said, they should have also set their sights on the young master. Although the young master acted very high profile this time, it eliminated some of their suspicions. But you still won't escape their surveillance. After all, your hostility is too strong and you're too wealthy. It was already within my expectations, so I need to get rid of the suspicion of the Jinyui in front of me first. After all, this game ended in the East seeking an enemy. I don't think Lianrenfang has ever fought such a battle before. After all, they have always been more accustomed to dealing with an enemy in the dark, and this time I am much more interesting in the dark. It's not easy for you to settle the suspicion, but to be honest, you spent 5 million on this trip, which is really a bit too much. Not much, not much, not much. Just now I was thinking about whether to take 90 million and ask the price. After all, 90 million can only be asked for one price. I don't know how much more money it will cost to kill someone. Young master, we don't like spending like this even if we have money. Why do you think they either accept cash or only accept silver notes from Liuli Bank? Are you saying that Liuli Money House is also affiliated with Lien Renfang? Don't we still have the last royal guard to stay here? Bring along the experts from the Business Alliance, the experts brought by the North, and Siafong Jun, and we won't burn down the building this time. Stealing money. Dongya King. Why are you here? Is Dongya City already here? It's over. It's all over. The Western Frontier Army of Dakian is already the army of tigers and wolves, which has been eyeing me for years. Now, with the assistance of the Jinyui, our momentum is unstoppable. It's not my fault, General Dongye. It's just that over the years, our gold and silver have been given to the Buddha sect and their followers. Alas. Just go and rest. I will find a solution to the situation here until it reaches Dongye country. I will find a way. Order the entire army to retreat to Lingshan. Lingshan Guijia country no longer wants Qiushan country no longer wants you. The border defense line was breached in 3 days by a coalition of 100,000 elite troops from various countries. And the Eastern Night Kingdom, including the palace guards, has a total of 40,000 troops, some of whom cannot even wear armor. Why did it take 7 days for the Western Frontier Army and the Jinyui to win? Maybe it's because the march is too slow. The gap in military strength is so obvious now that someone like you can still make it to the general. How can I fight? Because they want us to reinforce Dongye country or defend on the hills or turtle shells because it's a plain area with no danger to defend. If the army is defeated, they can take advantage of the situation and pursue the plains. Their cavalry can chase us all to death. So why don't we give up on these 2 small countries and retreat to the treacherous terrain to intercept the Western Army? This way, not only will we have a defense, but we will also extend their supply lines and increase their military spending. Do you understand, idiot? I really want to give up my job and not sit on this throne. I always feel like I'll be tricked to death by these fools. I envy Diqian for having a courtier like Yang Yuan. If God gave me Yang Yuan, why would I come to the front line? I wouldn't even go to court and give my son to Yang Yuan. Then let me live a boring and tedious life of selecting concubines every day. Your Majesty, I think. It's my way or the highway. I beg you, please say 2 less words. I want to live for 2 more years. Whatever I say, don't ask. It's the king's order. Trust me, if you say one more word, I will definitely kill you. I think your majesty is right. We should follow your majesty's wise leadership. If anyone dares to say another word of nonsense, I will definitely cut him off for you. Great, I know why you can become a general. Keep it up and maybe you can become a marshal. I heard that the king is addicted to women's sexuality and neglects political affairs. Almost every few months, the entire country has to select a queen, which is absurd. I thought it was just a straw bag. But now it seems that. I've told you before that Huang Tianxi is not a simple person. Although it may seem absurd and indifferent to politics in recent years, you haven't noticed that the national strength of Dongshan Buddhist Kingdom has not declined at all. The casually issued national policies may seem to be aimed at the people, but in fact, they hit the nail on the head. This time, it demonstrates the decision that an emperor should have to give up both countries and retreat to the natural danger, causing your strategy to fail completely. With such a king in the western regions, it is likely that the next battle will not be easy to fight. It's a pity that I was planning to have a decisive battle with Turtle Shell at Chioshan. Okay, within 10 days, we can even boast about our record of defeating the 3 kingdoms. It's just that this is the first time we've fought against this king, and he has such great talent and strategy. Why hasn't he started to unify the western regions? If the western regions are unified by him now, it must be even harder to deal with. Yes, such talent is willingly falling into depravity. Is he like the young master in your family who is silently doing great things? Back then, Yang Gong was feared by others, and His Majesty's officials were all watching over the young master, so the young master had to endure. Why should he endure so much? Are countries afraid of him, or is it Buddhism? Keep advancing. I have already taken the land of the 3 kingdoms, and there are no difficult guys like the Buddha sect to attack. Even if we cannot break through the western regions this time, we must fight them. They will never have a chance to leave the east again within 10 years. Nowadays, Lady Jian Sheng and even Lord Lu Tu have personally entered the western regions to restrict the comprehensive monitoring of the Buddhist sect by the Jingyue, but it's not our turn to worry. The only thing worth worrying about now is that there will be people surrendering to the Buddha sect. We hope to fight this war, soldiers hope to fight, Yang Gong hopes to fight. But those princes don't want to continue fighting. If Buddha sect really hands over a murderer and cedes the land of the 3 kingdoms, even Yang Gong has no reason to force these princes to continue fighting. So we need to speed up our pace and let your royal guards watch more. We won't give them a chance to surrender, and we won't be able to deliver their surrender documents to your majesty. Dakian Sword Saint asks about Sword Buddha sect. The holy monk is currently in seclusion. Please come back another day, Sword Saint. Hee, King Kong's physical fitness level is 2nd grade. Hee, guarding the mountain requires a 2nd level realm. It seems that Foshan has hidden many secrets now. Today, I really want to meet this living Buddha. I, the monk, have seen your senior with a clear heart. It's not that my Buddhist sect is unwilling to entertain you, but now my master is really inconvenient to entertain your senior. Then you should also send some elders to send me away. What secret is there in Foshan now? I came here and let you, a young person, come over. I really thought I dared not kill anyone. Please respect yourself, senior, for the importance of Buddhism. Except for a few of your esteemed monks who can barely block me, how many of you young people come here to die? Although I am not a heavenly being, swordsmen are the best at attacking. Can you ask your heavenly master if he can compare to me in terms of attacking and destroying? He really dares to kill me. Amitabha Buddha, please retreat. No matter how late the monk soldiers are sealed off, even if their senior swordsmanship attacks Wushuang, they cannot do without Foshan. During the Ming Dynasty's Eastern Crossing Conference, Yang Jioyan gained fame, but no one dared to underestimate you. Although defeated, I am still proud. If we let you, our senior brother, go, I'm afraid we don't need Yang Jio's intervention, let alone discussing the Tao. Just me, the great Qianwu, can make your Buddhist sect lose face. The words of my predecessors have taught me that I am ashamed of my actions, which have benefited me greatly. Nowadays, I always think of wanting to see the wise again and listen to their teachings. Waiting for you to say these words, your wise man has already been deposed by your Buddhist sect. Now, Yang Gongjing has mobilized his country's strength to fight against injustice, but the Buddhist sect has not given an explanation until today. So you should investigate this matter carefully and see what the hell your Buddhist sect is up to. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that you have not colluded with others. Sword Saint or Sword Saint, who directly challenged the Buddha sect and destroyed its mountain gate. This is our opportunity. Are you just trying to sneak in? Isn't it a challenge to the Buddhist sect? I'm good at it. To be honest, the one who just blocked the Sword Saint is my defeated subordinate. I gained fame by stepping on his bald head. My wife, young lady, grandma, don't you dare to break in without seeing Sword Saint. We naturally need a chance, but this time the Sword Saint is really clever and swaggering to attack the Buddha sect to investigate the secrets inside the Buddha sect. The people of the Buddha sect will not let him act recklessly. Why would people from the Buddhist sect surround and kill the Sword Saint? Not all those who come out of the mountains to pursue will be killed back. After all, the promise made to Yang Gong by the court must be fulfilled by King Yu. And this Mingxia. It should have been the young master who stayed in the western regions, but now it seems that he has been used by the king of Yu. Junior brother, what are you? The demon slayer of Sword Saint is indeed worthy of its reputation. Returning to the western regions, I wholeheartedly promoted Mahayana Buddhism, but my martial arts cultivation naturally couldn't stop the sword of the Sword Saint. Is what the Sword Saint just said true? The Buddha sect really assassinated the wise, and the frontline wars were all caused by this incident. Monks who do not speak falsehoods have no intention of attacking the Yang family. Nowadays, Dakian and the western regions should be instigated by others. Master suspects that it may be the one from Donghua or Yangjio directing and acting. Even so, why didn't the master come forward to explain? Although I am devoted to Buddhism, I am not a fool. I know that for whatever reason, the princes of Deqian are absolutely unwilling to fight this battle. Just an excuse, then Tianren will come forward and guarantee that as long as there is this excuse, those princes can stop the war, right? Junior brother, let's focus on Buddhism. The affairs in the western regions. I didn't say that the western regions referred to Buddhism. Master became the national teacher of the 10 kingdoms to promote Buddhism. I understand, but when will the western regions become the Buddhist sect? Does it mean that Master also hopes that the war will continue? Junior brother, it's hard to pass on the Dharma from the mountain. Due to the unexpected changes in the Tian Shan Mountains, Hang Seng should stay on the mountain for a while longer. Just now, I was worried that Junior brother might be injured by the Sword Saint, but now it seems that it's just right. Compared to me secretly investigating or joining forces with certain factions of the Dakian, even if it means tearing my face, they want to keep me in Foshan. Junior brother has been extremely intelligent since childhood, and I dare not take risks. Junior brother is a broken mirror, and so am I. There are also 3,000 Buddhist monks and soldiers here who are best at defense but not good at attacking. In addition, he was just injured by the Sword Saint. So junior brother, it's better to go back with him honestly. Madam, we want to know what happened when we rescue people. We must not let this world slip away. The people on the Sword Saint's side are really cunning. If Mingxia can disrupt the pace of the Buddha sect, it's just right. If he can't disrupt it, then it's also the young master's people. They have no loss for them at all. I'm just waiting for your words. After coming to the western regions for so long, I've been hiding and there's no chance to take action. Get some action. Please go back and rest, junior brother Mingxia. Senior brother and I grew up together since childhood, thinking that we were all devoted to Buddhism. I really don't know when senior brother changed from a mountain person to a mountain person. Monk Golden Bell cover. Shangguan Li. The Buddhist Holy Land cannot tolerate you, such a reckless little rascal. Idiots think the shattered star blocking me is very powerful, isn't it? The 100 spirits have reached you. Gun Shadow Shattered Star. Diqian. That's going too far. Ha 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 ha. Sword Saint and my wife here are doing even better than I imagined. Bailing, that girl is truly clever, nurtured by the old prince. The western regions are already chaotic enough. Your move is not a good move. The Buddhist sect is currently busy with their own affairs and did not want to get involved in the western regions' war. You have continuously taken over the territories of the three kingdoms, and now provoking the Buddha sect is like igniting a fire. Haha, which side are you helping? Until now, he is still hiding the secrets of the Buddhist sect from me and trying to mislead me. In the battle of the western regions, apart from Huang Tianci, I never cared about anyone else. Now, even this person can be considered half an opponent. Nowadays, with all the scrap materials around us, it's impossible to stop the Western Army. Others may think that the battle of the western regions was against various countries in the region, but I am well aware that it was fought against the Buddha sect. I must force out their henchmen, otherwise the western regions will be unstable and difficult to maintain. If you want to quickly, you won't be afraid to force that celestial being and Dakian to reconcile. It's already at this point. If those princes still don't know that something is wrong in the western regions, then Dakian wouldn't be so chaotic now. Oh, I see. I thought you sacrificed your reputation and forcibly diverted your attention, but now it seems that your Yang family has come up with a move to drive away wolves and devour tigers. The Sword Saint first destroyed the Shangguan Li of Foshan Mountain Gate and then took away the Master Mingxia. This time, it can be said that the Buddha's face was stepped on the ground. Second brother, things are not as simple as you think. The Western Frontier Army has won consecutive battles and taken over the territory of the three kingdoms. But the Buddhist sect that can represent the Western regions has not spoken a word until now. Don't you feel that something is wrong? Are you saying that the Buddha sect is brewing some conspiracy? For this conspiracy, they can even allow us to attack cities and territories in the Western regions. As long as the living Buddha steps forward, we have reason to withdraw our troops and even shift the blame onto the Eastern Kingdom, allowing Yang Gong's Eastern Army to bite each other. Although it could have avoided disaster, the Buddha sect has not given a single explanation and instead confirmed the charge of assassinating Yang Jiao. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Perhaps this is the letter that Yang Gong wants us to see from his master, and it's the same. All the high monks in the western regions have huddled in Foshan, as if guarding some secret. Although the second brother's usurpation of the throne is heavy, the western regions have to guard against it. You're right. I have had contact with Tianren before, and Tianren's layout must be aimed at Diqian. What benefits can Buddha sect gain from both the Western Frontier Army and the Northern Rhone countries suffering losses? It's hard not to believe. A military force emerged from the air and seized the opportunity of both losses to subdue the western regions and eliminate the Western Frontier Army. It may sound unbelievable that both sides of the military would suffer losses, but how could this be possible? Or maybe I was overthinking it, but my second brother is right. The plan for the western regions must be in Dakian. If Dakian is destroyed, then we have nothing to argue about. You're right, and this time the conspiracy of the Western expedition to force out the Buddha sect will be resolved by Yang Gong. If both Yang Gong and the Western regions suffer losses, it would be best. Even if the Buddha sect has no conspiracy, it would be a great thing for us to take over the Western regions. With the support of the Western regions, how could I be afraid of the Qianzhan who owns the land of 2 continents? This idea is naturally correct, but I don't know why. It always feels like a chess piece being manipulated. Originally, when Yang Jiao entered the capital, many people planned to target the Yang family and secretly accept the Rong tribe from the north. However, when Yang Jiao was assassinated, the chessboard was completely chaotic. So it's like this. It's not that the chessboard is messed up, but that someone has lifted it. Yang Jio is really directing and acting, deceiving everyone. What are you saying? From what? It's nothing, just certain that the Yang family didn't have any intention of competing for the throne from the beginning. If they really had it, this world would probably belong to the Yang family. Isn't this something that everyone knows? Why discuss it again? Yang Jio should go to the east to disrupt Kyoto and settle down. The Yang family in the east is all focused on border security when discussing the situation. The Yang family is indeed ashamed, but in the struggle for the throne, even the weakest prince may lose his life. What kind of situation can we talk about? We can only ignore the means, good or evil. Kuei Shou. The person you asked me to keep an eye on has a result. Oh, where did you go with our information? I didn't go anywhere, but instead used our information and acted like a vegetable seller on the street, shouting for 6 million and selling high-level information on mysterious noodles. It is said that the Jinyui Palace and all hostile organizations should pass by and not be missed. You said he bought something interesting on the street, but now I really can't figure out who he is. But this is my cunning capital. Who dares to oppose us here? I don't think anyone dares to buy it, do they? That other person did not dare to buy it, but it was still bought by the Jinyui. They used a token of a pacification envoy to ask him to go to the business alliance to exchange 6 million. We want to go with him, but the Jinyui is a top-notch expert in disguise and anti-tracking, and he went straight out of the city without being able to catch up or see his appearance clearly. Interesting to say. Not only did he not spend a penny, but he also earned quite a bit. How about this? Take those two people and I'll see what they are from. When did Yao Yang add such interesting people again? Those two, one with a broken mirror and the other with a second grade, are still in the bustling city. If we fight them in the city, even if we bring a few more broken mirrors, it will harm the innocent. We can only find a solution after dark. Isn't Erpin really Yang Jio? Since ancient times, the swallowing heaven technique has not been able to break through the low level of the third rank. It can be disguised. If it is higher than one's own level, it is extremely difficult to disguise. So, who exactly are these two people in the bustling city? It's not easy for us to mobilize our troops to slowly clear the area and not let them notice. I'll go there myself and keep an eye on the people in the province before we lose them. My subordinate understands. The final copy of the high-level information on the mysterious face. Don't be 9 million, don't be 8 million, just 5-9, just 5-9. Don't miss the last one when passing by. Young master, are we being too high-profile like this? This is a bustling city, and the lair of the mysterious face is just across the street. It's okay, first clear the suspicion that I'm Yang Jio, and then we'll meet again to see what kind of person this leader really is. And there's nothing high-profile about it. Look at these people coming and going, which one doesn't see us as fools because they don't even know what a hidden face is. They must be crazy poor, right? They can't spend 9 million or 20 in their lifetime. Yeah, maybe I haven't seen Qian Yaomian before. I haven't even heard of high-level Yaomian. Don't pay attention to them, don't pay attention to them. It seems like there's a problem with their heads. They really don't know about the mysterious side. The rulers of Dakian always mention the mysterious side of Donghua, but in fact, the secrecy level of the mysterious side is very high. Poor people and even some national officials are unaware of the existence of this organization. But it's an organization that they don't even know about, which has taken root in various Eastern countries and subtly influenced their lives. Chat. The mysterious face leader now dares to come out and see me without wearing a mask. Mysterious face leader. Oh, I didn't say I was the leader of the mysterious face. Is there anyone else who can come to me now besides the mysterious face leader? I just didn't expect you to be so young or that your face is also a mask. I was supposed to look like this. I will only wear a mask when I stand on the stage. Without the mask, I will still be myself. Old Kueisho has died. The person who broke the move in the Battle of Dakian Kyoto turned out to be you. Are you old Kueisho's son or daughter? No one knows about such a big change in the leader, and there hasn't been any news about it. Oh, then who are you? Are you Yang Jio? Ha ha ha, if you thought I was really Yang Jio, you wouldn't have come to see me. After all, the war between the Eastern Kingdom and the Great Qian is imminent. If I were Yang Jioi, I would first find a way to completely eliminate the leader of the mysterious face. Then I'm even more curious about who you really are. I am someone who can influence the direction of the world, including the northern Rong, Wuxiao, western regions, Huangxi, Daqian, Yang, Jiao, Nanjiang, barbarians, and even the Eastern Kingdom. Who are you? De Qian Yang Jiao, are you sure it's not Yang Yuan? Before Yang Jiao defeated Wu Xiao, that person was Yang Yuan. Now that Yang Jiao has defeated Wu Xiao and promoted Yang Yuan to Tianren, this person is Yang Jiao. Me? I'm just an opportunist, or rather, I want to see the legendary mysterious face with my own eyes. Don't worry, you're all here. What else can I do? How did you get promoted to the second rank? Since ancient times, the highest level of swallowing heaven skill is the third rank. I've already said that I'm not Yang Jiao. Before you directed and acted in Kyoto, I was always curious about how you could solve the internal turmoil in Kyoto, and even wanted to use the internal turmoil in Kyoto to stop your footsteps, and then I would take control of the eastern region. After performing a scene, the internal turmoil was transferred to the western regions. Not only did I not get caught up in anything, but I also had no worries about dealing with me. What's the point of saying that I'm not Yang Jiao? This leader really can't underestimate my identity in just a few words. The only person who can chat with me like this is Yang Jiao. Of course, if not, it's best to go to Liuli Bank. Because for first-time guests, I always ask them to use the silver tickets from there, but in fact, it's just a trap with no money, just gunpowder that you're most familiar with. Young master, this. If I remember correctly, the Jinyui who hasn't appeared yet should be the elite among the elite, and it's also the hidden chest left for you by Yang Yuan. It seems that everything can be cleared this time. Oh, Liuli Bank. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have thought of this. Leader, you're the same. I've already told you that I'm not Yang Jiao. Don't mess with me. I'm really Yang Jiao. Can't people trust each other more? Oh, is that so? If you're not planning to take action against Liuli Bank, then your target is me. You seem to have already used this move in Beirong, so the only remaining Jinyui is approaching the capital of Yaoyang. Do you want to kill me? If Liuli Bank can cut off the funds of the mysterious side, then it will be much easier for the East to fight in the future. Yes, but unfortunately it's highly likely to be a trap. The leader wouldn't have such a clear oversight. Since it's a trap, he'll have to send someone to capture it. So now it's better for him to have fewer people around him. Do you mean to kill the head of the mysterious face, but we can't find him? I guess he will come to find me or send someone to keep me. If he comes to find me, then kill him. If he does, then hit him first and dampen his spirit. All the strategies of the young master have been exposed. This young leader in front of us is not simple. I have to say that being the top scorer in the battle between heaven, earth, and air is really impressive. I admire it. If I were Yang Jiao, I must have lost very badly, right? Gunmaster and Sword Wuchuan have all been transferred to the mysterious side, and it seems that this time we can not only capture the Jinyui, but also capture Yang Jiao. Speaking of which, Yang Jiao, are you too arrogant? I am neither Wu Xiaodong nor Beirong. It's really difficult to deal with, and I really underestimated you a bit. But my goal is not Liuli Bank, nor you. Or perhaps since you know me so well, have you forgotten that I am best at using myself as bait? And I have obtained your information, along with the files of the Jinyui. Although they are all from the old leader, I have more or less guessed your identity. Your Highness, the Crown Prince of Yaoyang, it's really not easy for you, an illegitimate child, to reach this point. Your goal is the Emperor of the Palace. Ha ha ha, you can't call any experts from other places in a short period of time. The experts you call are actually experts from the palace, right? So it's not you who came to kill me, it's me who wants to hold you back. Lao Lu, don't hesitate. Let's kill without being consumed by hostility. No, you are blowing me up. Although the Jinyui are powerful, they attacked the palace and used eggs to strike stones. Do you want to take the opportunity to escape? This is invincible. You are serious. The palace is on fire. The Jinyui has arrived again. Last time they burned down the Lianlanfang, this time they are going to burn down the imperial palace. Don't look, don't look. Go home early, the whole city will be under martial law soon. Gunpowder is impossible, even without experts, there are tens of thousands of guards. This is the capital of my country, Yaoyang. Burning down the Lianlanfang is nothing, but the imperial palace is so important that the Jinyui cannot succeed. Well, I guess so. But let me guess, if there is really an accident in the palace and all of the Kueisho's subordinates are experts in the palace, there are plenty of talented people under him. Do you think they will stay here obediently when they see something happening in the palace, or will they wait for orders to support the palace? Boss, I don't know what happened in the palace. All the offerings have gone back. But it's okay. Our own team has already cleared the area around us. This time, we can't let them go of anything we say. This is your plan. You're really amazing. My initial plan was just to clear the suspicion. After all, I'm a second-grade swallowing heaven skill, not a third grade. I went to great lengths to trade with the Jinyui just to let you know that I am not a Jinyui, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful and come over to get along with me in person, and then see through my identity. So you're also gambling. You've already called the Jinyui over. If I can't figure out your identity, you'll be lurking. If I do, you'll be hiding. That must have been me personally coming over, so they will assassinate me like this now. They attacked the palace not to deceive me, but to deceive the offerings of those palaces. Of course, the mysterious face has been too big and the power has been spread too widely. In the short term, you can only rely on the palace, and you have that kind of identity, don't you? So I'm sorry, enemy. This time, no matter how you change, you're still on my chessboard. So we're surrounded by the Jinyui, so are people. Jinyui Qianhu Wangi sees young master. Hurry up, and those offerings in the palace will soon realize that something is wrong. How much can this leader kill with his mysterious face? I've told you before that people from the Central Plains are very good at playing. I'll talk about these cool words later. At most, half a stick of incense is needed. As long as they hold off, it's Yang Jio and the others who will be killed. Siafeng Jun. Yang Jio, do you really want to kill someone? Boss, please don't hide it. If it continues like this, I'll run away. I'm only 21 years old this year and haven't experienced the pain of love yet. I don't want to be buried with you. Loud noise. Okay, Yang Jio, although you've come to this point, you should also be aware that the reason why you can't kill me is just to see my trump card. If you're qualified, then I'll show you. Yuanchi, it's true that you can't be without such power in the East. What exactly are these breaths, whether they are cold breath, dragon chi, or Buddha sect, and why do they exist? The worshippers of Yangjio Palace have already realized that they have fallen victim to the manipulation of the tiger and left the mountain. You have forced me to ignite my deep energy again. The lack of human hearts has made it impossible for you to leave now. Impressive and worthy of the title of leader, but unfortunately, you are not the lord of the Eastern Kingdom, only the crown prince of Yaoyang. Therefore, as a small Yaoyang, I can come and go freely. You can't leave. Old Lu Wudi intends to add the meaning of the mortal world to him. We have withdrawn. Invincible as the edge, red dust is poison. This move can kill heavenly beings. No matter how high you look at Yangjio, he will eventually surprise me. Kuei-sho. The mysterious face leader is really the most suitable opponent for me. He has seen through every plan and move I made from beginning to end. It's interesting, really interesting. What's the point of being able to see through it? It's not just that you defeated me, young master, but also that they caused such a big mess in the capital of Yaoyang and managed to escape unscathed. I was able to suppress him this time only because he was in the spotlight and I was in the dark, otherwise it's really hard to say. Although I escaped unscathed, I can't be without some gains. I spent 5 million and had to find it back. What do you mean? The leader of Lioli Bank is even smarter than I thought. It was a trap, but it was the bank that hid the treasure and eventually found it. Being in a trap is the safest, especially hiding in this trap that I know I may never know. I think everyone present knows what kind of opponent Yang Jio is this time, right? We lost against him before, so it can be said that he has the advantage of timing, location, and people. This time, he was beaten like this in Yaoyang. What else can we say? Oh, it seems you still have room for sophistry. Let's hear it now. That just received news that Lioli Bank has been attacked. I don't know why, but it was Yang Jio who attacked Lioli Bank. Now I hate you even more and want to beat you up. No, without Yang Jio riding that big bird, we can't bear too much weight. We just robbed some treasures and lost some gold, which is only about 20 million yuan. That's okay, it's still within an acceptable range. Boss, it's not me who said you're always being so smart. It's great to honestly move all the treasures away. Yang Jio already knows where they are, and you're still hiding there. You see, we've lost another 20 million, and if you're sure that person is Yang Jio, just dispatch a large army to encircle and suppress him. Why bother circling around so much? Don't be like that all day long. Even Tianren couldn't take advantage of the Yang family, and you're not Tianren yet. Has he always been so brave? If it's brave to waste his life talking nonsense all the time, then he should always be like this. Wait. The boss always uses deep energy to harm your health. It's not that important. Your body is important, boss. I was wrong. Don't. What's going on? What are you forcing your own people to leave their homeland and enter the Central Plains for? I think they are very sincere to you. Don't you guys get strength from them? Are the rumors about Tianji Pavilion true? Is there really someone who is planning something to become a saint? Even you are afraid of becoming a pawn and harming your people. Oh, you said they're afraid of me. I know what you mean, but I don't want to get involved. If they can really make a big difference in the world, I would like to see a higher martial arts world than me. I've been staying at the Jinbei Wanfu these days and have been locked in by several heavenly and human breaths. These guys still want to disrupt the Northern Territory with their divine calculations, so I can't continue to stay there. I've never liked to cause trouble for others as a person. You said I'm not the kind of person who cares about others. Of course, I'm not afraid of getting involved in the Jinbei Wanfu. After all, even if all the heavenly beings take action together, I can still protect the Jinbei Prince's mansion. And with that old man in the sky, the heavenly beings dare not come openly or even make that old man feel their presence. You asked me why I left mainly because that old man is too sneaky. If he really gets involved in the Jinbei Wanfu, he doesn't know how to trick me again. Moreover, the old man is cunning and the young one is even more likely to deceive people. The most important thing is that after so many years, Tianren has been dormant for so long and has been planning and laying out plans. Now I really want to see how they plan to deal with me. I dream of knowing how they will defeat my invincibility. The Arctic Glacier is not for nothing. That old Taoist is also on guard against your existence. I have been looking for you for a long time. How could you dare to appear in front of me now? Even if you are invincible, you should not stand in front of the heavens. Ants can still eat elephants. I feel a lot of familiar aura from you, and it seems that you have received many gifts from heaven and man. Why aren't you afraid of death if they dare not face me and let you come out? And you? Aren't you afraid of death? There are many ways to die. I'm afraid of old age, but I long to be killed. The Arctic glacier is indeed suitable as a battlefield. Then let's start the battle between heaven and man. The battle between heaven and man. Heaven and man are talking about you, not me. The young master's recent commotion in Yaoyan Kingdom can be said to have suppressed the morale of the Eastern Kingdom, giving the Eastern soldiers their first victory. Miss Moron was joking with me. Although she appeared to have gained a lot of advantage on the surface, she lost her best move and exposed her personal plan to come to the East. It's really hard to say whether she won or lost. Young master, there's no need to be too modest. In this battle, you know you can't kill anyone, but you're the leader of the mysterious face. But still gathering all the Jinui to fight to the death, isn't it to shake the prestige of the mysterious side when these two countries go to war? Just adding some trouble to slow down the attack, there was no full-scale war between the Eastern Kingdom and the Eastern Army before. After World War I in the north, both the Northern Army and the Northern Rome suffered losses. The King of Chu in the south laid out a decisive battle for the southern barbarians, the western regions, and even Kyoto, with all his heart and soul focused on the western regions. The Eastern Kingdom wants to take control of the Central Plains, which is the best opportunity. So what can I do for the young master? It has to be said that the Eastern Kingdom is truly a monolithic entity, and that mysterious leader has exceeded my expectations. Currently, I can only adapt to the situation or get involved in the battle to seize the throne in Yaoyang, adding some trouble to that leader. Moreover, there is one person's information that I have to pay attention to. Gunmaster Dakian man breaks Mirror Peak. If it's really a Dakian person, why haven't I ever heard of him? Although the war hasn't started yet, our war has already begun. Yao Mian is best at using a few people to stir up chaos in the world. This time, I also want to try using Yao Mian's methods, and this war must be controlled within the eastern countries. Son, how about I accompany you to Kyoto? You're already so old. Not to mention the exhaustion of cars and horses, but now that the Central Plains are not peaceful, a group of shameless heavenly beings are calculating. This calculation is really unfair to me. How did you become a married woman after cohabiting with your daughter-in-law? You had to wait until the Northern Rome and Southern migration were over before deciding to get married. It won't be many months, so you don't have to worry about it after these months have passed. Yeah, I can wait for your big wedding, and I don't know how many years the Prince of Jinbei has been waiting for this big wedding, but Yang Yuan, that stinky kid, can't wait for me, and my good grandson can't wait either. The domestic dispute is nothing but a struggle for imperial power and national destiny involving heaven and man. Yang Yuan, that stinky kid, is always unwilling to trouble me. He doesn't want to lend me this knife, but he doesn't know that my biggest fear is old death. Father always knew what he wanted, but for some reason, he knew it was the best choice for you. Ha ha ha, silly kid, aren't you going to cry? I'm not going to die, and you're so old, come and take a look. Your general is going to cry. Who is crying? Be careful along the way. When you see your little sister, restrain yourself. Xiao Jiao is already so old that she's going to be a grandmother. Don't always treat her like a child. Mother-in-law, please go back when you're done. Old prince, please. General, rest assured that no matter what happens, the general will safely send the old prince back to the north. Hey! I am the commander-in-chief stationed at the border, and I should not have said these words. But I don't like chaotic times. I really hate chaotic times. If it weren't for this, my father and younger sister Yan Yuan wouldn't be like this today. You and I wouldn't be together until today. It's just a pity that I don't have the ability to calm this chaotic world. The Northern Rome Wolf Cavalry has reorganized the Snow God Army, although they have all collapsed. But there are also divine elephants that can be used. The main general of the Cold Axe, Han Donggu, is still a famous general, and the Ice Teeth army is currently undergoing repairs. What does a good computational military do? Although the Northern Rome Army is not half of its heyday, the Phoenix Battalion of the Northern 5th Battalion has been renovated and the Chilan Battalion has been replenished smoothly. Although the Qinglong camp suffered heavy losses in its warhorses, its elite still remain. Although the Xuanwu camp and the Baihu camp were brutal, the unity of the two camps is still unstoppable. Among all the countries, the Northern Frontier Army has the strongest military power, surpassing all other armies in the world. Now these two armies are in your hands, my fool. I want to tell you that you have always had the ability to pacify the world. Coco is. If things really reach their worst, both the West, East, and South will be destroyed. My man, you still have the capital to turn the tide. So stop frowning and acting like a little girl. Father, Yang Jio, and everyone else are waiting for us. When we solve the problem of the Northern Rong's southward migration and restore our military strength, the world will be at peace. We still have our own things to do. By the way, our grand wedding can alleviate the conflict between Northern Rome and Northern Territory to the greatest extent possible. If we hurry up to have a child, wouldn't that be icing on the cake? No. We are about to get married, and both Northern Rome and Northern Territory have already. What I mean is to give birth to two. The prince's mansion in Jinbei has one Northern Rome royal family member. Good, good, good. It's only 2 days. It seems that the old man came back late and went to Kyoto. Now it seems that he did make a good decision. Cough, cough. I heard from Father that you fought against someone on the Arctic Glacier, and that person's strength is still higher than Father's. Someone did come to fight me for so many years. I haven't seen him so confident in a while. I am also full of expectations and planned to make a rare and full effort, but I never expected it. You haven't played before, have you? Humph, I always dream of the day when I will be defeated. I just didn't expect him to be so weak. With so many opponents, you seem a bit impressive. Tuoba sent 3 generations of barbarian kings to the realm of heaven and man. Don't learn any nonsense. I am a person who has transformed the power of heaven and man into brute force, cultivating that power and breaking through 10,000 laws. Unlike those heavenly beings who only dare to hide behind and calculate, they don't even have the courage to stand upright in front of me. So you're pretty good. Breaking through 10,000 laws with one force and saying it from your mouth is like mocking how you actually obtained that kind of power. What does the peak of heaven and man mean? Why do people like you exist in the world? Hey, do you want to talk to me about what you guys really want to do? To be honest, I didn't care before, but now I'm starting to be curious. Oh, 2 more heavenly beings who dare to appear in front of me. Interesting, interesting. So in the end, you dealt with a total of 3 heavenly beings. Those 2 didn't even fight me, they were just focused on saving people. If we fight, I'm not afraid of all the gods and humans fighting together. It's just about saving my life. This is what heaven and man are best at. After all, they live a long time, so even I can't stop them. However, speaking of which, I really can't stay in the north anymore. Why not visit those old friends, such as the monk from the western regions? What are they planning? King. The members of the Witch Clan have arrived, and they are willing to cooperate internally and externally to help us break through the Southern Territory. The Elder also said this is the best opportunity. Barbarian Pioneer Python Chief First Class Warrior. Where are those people with strange faces in the east? Tuoba Tsang, the 9th generation Barbarian King and Mirror-Breaking Warrior. They didn't take the opportunity to seek anything. I heard they were tricked in their own lair, but the morale of the Eastern League is low. How can they take care of us? The difficult king of Chu died in an internal struggle, so this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us barbarians. The king of Chu was indeed a rare opponent, and I even considered him a lifelong archenemy and died like this. It's a pity. Their arrogant emperor doesn't have the brain to choose such a perfect successor. They insist on picking a weak and inexperienced one. If he doesn't die, we don't know how many barbarian heroes will have to join, and after his death, those disgusting witch tribes finally woke up. A woman who is weak as a mother is strong. She is a good mother and also the strongest woman. To harm one's own subordinates because of this matter. I really don't understand why someone like you still has so many followers. The main reason why I have never been fond of killing him is because I am incompetent, because he told me that he has no time to get involved in the affairs of southern Xinjiang, and now you have appeared here. Although you are of mixed race, your barbarian bloodline is even purer than the legitimate royal family of barbarians. We are both at the pinnacle of the broken mirror, and I have no confidence in facing you. It seems that Yang Jiao has caused you a lot of trouble in the East, and I haven't received any reports of the East's westward advance until now. Yao Yang, whether he's the leader or not, he's different from you barbarians. His ambition, his plan, and even his situation are not clear to others. Don't you know? The 5 people who shook the world. I'm curious where his ambition comes from. Among these 5 people, there isn't even a heavenly being. Clearly, for heavenly beings, we're not really that great. You probably don't believe this yourself, do you? Even the 3rd-generation barbarian king wasn't taken seriously by you, was he? Why am I trapped here now? It's not because of him, or if it weren't for that prophecy, I would have died in his hands, right? The prophecy of the Elder. You will become the next celestial being of the barbarians. If there is another celestial being, there may be no one to stop you. How could there be no one to stop me? Even if my grandfather united with other heavenly beings, he still had no way to defeat the world's number 1, right? Okay, I don't really like dealing with people like you. I always say that there are some of these things that don't exist. Tell me, you came to me this time instead of looking for the barbarian king. What are you planning to do? It's nothing. Kueisho asked me to ask you. Do you want to destroy the barbarians? Dongwa has become quieter, so it seems that I was right. Yang Jiao did indeed arrive in Dongwa, but if the young master can hide and move slowly, it would be great. I'm afraid he will expose his whereabouts again this time. Kyoto will soon receive news. The young master has arrived in the eastern country, and at least the leader will not give up this opportunity. He will definitely encourage those princes. I'm sure Yang Jiao will also have some arrangements for this. The Eastern Front keeps harassing us, and we have never properly organized the Eastern Front. Now that Yang Jiao has given us such an opportunity, we can gather the army. Especially for those who come from the north, we should plan carefully. The next war will probably not start with such small-scale attacks as we do now. We have already come to this point for the sake of Dakian. The Yang family's only goal is to defend the border. Now we can only wait for when those princes will truly wake up. Yang Jiao is in the eastern region. He was completely fine and caused such a big commotion in the east. In the end, we were all deceived by him. Even if we now know that we have been deceived, is there any room for easing? The western regions have already fought against the western regions, and it has long been a bow on the string. And do you think there is any convincing evidence that Yang Jiao has in the eastern state? Is it based on false information? You should know that the mysterious face is an enemy country. It can have contact with the enemy country. Isn't this waiting for someone with intentions to join you and seize power? Oh, do those disgusting mice still dream of returning to the grassland? Without the Chu King town, the southern army was already preoccupied with their own affairs. Who could still take care of this foreign tribe? So they came as envoys, intending to work together with us both internally and externally to win the southern border and achieve meritorious deeds. So let's work with them first. The elder said cooperation. Do you think so too? I remember a generation of elders once prophesied that the royal court of the barbarians would hang the symbol of the witch tribe, and the entire grassland would be filled with the filthy aura of the witch tribe. So on the day when the southern border is breached, not a single witch clan should be spared this time, and they should also be wiped out. Since we're going all out this time, should we release the brute force switch? After all, he's you. Don't mention that he has the cunning bloodline of Central Plains people, even more cruel than wolves on the grassland. If the elder hadn't seen the new prophecy, I would have killed him. Even so, he is still your only son. Despite his deep sins, he was suppressed by him on the battlefield, even when the king of Chu was alive, and his military achievements were remarkable. If it weren't for him. But he killed all his brothers and sisters and hurt me. If he wants to become a barbarian king in this way, he dreams that the barbarian king can have the bloodline of a Central Plains person on his body. But you don't have any other heirs left. I will arrange these things myself. You don't have to worry anymore. Summon the barbarian army. Also, notify the Wolf Clan, Stone Clan, and Original Clan to gather their army and send troops to the southern border. The master's mysterious face is indeed unable to intervene in the affairs of southern Xinjiang. Wang is already preparing to launch a war, but just that all the offspring have died, I am the only one and the best one. He still has no intention of passing the throne to me, right? If you hadn't intentionally exposed the Rope King, you would never have been able to find out if it was your hand. I don't understand. Didn't he also kill all his brothers at that time? Otherwise, there wouldn't be only him and me left in the royal family. We clearly only did the same thing as him, but now we're so angry. So it's still because of our bloodline, right? I don't know, I dare not say. Although I have killed many people because others mentioned my bloodline, I have never died of my own bloodline. They all like to call me a bastard, but whoever says a bastard must be weak. I have the physique of a barbarian, and as my body grows, my physical strength can reach 8th grade. Barbarians may find it difficult to break through the mirror, but I still possess the martial arts talent and strategic planning of Central Plains people. In the history of barbarians, I have become the 5th peak to break through the mirror and have the potential to ascend to the pinnacle of heaven and man strategy. Moreover, I have achieved repeated victories on the battlefield. So I am proud of my bloodline because I am stronger than both barbarians and Central Plains people. But whenever they talk about bloodline, they like to insult my mother. My mother comes from a scholarly family and may seem very weak, but in fact, she taught me to be strong. That strength does not come from the body or martial arts, but from the soul. The Queen Mother is indeed stronger than any Central Plains woman we have ever seen. It's okay for you to call me a bastard, but never mention my mother. I am praising. Praising you is clearly belittling that my mother is not the strongest person in the Central Plains, but a barbarian and even the strongest woman in the whole world. Coco, are we just being played around by the Yang family like this? So Your Majesty, it's better not to. I don't agree. It's such a great situation. As long as the money war reaches Kyoto, I can reap the benefits of the fishermen. And now I missed all the opportunities and sent all the main players to the western regions. Second brother, take a good look at the current situation. I don't believe you can't see clearly what the Yang family's plan is for until now. The Jinyui were all sent to the Border Business Alliance to support the 4 borders, and even Yang Jio's private soldiers stopped at Shanzhou to confront Qianjian. Even if we win this battle, the Yang family will suffer heavy losses, especially since the Battle of the North is already in front of us. The Yang family won the Battle of the North, but they won with nothing and gained everyone's fear. Now, this battle is no exception. I. And I don't believe you didn't see the clues in the western regions. Now that Yang Jiao is unscathed, it shows that the assassination was not done by the Buddha sect. But the Buddha sect insisted on taking on the responsibility in the default way, and my master also noticed the abnormality of the Buddha sect. Nowadays, all kinds of anomalies are indicating that Yang Gong did not guess wrong. His Buddhist sect indeed harbors ill intentions, and the western regions have been plotting against the Central Plains. What if I win? Is it the same fate as the Yang family? We will lose both sides and the western regions, and we will no longer have the qualification to compete for the throne. I am unwilling to accept it. What's the point of losing the throne if my second brother doesn't even have the country? 10,000 steps back, now the Eastern Kingdom is eyeing and the Southern barbarians are harboring evil intentions. The Battle of Northern Rome has just been settled, and the invasion of foreign enemies is imminent. Everyone is watching. Does second brother really have the courage to face the condemnation of the world and withdraw from the Western Frontier Army to launch internal strife? I don't think anyone in the world can afford to be criticized like second brother, but what Yang Gong wants to see is just the current situation. I don't understand what you're saying, but there's also this world in my heart. If I were not the prince, but just an ordinary official, a border defense general, or even an ordinary citizen, I know exactly what I should do, but we are princes. If we don't sit in that position, it's just that. Let me think about it again, Yang Gong. Yang Gong's calculations really make me sigh. No matter what, second brother is still a wise king. If he doesn't make a decision, he has already made it. The Yang family's decision is admirable and in line with my plan. Let me be the last fisherman and get a complete big dry. So it turns out that Yang Jiao is ultimately Yang Jiao. With just one move, he played everyone. In the eyes of the old slave, the current situation is not bad for us. After all, His Majesty is still sitting on the throne. The stability of the border has weakened the power of the Qin king and the Yang family, and your position will only become more stable. The dragon Qi is still on Yang Gong's body. Your Majesty, both the old servant and you need dragon Qi. Of course, the old servant also knows that there is no need to rush for a while. Nowadays, the border is in turmoil. If something happens to Yang Yuan at this time, the Jinyui and Yang Jiao will definitely not give up easily. However, speaking of which, although we cannot move now, we still need to prepare early after all, Yang Gong. Is there really no win-win solution? If we can find a way to extract the dragon energy from Yang Gong's body while also protecting his life, I believe even if we don't forcefully take Yang Gong away, he would be willing to help me. You have also seen the fate of my master. Although he can survive without the dragon Qi, he only has a lifespan of 2 to 3 years. I understand now that it's just me and Yang Gong. Let's go to the Eastern Factory and also go to the Western regions. Don't go to the East, right? Your Majesty Dongjing, this is. Even the King of Qin has spared no effort. Although the King of Chu in the southern region has died, he is willing to fight until the last moment. Do you understand that the King of Qin is a prince, the commander of the southern region is a general, and I am the emperor? Your Majesty, it's unacceptable to use your power recklessly. Alas, in the end, you fell for Yang Yuan's plan. Please take a good look at the Duke Chao from the eastern and southern regions of the western regions. We are now fighting on the third front. Moreover, we have just experienced internal turmoil and the country is already on the brink of collapse. We have been unwilling to meet because the Yang family is a big mountain pressing in front of us, but being blocked does not mean that the crisis does not exist. And if there is another internal turmoil at this time, such an eternal reputation, I cannot afford it, and no one can afford it. The old slave found out and immediately went to arrange it. I got it. Go ahead. Subordinate resigns. Up to now, these princes have finally realized that it's true. Words have never had any power. Only by making them take practical actions and escalate the situation to this point can we truly wake up these few people who pretend to be asleep. That old Taoist hasn't been by your side for a long time. I haven't seen him for a long time and my hands have been itching lately. I want to give him a good beating. Ha ha ha, today should be the day for me and my senior to have tea, so I must have missed the appointment today since you came back. But it just happened that you arrived as soon as the tea was brewed. Oh, you actually recognize me, but you also have a good impression of me as a person. Emperor Hao and Emperor Qianwu, if you have the bloodline of either of them and incorporate the dragon Qi, you can directly ascend to the throne of heaven and man. Even in the face of my full force strike, you still have the power to fight. It's just a pity that you don't have such a special bloodline. So now that this power has become limited, I have no intention of fighting with you. Didn't my senior never deny other people's paths? Why do they look down on me so lightly now? Maybe I had too high expectations for you, but you chose the worst shortcut, which is why I found you a bit boring. I see. Has the senior ever considered joining forces with me? Don't be silly, it's not that I underestimate you, Yang Yuan, but who in this world is qualified to join forces with me, or do I really need to join forces? May I ask who in the world is my opponent? And I am carefree, do not like to fight, and am not like you ordinary people. Really? It seems like the younger generation is overthinking. After all, in the eyes of my younger generation, everyone under heaven and man wants to kill me, while everyone above heaven and man wants to kill you. The two of us sitting together may have offended most of the peerless masters and conspirators in this world. Even if we can't join forces, you're here. I'm begging for something from you. Are you, the Prince of Jinbei, and Yang Jiu really a family that doesn't come into the same house? You have such thick skin that when you first meet me, you immediately ask for something from me. Do you really think I look like a scapegoat? Hee, it's just a family motto. Thin-skinned, unable to eat. Thick-skinned, walking around. What's going on here? It's already here. There's no news from Deki and Kyoto. Shouldn't they know Yang Jiu's whereabouts and quickly transfer their troops? It seems that I have really come to my senses. It turns out that Yang Jiu is planning to attack Yang Yuan's heart. What kind of bloodline is the Yang family? Surprisingly, both generations are heroes. Since all of Kyoto's plans have failed, we should also think about the eastern side. You are aware, leader. Yang Jiu's disturbance has caused a lot of trouble for the coalition army. After all, unlike southern Xinjiang and the western regions, our eastern country cannot currently achieve a dominant position. Many people want to replace your position. And Yang Jiu's move clearly shook our position and gave those people an excuse. The Eastern Alliance is in charge of the situation, and the forces of various countries are like suns. Yang Jiu is really calculating. I thought he was here to test me. I didn't expect this turmoil to actually unfold a chess game. He wants to play a game with me here. The most cunning thing is whether the chess piece he used is mine or not. What does this mean? Everyone here is one of our own. Can you just say what you want to say? Report that Lord Koisho has received a confidential report that the Crown Prince of Tianqiao Kingdom is currently impeaching your position as Commander-in-Chief in the Coalition Army. His Royal Highness, Prince Yao, has obtained a large amount of funds from somewhere in the palace and is also connecting with the courtiers. Moreover, the business alliance is secretly collecting food, which may be. Did you see that? This is Yang Jiu's plan. In Yaoyan Kingdom, I was defeated and my position was shaken. At this time, I supported those who opposed me while using their power to disrupt my rhythm. These things were supposed to be my support, my chess pieces, but now they have been taken by him for use. So now it seems that no matter how we fight, you are always at a disadvantage. Look, it's like this again. It hasn't even started yet. I'm not in a good mood right now. Please think it over before we talk. That means the crisis has already reached this point. What can I do to help you as long as you speak up and go through fire and water? Not bad. Since that's the case, I really have something I want to ask you to do. So what? I'm just being polite and courteous, but you may not necessarily have nothing to do and insist on adding things to me. You know, I'm someone who. Liuzhou. Do you really not want to meet your blood relative? I don't really want to see you. I just want to be by your side for the rest of my life, and I'll give you some good advice. If I inherit power, then she inherits wisdom. You should be able to guess more or less if you have the ability to calculate someday. Our lineage has been silent for too long. For hundreds of years it has been so mediocre, but in this era, wisdom and power have emerged simultaneously. I don't think it's necessarily a good thing. How much do you really know? Sometimes I think you're not much different from a fool, but sometimes you're so smart that I'm a little scared. Why don't I help you kill Yangjio? I've been thinking about it carefully. Although his life is quite interesting, I think he's already bothering you to this point. Why don't we just... Let's not say if you can kill him yet, but kill him in our country and at a blood-stained river. I don't know how ugly it will be when the time comes. After all, those are two crazy people who learn to be aggressive. So instead of killing him, it's better to take this opportunity to see how many people he has rolled and quickly cut through the chaos. Really? Kill your own people. Even if those people unite with Yangjio, they will not miss this opportunity to compete in the Central Plains. Some of them don't even know that their partner is Yangjio. Yangjio once assassinated the leader of Kuei in the capital city. Do you think he will carry out assassinations on other important figures in the East? I think everyone has this concern, but coincidentally, the important figures in the East who were assassinated this time are all our arch-rivals. Yangjio happened to be supporting them from behind and would have left a trace. And after killing, not only can it eliminate dissidents, but it can also make everyone unite against the enemy, no longer just scattered sand. Not bad. No matter how the layout is, the goal is never to leave too many pieces, but to achieve better victory. As you expected, young master. The target of the mysterious face is not you, but those people who were incited by you. Moreover, the granary of the business alliance has been cut off, and the mysterious face's leader is determined. He really lives up to his name. I thought he would fight me and find out that there was too much internal friction to kill him, but I didn't expect him to be so decisive. So I'm afraid many important figures from the East will die overnight, right? Even yesterday, they were still in power with great wealth and power. In turbulent times, the layout of chess players should be like this. Moreover, Guemian Kueisho has always been a major enemy of the Yang family, while Lao Kueisho is an enemy of Yang Gong. Now, this one is naturally the young master's. You guys always like to compare me to my dad, but how can my dad, who is my age, compare with me to that young leader? After all, he didn't hold power in the East Country, and his dad was just the commander of the East Country back then. As for me, when it comes to power, who within the four countries can compare to me? In that case, the young master must have made a decision. The game of Go in the world is still different from this 19-lane game of Go. I won't play the next move and wait for my opponent to play. Since the chessboard is unfolded and the pieces are distributed, the next step will be a series of drops. The guy with the gun boss also went out, right? Not bad. Since the leader plans to clear some uneasy elements before heading west, we need to clean them all at once. If we kill them one by one, it will inevitably make them wary, and the longer the time, the greater the impact on morale. Very good, just. The Jinyui is assassinating you again. It's over and over. Bloodstained Jiangliu too. Sis, shouldn't you? Young master clearly said that this assassination will remove all the experts around you. And the last time I forced you to use Yuan Qi was to lay the groundwork for this assassination. Using Yuan Qi surprisingly had no effect on you. Of course there is, it's just that I cherish my life more, so I have one more card to play. However, Yang Jiao has a clear goal. This time, I wielded my butcher's knife and killed many high-level officials in the eastern region, which would have caused small-scale chaos. If I die again at this critical moment, the so-called Eastern Crisis will be directly offset. What kind of stick should I use? My young master is still kind in his heart. After all, war is not good for anyone. Can we avoid it or not? Yang Jiao looks friendly yet ordinary. Now, the first move in his chess game is the kill move, which is really making people sweat profusely. Is it difficult to be so calm? Even the blood-stained Jiang would launch a surprise attack. Sorry, young master. He taught that only villains talk too much and asked me to speak less and work more. Sure enough, I can't use the Abyss Chi anymore. Even in the early stages of breaking the mirror, it took at least 3 breaths to break free from the hostility. This strike was successful. This is a barbarian weapon that isolates hostility. This is brute force. Oh, the legendary bloodstained river is so much admired. Anger and worldly desires are 2 incredibly dangerous things. My intuition tells me to stay away from these things, but the passion on my body tells me that killing you will make me stronger. The peak of barbarian mirror breaking and the bloodline of Central Plains people, theoretically speaking, someone like you. It should be weak and unbearable. After all, it is difficult for most Central Plains people to carry the bloodline of barbarians, but I see you. Chatting to divert attention, you want to escape. Bloodstained Jiang, you'd better not underestimate my battle. Difficult to deal with. It's too fast and the move is deadly. My intuition can't even keep up with his movements. If it weren't for the mysterious face and the first shot, just a face-to-face encounter, I would have been seriously injured. You. Although he is only a first class, there is a master in the world who can be considered as one. Even if he is a pseudo-celestial being or even a celestial being in conflict, he will be full of energy. Give it your all and never underestimate it. Because what assassins are best at is using your momentary contempt or arrogance to take your life. And he is now the strongest assassin in the world. If young people are not arrogant, then they are still called young people. Half-blood kid, don't listen to him. People should be more confident and arrogant, otherwise how can they be considered great men? I dare not. Just now, it was my disrespect that stained the river with blood. You are a formidable opponent worthy of respect. Looking at the entire Dakian, Yang Jiao, who can make Lao Kuei fear him, is the first, followed by you. Lu Tu, Senior Yang Jiao, this move is indeed good. If it were me, I might have done the same thing. After all, it can be considered as the optimal solution, but unfortunately, even if it is ingenious, if the opponent guesses it, it is still a bad move. Do you think you can keep me or dare to push me into a corner? If it were only the 3 of us and we were in Yaoyan Emperor, we wouldn't dare, but since we know our opponent is Bloodstained River, we naturally need to make full preparations. This is the formation used by the master in the Battle of Kyoto. This is the ancient formation of the Eastern Kingdom, Yan Yuan. That was secretly learned. Bloodstained Jiang, to be honest, I really don't like mysterious faces or seeing their leaders. I want to give him a sword, but compared to killing you, I can let go first. So this formation trapped me and prevented me from killing to nourish my energy, and then the three of you teamed up to trap me here. Senior Jiang, who is so calm and composed, must be Yang Jiao, who also has a backer, right? It should be the old prince who used to be the second in the world in the northern region. That's right, the old prince can cut through this formation with just one strike. Even if there are many of us, you can still bloodily cleanse the capital of Yaoyang by relying on killing to nourish your qi. But I have doubts about who is more important to me, Lu Wenshua or you. It doesn't make any difference to me whether you die or he dies. Gunmaster, those people are not going to kill the high-ranking officials of the East who were incited by the young master, but to target Lu Wenshua. To be honest, I didn't dare to kill Lu Wenshua before because most of the Jinyui were by his side, even the deputy commander Lu Jiqiang was going. No matter how many people were killed, they were all risking their lives. Young master, in order to compete with you in the eastern country, almost all the Jinyui were transferred back into the eastern country, and even many military experts were transferred. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to incite so many people to cause internal strife. In this way, there are not many experts around Lu Wenshua anymore. What's even worse is that we will assassinate you and bring in the few Jinyui guards around him. Moreover, Lu Wenshua will not stay in the commander's camp and will go to inspect each camp in order to reorganize his troops. Not bad. In order to ensure everything goes smoothly, the front line will launch another attack today, and the experts in the military camp will also be attracted by the war. The lineup to assassinate Lu Wenshua is also very magnificent. It's not something that ordinary experts can stop. If Yang Jiao's backhand is with you, then I'll take it and let you go. Lu Wenshua will undoubtedly die. If the backhand follows Lu Wenshua, I'm sorry. I have to eat one of my pieces first in this game of chess. I'll take care of these things for you, young master. I've taken away most of the cunning faces of the Jin Yi Wei Dong Kingdom. Their greatest skill is assassination. The young master has already instigated internal turmoil. They are already preoccupied with their own affairs and have no intention of killing me. Can they really ignore whether the chaos in the East is successful or not? Mr. Lu, there is news from the front line that the eastern country is attacking. This attack is far beyond ordinary. The front line is almost overwhelmed. The internal turmoil has not been resolved yet, and even the supply lines in the rear are being harassed by Yang Jiao. How dare they be so ruthless and aggressive? Shield guards, fast fireworks, warning, and mysterious assassins have infiltrated. Lu Jiqiang is interesting and worthy of being the deputy commander of the Jinyui. His insight is indeed rare. You're not going to kill those people who were incited by the young master. The target turned out to be Wenshua. The frontline war must have really caught everyone's attention in the military camp. It goes without saying that Yang Jiao is good at taking control from behind, but my leader is even better at this. Now, whether Lu Wenshua is bleeding in the river or not, he will definitely die. It doesn't matter if you underestimate me, but never underestimate Lu Lao. Speaking of blood-stained rivers, our eastern country knows better than your central plains how terrifying he is, so you can rest assured that he will never underestimate him. Protect Wenshua and leave these two broken mirrors to me. Be careful of those cunning assassins. This is a military camp. As long as they drag on long enough, they will die. Everything is ready. Senior Bloodstained Jiang must be able to complete the task. The old prince also arrived in the eastern region a few days ago. With the old prince here, there should be no worries. I always feel that things are not right. Although this game is a killing move, I can only sigh that Yaoyang is just Yaoyang. If Yaoyang were a country like the Northern Rome, it would be a territory. Even I'm afraid there's nothing we can do. Young master, why should you underestimate yourself? It's just that Yaoyang is an enemy country. What we need to think about is how to make Senior Jiang, who was stained with blood, escape unscathed. That's not a solution for us to keep deadlocking like this. Otherwise, could you send some Imperial guards or archers to deal with me? Actually, I'm still quite afraid of crowd tactics. What a spirit sword that blends sword meanings, but unfortunately encountered the meaning of the mortal world. This sword should be nurtured again. Without a broken mirror, the peak of the red dust will always be your auxiliary means. Bloodstained Jiang, don't hide it. Let's see your anger. If it continues like this, I promise you won't have a chance to release your anger in the future. Let me think about it now. I can't kill to nourish my energy, and I've experienced the battles between Northern Rong and Wu Xiao, and I haven't killed recently. So even if I can store my energy, there won't be much left. So when all my anger runs out, I'm afraid I'm not far from death. It's really lamentable that the anger that almost killed me before has now become my only lifesaver. It's just that it's always been like this. Just one more question. Do you know how many people I have killed over the years and how much hostility I have? Actually, I haven't worn away any hostility in the past 10 years. Just to suppress me, I spent 10 years. Impressive, my hair stands on end. This is Bloodstained Jiang, and this is Lu Tu. You two, move aside and hand him over to me. What are you driving alone? How could such a giant sword have such speed without realizing it? He has been hiding his strength all along. I told you not to interfere, otherwise you will die together. Here we are, here we are. We don't even have the same sense of crisis as you when fighting against the third-generation barbarian king. It's clearly just a first grade. Where does this power come from? Burning blood, breaking the mirror peak. Burning blood, he probably doesn't want to advance any further. Do you know why the barbarians are so strange? Why doesn't anyone punish the barbarian king even if he kills all his descendants and brothers? It's difficult for barbarians to break through the mirror, but once they do, they can use their physical fitness and fight against warriors in the later stages to break through the peak of the mirror. Even in barbarian history, there are few, let alone heavenly beings. Even the few barbarian tribes who can claim the title of Heavenly King are known for their military prowess. According to legend, in battles alone, 3 heavenly kings cannot defeat 1 barbarian heavenly king. Not bad, he's able to act recklessly because of his talent, but you're still underestimating this talent. Burning blood is a skill that only a very small number of martial arts geniuses can control. Barbarians and Central Plains mixed race have always been weak and short-lived because the physique of Central Plains people cannot afford the bloodline of barbarians. Are you saying that he carries too much barbarian bloodline now, which would have caused a physical burden? Burning blood not only helps him become stronger, but also reduces the physical burden. Not bad. While removing the shackles, I burned blood and became stronger, and with the unique brute force of the barbarians, I was already at the peak of breaking the mirror. What is the current level of brute force? Pseudo-heavenly beings do not have triple bonuses, and their combat power is comparable to that of real heavenly beings. They are also a heavenly being who walks in the world without being bound by any rules. However, there is such a person who, even if Lu Tu is strong, will not be his opponent. Do you want to sacrifice the other when both sides suffer losses, or one side wins miserably? Everything is for the East. That's why you gave Lu Tu a chance to release his anger. You've never seen the anger hidden in Lu Tu before. The barbarians possess the power of heaven and man, while what I have learned is the calculation of heaven and man. Those who work hard govern people, and those who work hard govern people. I don't like you, and even when I see you, I want to give you a sword, to the point where I feel like the East would be better and more united without you. I know, I've always known. But in fact, the East cannot do without you. Tianqiao National Capital. Your Majesty, now is the opportunity to comprehensively solve the mysterious situation. All the main forces of the mysterious situation have already gone to deal with Dakian. We should remove all their strongholds now. Isn't that good? After all, the Decepticons are at war with the Dakian, and as allies, we suddenly took action against them. This is really... We are not taking action against our allies, nor are we weakening our military. The Deception Face is just a private organization, but Your Majesty should know that if they continue to exist, then even if the Central Plains are conquered, even if the national strength of Tianqiao and Yaoyang is almost the same. But isn't it a bit bad for us to start messing around before the war starts? Your Majesty, I admire everything you have done for the unity of the Eastern Kingdom. However, if one day, Your Majesty, could you really kneel at the feet of Yaoyang? Indulgence and recklessness. I deserve to die for my sins. It's just that it's a bit against the covenant, but what you're saying about the mysterious face is only related to Yaoyang or the Crown Prince Yaoyang, and has nothing to do with our Eastern Alliance, so go ahead and handle it. It is Wei Chen who obeys the order. The young master's layout is truly stunning. Such a headache-inducing mysterious face actually solves the pattern of Emperor Tianqiao in this way, just like those princes. Waiting for them to eliminate the mysterious face can stir up the relationship between Yaoyang and Tianqiao. If this continues, the Eastern Kingdom will surely fall into chaos. Your Majesty. Golden Guard, Imperial Guard of Emperor Tianqiao. This minister should be from the Jinyui. Go and catch him now. There's no need to let him finish what he should do and then catch him and throw him out to help Tianqiao take the blame. Just say we're targeting the mysterious face with this false imperial edict from the Jinyui. When the time comes, we will apologize and say that we are not strict in our control. The Yaoyang Lianrenfang has been burned down by the Jinyui so many times. We have been bewitched once, so what does it matter? Your Majesty, Saint Mingma will be greatly admired. The mysterious face has already played its role in uniting all the countries in the East. If they continue to exist, it will not be a help but a threat. Young Master, Emperor Tianqiao has been encouraged by us to personally mobilize the Money Guard and has not spared any stronghold. The next step is to make progress and provoke dissatisfaction from other countries towards Tianqiao. After all, Tianqiao was the first to break the alliance. Now that the two major eastern countries, Tianqiao, have broken the alliance, the Yaoyang power is overwhelming. This eastern alliance may become a mere formality. If it could be so simple, that would be great. This plan is perfect, but unfortunately we couldn't persuade Emperor Tianqiao. What do you mean? What do you mean by not being able to incite Emperor Tianqiao? He was clearly... Oh, I understand. You didn't incite Emperor Tianqiao, you just gave him an excuse and a scapegoat, so this can only be said that Yaoyang suffered a mute loss. Go ahead, let that Jinyui finish his mission and quickly withdraw. It's been 6 years since he went undercover in Donghua, and it's time for him to go home. Are you not even giving the bait to Emperor Tianqiao? He's probably going to get angry this time. There's no need to abandon my child in this game, and I've been undercover for 6 years. How could I really bear to give up? Are you showing me, young master? It means you won't give up on the people around you. There's no need to say that. As for when do you need a master of benevolence and righteousness? Benevolence and righteousness dominate the world, haha. That's just for brainwashing corrupt scholars. The young master of the Battle of Northern Rome, who risked his life alone to save one of his fallen soldiers, is vividly remembered. By the way, and it's just that sentence. Abandoning the player before it's time to do so is not considered a good chess player. No one likes a ruler who is absolutely ruthless, and knowledgeable people also dislike a ruler who is full of benevolence and righteousness. However, the young master is just right. Coincidentally, although I said that abandoning a player before it's time to abandon him is not a good chess player, when it's time to abandon him, he still isn't a good chess player. The former may win the game, while the latter will definitely lose in the end. Then I will strive to become the chess piece that wins to the end and find a way not to become an abandoned player. I've been guarding the north for my whole life, but I never expected that there would still be a chance to come to the east alone without troops, and even come to do such a ridiculous thing. What is this, old prince? Did he ever think that one day Dongchang and Jinyue would also join forces with Yangon? This game finally woke up those people in Kyoto. Why bother fighting for the throne when the country is about to lose it? I don't know how long Lu Tu can hold on, but the Yaoyang Palace and the Dakian Palace are really not comparable. Although Chao Jingqi himself is a lottery item, killing people in the East Factory under his control is still considered a trick. These small fish and shrimp will be handed over to the Jinyue and Dongchang. What you need to solve is to worship the experts here. In terms of experts, you don't have to worry about the lack of reinforcements. In Yaoyang, there are only the Forbidden Army and the City Protection Army. Other armies have gone to the front line. As for the palace, there are only some offerings. As for the mysterious faces, none of the leaders are here. Good grandson has done everything he can. As a grandfather, I should do some work now. What is this? The Shintai heavy sword was shattered by bloodstained Zhang's bare hands, and their momentum is still rising. Isn't their hostility harming their health? Lu Tu is no longer conscious and is now in a completely consumed state of selflessness. This formation should not disperse no matter what happens, otherwise Yaoyang Kingdom and even the surrounding cities will bleed into a river. The palace is another palace. At that time, the palace fell, blood stained the river, and you died. You became the biggest winner. The formation of Guamian Kuei Shou or Dongfang Cheng is enough to make you sit and catch the fisherman, but it also suffocates you, isn't it? You know my plan. Lu Tu and I are the people in the Central Plains who are closest to the power of heaven and man, and the people in southern Xinjiang who are closest to the power of heaven and man. If I were you, I would also like to eliminate them together. And at such a good moment, we can say to the outside world that we both perished together. Even if some people don't believe it, they won't retaliate against you at this time. After all, starting a war on the third front of the Dakian River is the best opportunity for any country. Since I saw through you and still came, it means you also have some tricks. I don't have any backstabbing, I'm just curious about how you choose the dangerous situation in the palace now. All the experts in your cunning face are not here, even you are trapped in the formation of China. The elite are also heading to the front line. Are you opening the formation now to let out the blood-stained river, or are you watching helplessly as the palace falls? You let Yang Jiao choose, now Yang Jiao lets you choose. And you dare not even open the formation because you know very well that if the blood-stained river comes out, it won't be as simple as a palace. Yang Jiao, are you really willing to sacrifice the blood-stained Jiang and really want to exchange with me? Ha ha ha, don't worry, take your time and choose. I can hold on for a while longer. I can help you kill bloodstained Jiang. Or the three of us can join forces and kill him now. After joining forces, you are still burning blood and possessing the power of heaven and man. You can hold me back and even kill me. There must always be wins and losses. What should I do in the first encounter? Ha 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 ha. When I was young, I was trapped in the north for a lifetime. Who would have thought that as I grew older, I could bring a few teams of people to this glorious palace of Malaya? Ha, this kind of elegance is worthy of your grace, your highness. I'm so old now. If I fall here, I'll be carefree. But how will you get out of here? Then die before the old prince. Oh, the Emperor of Yaoyang Palace should be inside, right? It shouldn't be wrong. Emperor Yaoyang's Eastern Shock. I never thought we would meet one day and die under my knife. How can you feel at ease? Although Chang'er was appointed as the crown prince, she was ultimately an illegitimate child, which has been criticized by other princes. And you've done so much in Yaoyang. If my guess is right, other forces in the east should also start to eliminate the cunning of Chang'er. When that time comes, the mysterious face will deal a heavy blow to Chang'er, and she will become an illegitimate child. If she can compete, she will still be trapped in the chaos of usurping the throne. How can she launch the Western expedition? Well, that's right. Now that the northern border has been pacified, the western border is in continuous battles, and the southern border is facing off. When your good son withdraws from many places, we can slowly clean up the eastern country. Yang Yuan's son should not be underestimated. It seems that Chang'er should learn how to control the barbarians. The mixed race of the barbarians and the Central Plains is more suitable for the royal family than anyone else. If there are no last words left, I will take action. Your royal masters are just fake broken mirrors, and real broken mirrors are only 2 or 3, so there's no need to rely on them. There are indeed a few last words, and they are just words that I haven't finished speaking about. Yang Yuan's son cannot be underestimated, but my son is even more outstanding. The third-generation regent of Dongfanqi, Tian Renjing. Ancestor, this time you have to come out of the mountains. I will have to hold on for a little longer no matter what, to ensure that Chang'er sits on the throne. You know, firstly, I don't like illegitimate children, and secondly, if he were to ascend to the throne, he would be tainted with abyssal energy and lack the qualifications to advance to heaven and man. He cannot live long. Such a short-lived emperor is ultimately a hidden danger. Unfortunately, Zhao Xiaotian, you are disabled. If you were in your prime, besides that child, no one else would dare to appear in front of you. Good son, you're right. Yaoyang really hides heaven and man, and it's really deep. Maybe other countries don't know about it, right? And this celestial being is also the ancestor of the Yaoyang royal family. I finally understand why there are so many jumping clowns in this martial arts world who call themselves knife saints and knife lords. It seems that the reason is simple because they have never seen a knife from the north before. What a pity. This kind of knife must have been folded in our eastern country. Ha ha ha, let's give it a try. After fighting for so long, the hostility on Zhang's body has finally begun to weaken. Did I underestimate you, Yaoyang? I underestimated you, Dongfang Cheng Yao. There is still such a person hidden in the Yaoyang Palace. Back in the day, Yang Yuan almost wiped out your Yaoyang kingdom in the Great Eastern Expedition, and I never saw this one take action. Now that he has taken action, I can't help but remain calm. You come into contact with your barbarian heavenly beings every day. Don't you know what they are thinking? Compared to them, the eternal heavenly being who relies on the Dakian royal family is the best heavenly being in the country, isn't he? Although I used that ancestor as a backup to prevent them from attacking the palace, if possible, I really don't want to take this step. Yang Jiao, this is all because you forced me. Although it may cost a great deal to use the power of heaven and man, if you insist on losing both sides, you deserve to be the king of Jinbei. I don't know why, but now I'm starting to feel fortunate that I'm not against Yang Jiao. Now that both of you have played this game, as long as I leave here alive, I will definitely win and not lose. You can't leave. Now that Lu Tu's anger has dried up, your blood-burning ability is almost reaching its limit, and with this formation as a prison, I have been forced to play my last card. Why would I have to exchange your life again to recoup my investment? Sorry, you overthinking this time. I never came here to help you. I want to see if there's a chance to take advantage and also to drag you here. After all, if you were in the palace at this time, the situation wouldn't be so lively. After all, who asked you to be so resourceful and wise as a demon? It's the confidence given to you by the power of heaven and man. If that's the case, I also have this kind of power. Are you crazy? You just used Yuanchi a few days ago. If you use it now, you will need to burn Shuyuan. It's just a few years of lifespan. If we let them both live, they may have another decade or so, and there may not be a chance to kill them again. Unfortunately, our positions are opposite. Otherwise, you would be qualified to be my friend. What's even more regrettable is that since I already anticipated that you would kill me, how could I not have been prepared? It's really terrifying that this hasn't completely dispelled your anger. But it happens that if you regain your sanity at this time, the rest will be much more boring. What do you mean, bloodstained river, restoring reason? Wait, Lu Yuan will take action. He has a way to break the formation. Bloodstained Jiang will also be killed together. It's too late, or in other words, you have no way to stop it because breaking this formation requires the power of heaven and man. There are not many peaks of barbarian mirror breaking. If I want to break this formation, it only means that that one has also arrived. Barbarian gods and humans. Tuoba's condemnation. Manche is truly the heavenly pride bestowed upon me by heaven. Barbarians are always killed by strategy, but this time you brought us victory with your strategy. Just break the barrier and release the bloodstained river, but these two people don't need to be killed, especially the leader. If he dies, it will be too comfortable for Diqian Dongjing, so we still need to keep him to balance Dongjing. I'll listen to you. This time, the barbarians not only want the central plains. Kill the bloodstained river. Anyway, if we kill him here and let him enter the capital, then everything will be over. Tianren has finally entered the game. Until now, I understand why you said you wanted to control the battlefield and the conflict between heaven and man in the east. Diqian can't bear it. Alas, no matter how I calculate, I still missed one move, but I finally managed to pull those heavenly beings into the game. Once Tianren enters the game, the Flag Lord will still be outside the plate, and even the most powerful chess pieces cannot compete with the player, right? That's right, that's why I'm amazed that Tianren has finally entered the game. Everyone, keep busy. I'll take the lead. Let's go back, Holy Man King. The outcome of this matter probably doesn't need to be witnessed here because it will eventually spread throughout the world. You're right, but the Holy Man King is called by outsiders. You should call me ancestor, shouldn't you? I don't have much fondness for the barbarian royal family, and even for the throne, because as long as I am promoted to heaven and man, the throne will ultimately belong to me. You can't stop me, and neither can he. And as long as I can be promoted to heaven and bring benefits to the barbarians, no matter how much I do, no one will kill me. Your hatred towards the royal family ultimately stems from our lack of vision. Let's go back first. I still can't just expose myself to the outside. After all, there are too many people to hide from, and the barbarian gods and humans have too many hopes placed on them. What hope? Hope? Of course, there is hope that you can defeat me. After all, your barbarian saints have always been known for their combat power, which is quite similar to mine. Who could escape my perception? But it's not quite the same, right? Your barbarian power is just powerful, while my power is invincible. Pulse, strong barbarian physique, and the martial arts talent of Central Plains people. You have indeed achieved both. I am looking forward to the day when you break through to become a heavenly being. How could you possibly notice that I'm here? I've been hiding my breath, and I haven't even stayed for half a column of fragrance yet. Yang Jiu saw through my situation, not because he saw through my situation, but because his layout was not in the East Country from the beginning. The mysterious palace and the Eastern Kingdom, which are not in front of us, were laid out from the beginning for the sake of heaven and humanity. You know that I have never liked to participate in worldly conflicts. If he said that other heavenly beings came here today, I wouldn't even glance at him. But this barbarian celestial being actually came, so let's talk about everything we didn't finish last time this time. For example, which company does the celestial being standing behind you belong to? For example, what are you planning to do? Why did you insist on killing me? Why are you in such a hurry? I don't necessarily have to kill you. There are some things you need to talk to me about. If you see me, run away. Do you, the younger generation, no longer want the indomitable dignity of the barbarians? I am well aware that you will never harm outstanding juniors. As for the dignity of barbarians, one must live to have dignity. No wonder you're getting weaker and weaker now. With your mentality, even if you receive more gifts from heaven and man, it's just a burden. It's better to expect your junior than to expect you to defeat me. Looking for help, to be honest, if you bring in 3 or 2 more skilled escapees to fight with you, it will be really unpleasant. Hey old man, you should also release your heavenly breath so that those cats and dogs won't cause any more trouble. Okay. I was born to work hard. Lu Tu, this kid, owes me another time. If he can't be promoted to Tian Ren, then I'll be at a great loss. Qing Tian and Taoist Tong Tian, you guys actually came to the Eastern Kingdom together. In the past few decades, more and more gifts from heaven and man have come from you, so you have been hiding in southern Xinjiang and unable to come out. And our world's #1 has always been free to do whatever he wants and never listens to me, this old master. Without him by my side, I dare not go find you myself. After all, you are also a barbarian's heavenly being, no matter what you say. If we're against each other, even the old Taoist has the risk of falling. Since a few days ago when I was adventuring on the Arctic Glacier and took action against Qing Tian, that's why he sided with you. Don't frame me. I've never been on someone's side. I'm just serving myself. You just sparked my curiosity, and now I really want to know who the celestial being standing behind you is. When did Qing Tian, who is invincible in the world, ever care about this kind of thing? In the face of your absolute power, conspiracies and tricks are nothing. You don't have to provoke me with words. Anyway, if you don't reveal your personal name today, I promise you won't leave. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. And I can also tell you that when I was on the Arctic Glacier, I just didn't want to kill anyone. If I wanted to kill someone, none of you 3 could leave either. Even if Qing Tian wants to let you leave the old Taoist, he can't let you go. Tuoba, you are the most powerful celestial being in battle. A person like you must know something. This is Yang Jiu's plan, which is really terrifying to think about. Although it is stunning, the confrontation situation in the eastern region in front of us is not good. The palace is deserted. No matter how the demands are calculated, he is still targeting the east and me. It's just that I don't want to get angry with you, an old and stubborn person. You are a bit unworthy of my knife. Is it a bit late to admit my cowardice now? I can tell you very clearly that this knife cannot kill me, but I can kill you. Today, you cannot do without the palace. Stupid, I'm here to confront you just to attract all your attention to me. Otherwise, your perception power as heavenly beings is too strong. If you feel that Qing Tian, that old boy, is coming and is afraid of death, how could you possibly come out? Qing Tian held me back. You didn't come here to kill the emperor, but to lure me out. The people behind you want to bring Tianren into the game. Is that guy from Sanren getting old? His pace has slowed down to this point. If he never comes again, he will really force me to kill this arrogant fool with a knife. Idle man. There are still Qin Tian and Taoist Tong Tian outside. Are you planning to launch a chaotic battle between heaven and man? Everyone has been peaceful for nearly 100 years, and you want to break the calm. It's not us who break the peace, but you guys. Whether it's the third-generation barbarian king in southern Xinjiang or you, the third-generation Yaoyang king or Yang Jiao, and the mysterious face, it's just a secular struggle, but you interfere recklessly. So who is more unreasonable and who broke the rules? This layout was created by Yang Jiao to lure us into taking action. He calculated the fate of heaven and man first, but we didn't break the rules. You, a celestial being who knows how to calculate, were calculated by a martial artist who has not yet broken the mirror. Surprisingly, you managed to speak up. It's just a rare opportunity. Your Eastern country has always been a major concern for me, so I decided to take this opportunity to solve you. I'm sure Eastern country will be much more honest in the future. Heaven and earth have righteous energy in people, which is called Howren. This time, we can't let him run away. It's too late. It's really too late. The struggle between heaven and man inside has already begun, and the deep energy has long been exhausted. Moreover, the heaven and man inside is not an ordinary one, but a scattered one. The battle between heaven and man, Emperor Yaoyang could not have been spared from this war. The heavenly being in Yaoyang couldn't protect him. Protect. That heavenly being would never protect his descendants in such a situation. This time, he came out to make a name for himself and to compete for the Central Plains, to get involved in the dragon energy and national fortune. Well, since it's a foregone conclusion within the palace, we must not make any mistakes step by step. It's time for this. Even if you choose not to save your father, you should at least go and see if you can do your best. It's meaningless, and father doesn't want me to see him now. He wants me to do something more right. Yang Jiao wants to stir up the internal turmoil in Yaoyang. Now, what he has done has become half done, but he has forgotten that what brute force can do, I can do it too. Do you want to do things that can be done by brute force? If my guess is correct, now everything is settled. I have already achieved all the victories I can in this battle. Not only in the eastern region, but even the most difficult southern barbarians will lose a barbarian god this time. I don't know how much pressure will be reduced in the western region. On the eastern side, not to mention Emperor Yaoyang, who is undoubtedly doomed, the Crown Prince Yaoyang has not yet stopped in his tracks. Next is the endless war to seize the throne. Yaoyang is already like this. Let me see how the Eastern Alliance will march westward. If I'm not mistaken, that leader definitely didn't stop his footsteps at this moment. Although Emperor Yaoyang is not dead yet, he should have already taken advantage of the fact that his brothers and uncles did not react and dealt with them first. Are you saying that he can now be ruthless enough to kill all his brothers and uncles? That's right, because if it were me, I would definitely do this. I'm probably not much smarter than him. Just because I stood relatively high in this game, he must have thought of everything I could think of. The most regrettable thing is that although I anticipated his actions, I knew that at this time, whether it was protecting the princes and nobles or robbing and killing him halfway, he could still achieve a good result. But we really don't have anyone to stop him anymore. In this game, even the most capable Lu Lao is used as bait and even instigates Tian Ren to join the game. Even if we take a step back and say that the leader and Lu Yuanbin are top-notch experts, most people cannot stop them. Ha ha ha. So it's a pity to say that, after all, we are too much controlled by other countries. Why are you here, Qianzhan? Shouldn't you just sit back and reap the benefits honestly now? After all, there is no frontline battle that can affect you. Fishermen, if I continue to remain inactive, I want you to be the ones who reap the benefits of the fishermen, not me, right? I understand now. Since you are here, but the scattered person is not, it means he has gone to Yaoyang. Yang Jiao had expected that this time, the leader would be unable to resist borrowing the power of heaven and man. And there's also that expert brought in from the barbarians. If he's not a straw bag, plus what other conspiracies are there? I should also borrow from heaven and man to achieve my goals. Then we have to thank the leader of your family for telling us about the 5 people whose young master can influence the world. My young master, Northern Rome, Wu Shao, Eastern Kingdom, Kuei Shou, Western Regions, Huang Tianxi, we are all familiar with these times. But even we don't know much about that Southern Xinjiang barbarian. Last month, we spent a lot of manpower and resources to investigate this person. If we don't investigate, I don't know if it's really shocking. There is such a strong enemy hidden in Southern Xinjiang, and they even came to your eastern country. You see, I've already said that we as subordinates rarely cheat the boss. Our boss always cheats himself. If he hadn't mentioned the brute force, he wouldn't have lost so badly now. Okay, you still want to figure out how to escape. If we keep going like this, the army will be surrounded. Ha ha ha, how could we have been here for so long? If there were really an army that could spare us, we would have died long ago. And it's not us who have to run, it's them. Our boss has been losing in front of Yang Jiao recently, but he's still the boss. Yang Jiao's continuous layout is stunning, but the boss also knows where he should go. Something's wrong. Now there's a war ahead, why hasn't anyone come looking for us yet? And why haven't any soldiers noticed such a big commotion happening in the military camp? All the soldiers and generals went to the other side of the city wall, saying that this eastern attack was far more exploratory than before, and in order to prevent any loss at Dongyang Pass, they naturally had to do their best. It's not good. Let's go quickly. Dongyang Pass is about to be breached. If we drag on like this, we will be surrounded by soldiers. Dongyang Pass has been breached. Wenshua, please don't joke around. You should know that Dongyang Pass is the top pass in our eastern region. If it's all broken down there, we don't have an advantage. What else do we have to fight? It's true that Lu Wenshua reacted quickly, but it's a pity. I've already said that our boss is not inferior to Yang Jiao. Since Yang Jiao wants to stir up chaos within the east and prevent us from advancing westward, and if I'm not mistaken, Yang Jiao should have already succeeded. But our boss's goal is that this war must happen and we must conquer the Central Plains. Obviously, our boss has also succeeded. You are delaying time by spreading rumors and misleading the public. Dongyang Pass will never be easily breached. Something so big happened in Yaoyang Kingdom, but there weren't even a few soldiers in sight. Even the palace was attacked with only a few thousand guards. So guess where the main force of Yaoyang Kingdom went? And as soon as we came to assassinate you, the war began and the 2 armies engaged in battle. As the commander-in-chief, you are not in the military camp. In addition, Yang Jiao is stirring up trouble in the eastern country. You think you can rest assured in the rear, so the focus is on reorganization rather than resisting the enemy. How is that possible? Are you saying that you, as the top leader, have given up on Yaoyang Kingdom, the Imperial Palace, and Tianren? Ha ha ha, it's not giving up, is it? Even if the old emperor is still here, even if he has already made Laoda the crown prince. But with his status as an illegitimate child and the fate of not living long, it is difficult for him to secure the position of emperor. Now that Yang Jiao has stirred up so much wind and rain, my eldest son has finally waited for the opportunity to firmly grasp the throne in his hands. As for heaven and man, why did Yang Gong kill the celestial being of the Dacian royal family? Isn't that the same principle? He killed all his brothers and uncles, and even framed us as members of the Jinyui. The sound of the hooves of the Eastern Iron Cavalry. I don't think they were wrong. We should have left. If it's any later, we won't be able to leave. Although you have one Dongyang Pass, this time it does not mean that you have one. The money war is really difficult to deal with. If reinforcements don't come soon, it will be us who can't hold on first. He didn't say it wrong. The first place doesn't count as a win this time, or in other words, although he gained a lot this time. But there are also many losses. I underestimated this leader when I returned to the east. The only real loser in this game is the unlucky southern Xinjiang East Country. Although they lost a lot, they also gained the most important thing. The purpose of the young master of Dongyang Pass is to stir up chaos within the country, and the leader's goal is also very clear, which is war and Dongyang Pass. This is actually my first time losing something. The young master is somewhat self-deprecating. Although his mysterious appearance and leading posture are indeed surprising, he can be said to have risked his life. Having such opponents is always more interesting than when I was in the northern realm. Those enemies are the ones I am least good at, and the Eastern Kingdom is just right. The next step after the loss of Dongyang Pass is Tianyuan City. Fortunately, the eastern border is different from the northern border, and the northern realm has never broken through Hanbei Pass, so there is indeed no danger to defend after Hanbei Pass. After the war in the eastern region directly targeted Yangzhou's father's great victory, there were 3 lines of defense in the eastern region. That's right, young master. Although he lost 1 line of defense, the top scorer in the mysterious face lost even more. And I guess this young master from Dongyangwen might not have thought of it. Oh, how do you say that? Nowadays, the eastern frontier is already at a disadvantage to the Eastern Kingdom. It is not easy